Hello, 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 hello. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my. Hello, hello everyone. Today we're getting back into the thick of it, huh? Going back to free to play. Gonna check out what the heck we're gonna get from the gacha. Hopefully something good. Hold on 1 second. Alright, there we go. Alright, everything should be good to go. Alright, sweet. Oh, base cam, check. Everything looks good. Excuse my appearance. I'm a little, I haven't showered today yet, so I've been so busy doing other things. But yes, welcome everyone. Next addition to the free-to-play profile. We're going to be summoning for characters, equipment, and hopefully, depending on what we get, we'll kind of decide the direction of what we're going to be doing today. I'm really hoping that we can go ahead and fight the Greater Seal Demon today, but I cannot promise that because our gear is total garbage. I'm so honest, we have such bad gear. We need to get our money up, not our funny up. This is bad, guys. Oh, actually, those books are huge, though. Alright, if we don't have a good time with the gacha, we could probably... Actually, hold on. Give me 1 sec. Yes? Only one... Oh my god, I thought we were getting 4! Why did I think we were getting 4? Oh my goodness gracious. I thought we were getting 4 books. Okay, but that gives us 1 level for Camille. That's nice. That's nice. That's still nice. Okay. Because what we want to do is we want to... If I can speak, holy. What we want to do is we want to try to get Camille to level 60. That way there she has the stone immunity incense, and then we can go ahead and do some of the bounties, like the what was it, the stone, the petrification frickin' guy. That guy sucks.
The requests are this way.
Alright, cool. Alright, we also got... Oh my goodness gracious, I am all sorts of flustered today. I don't know why. But we are going to do some dailies first, then, while we're waiting for everyone to funnel in, obviously. But, once we get the dailies done, everyone starts funneling in, we get everyone here, then we'll start doing the gambling, or the gacha, however you want to call it, the gamba. Then that's going to be the milestone. You know, that's going to be the thing that directs us, or points us in the direction of the stream. Hey, Jing, how are you, man? Looks like I've been playing the game wrong. Oh my gosh. No. I'm just playing it differently. Your speaking rights have been revoked? Yeah, it feels like they already have been. Holy moly. Alright, we got a vampire here. Vampires, they're not terrible. If anything, the vampires are more annoying than anything else. Where is sleep averting incense? Excuse me. Yeah, no thanks. I'd prefer not to have my characters fall asleep, thanks. Oh, forgot I have Emil here, or Amelia. That's alright. Done. Yeah, I was gonna say, he should die, even with the call too. But yeah, I forgot I had I keep getting Amelia and Camille mixed up, and it's making me a little annoyed. But the reason why I had Amelia on my team before the stream was because I was opening up chests in the Separation Cave, and nobody is able to open up chests like Amelia can, because Amelia's a thief. But she still messes up way too often, so I have to have her carry around the Treasure Fever item in order to cure her from the... Oh my goodness, what am I doing here? I'm trying to, like, talk and play at the same time. It's messing me up. I don't even remember what the hell I was talking about. That's great. Hold on.
Your traits don't match.
Yeah, whatever. Oh, I forgot to give... Okay. I forgot to have him hold the expulsion bow. Marin, can we get rid of these two? Okay, well, we got rid of one. Oh. Spellbind, that's fine. Honestly, we could... Oh, wait, that's right. Only my character was hit. So we're gonna go ahead and we're just gonna SP dump on this guy. Try to get him out of here. Oh, wow, he was easier than the undead. That's embarrassing. Was using knights with shields and swords instead of two-handed. Oh, well, okay, so with knights, I don't really find the sword and shield to be that big of an issue for knights specifically. But when it comes to other characters, like fighters and stuff, yeah, those you usually want to do two-handed with. But I see what you mean now, I see. OMG, okay, fuck you too, Shiro. Yeah, we're kind of just getting my my dailies done while we're waiting for everyone else to funnel in. And then we're going to be doing the Gamba. We're going to be seeing what characters I get, and what junk piles, or what junk I get. I'm hoping that we at least get some decent Exorcist robes, you know what I mean? Alright, these guys can stun you, so I kind of want the stun aversion, or averting incense. I think that's the sleep one, right? Sleep and stun? Yeah, we'll just do that.
It proves useful to you. Please, you must do something.
Okay, we want this guy out of here. Amelia doing no damage as per usual.
How's this? Have a boost.
Let's go gambling. It's true. It's just too fucking true. Also, Cave of Separation is helping me a lot with the junk for Abyss 3. And last but not least, use light armor instead of heavy. Oh my goodness, yes, true. Heavy armor is okay for knights, especially since it helps with action speed adjusting. You know, because usually you want the knights to be faster than the enemies, but slower than the rest of your team. So if you use knights defense, everyone can reap the benefits of it. But yeah, I totally get what you mean. If you have like a really good heavy armor, like chest piece, or like a helmet, or because like one piece of heavy armor isn't terrible. It's just once you start stacking on multiple pieces of heavy armor is when it really gets to be bothersome. I don't even know what the fuck I need to do with life saving, I guess.
Let it be.
Yay. Cool. Massive damage. But yeah, because like I've stumbled across like a really good like heavy chest piece that had like surety on it and action speed, which is totally weird because it's like contradicting what a heavy armor piece is. But like you can find those rare pieces of heavy armor where it's just like the blessings are really good and it's like kind of combats the negatives that the heavy armor gives you. So it really depends, but yeah, for the most part, you usually want to steer clear of the heavy armor. What up, X? It's how's it going? Finally on time for the show Fumble Town or not? Okay, well, I'm glad you can make it regardless, Silver. Just chainmail, bro? This is true. If you are an A4 and you got church grounds unlocked, just get chainmail. But I'm more talking about, like, before chainmail, you know what I mean? Like, that's why I mean, like, if you don't have access to chainmail and you stumble across a decent heavy armor chest piece, like, for example, right now, I think I have a decent chest piece. Not for... Yeah, okay, so this is surety and M defense. This, nobody but Knight would want to run this. Like, I want to make that clear. I don't want people thinking that this chess piece is a good chess piece. The reason why I would want to hold on to this is because it has surety and magic defense, so for something like the build that I want to do with Barbara, which is like the Guardian Blow DPS, I could keep an eye on this if I wanted to. Now, that was... admittedly, I have a better chess piece now. I just have this locked because I didn't bother unlocking it. But I got a better chest piece on Barbara. Where... Okay, is Barbara just gone? She just got deatomized? Like, where the fuck did she go? Okay, I don't know why the hell... That was weird. Oh, is the Holy Knights plate only available for knights? That actually might be what it is. I don't even remember how to check. Is it in the inventory? Fighters, knights. Okay, it's not. I don't know why. Okay, regardless, this is what I'm rocking now on my Barbara at the moment. Now, this was a 3-star white chest piece, so all of these are naturally occurring. This would suck on a fighter, but as a knight that I want to start using like DPS or like a Guardian Blow, which is a DPS build, this is pretty decent, right? Because I got the defense stat, which is what I need for Guardian Blow. I got the surety stat, naturally occurring, which is good for the overall damage that I want to do. So what I could do is I could just alter the last slot to be surety if I really want to stick with this. Normally, to an extent, I do want to hang on to this only because of the undead resistance, but genuinely, I'm not attached to this chest piece, so if I find something better, I'd obviously get rid of it, but I feel like the undead resistance will just help overall, like right now, because where I'm at in the game and what I have access to at the moment, undead could still be kind of an issue for me, because they show up in A3, they're in the Mausoleum, which I farm an awful lot right now, because I'm free to play for this account, so I farm a lot in the Mausoleum for the remains. And then sometimes I go into other places like the floor 7 of the beginning of Abyss for the undead mage that spawns for the bounties. Like, it's just like stuff like that. And then next there's going to be the Necrocore that I'm going to have to fight, which I want to say the special one is considered a warped one, so that won't necessarily help me, but for all the other Necrocores it's going to help against that too. I believe the Necrocore in the Copper Grade exam is also counted as undead, so that could help with damage mitigation with that. Regardless, what I'm trying to get at is that the passive, I feel like the passive on that chess piece kind of helps me determine whether I want to keep it or not, effectively. I would go with Dumpy Dan. It's just too true. I mean, heavy versus mid is not big diff. In the end, it's about blessings. Yeah, exactly. Holy armor is knight only. I mean, I just checked, and it said that it wasn't. So I don't know why... Hold on, let me just double check. Because, oh my god, I'm clicking on literally every tab but the correct tab. That is actually insane. There's like Holy Knight plates... Yeah, it says fighter, knight, wanderer, and then the Einiki. I don't know why it just wouldn't show up on anything else. I don't know. It's weird. Got sent to the back rooms. I mean, it felt like she did for a moment. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so Camille is level 58 now, though. After this rest, which is great. However, it would have been better if she was level 60, but it's just... Healers are one of those weird pseudo-advanced classes, so it takes more XP to level them up than normal, but not as much as an actual advanced class, so it's kind of a pain in the ass. I recently rewatched a year-old stream of yours that had your friend Connor. That guy was really funny. Is he doing okay? He's doing fine. I mean, honestly, I think he's just kind of chilling in my private server right now. Oh, well, he was earlier today. Yeah, he usually plays Magic and Minecraft mods and stuff. He's actually one of the mods in my Discord server. He's doing great, yeah. He's chilling. He's just not very active in the community because he doesn't really play this game. He just helped me create the server and helps maintain the server if, like, you know, worst comes to worst.
Very good. I am always ready to serve.
W. Dracom, true. Thank you, Dracom. Connor, my goat. Actually, it's funny because his name is spelt with a K, not a C. So, like, how you spelled Connor just now is correct. Just replace the C with the K. It's a little silly. But it looks like we got enough people funneling in, so we can go ahead and get started on the Gamba. So, we have 11 remains for the, what is this? The alternates, the alternate banner. Holy crap. Took me a second. We have 1 bone for, which is like a free bone from the, oh my god, what is her name? I'm forgetting names here. The water axe throwing character, Levana. Oh my goodness gracious. Levana's alternate banner. And then we have 5 bones for the Adventurer Remain 2. Now, it doesn't necessarily matter if we get anything good from Adventurer Remains 2, because after summoning these 5, we will get literally just enough to get a guaranteed summon for Alt Marianne. And hopefully that Alt Marianne is Piety IV, because if it is, we are going to have an insanely cracked out Marianne. Oh, my bad. No, you're fine. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and summon all 17 of these remains. And my goal is to get 2 Chloes, 2 alternate Chloes, 1 to merge into, and then 1 to get the discipline unlocked. Because at the end of the day, we want to use alternate Chloe, because alternate Chloe has insanely cracked out abilities, comparatively speaking, to her base. Because Alt Chloe has the discipline that has focus on SP and surety. Her special passive is more universal, with it being humanoid based and not just adventurer exclusive. And overall, those 2 things, they don't sound like a lot, but those 2 things definitely help make the character way better than she is already. All of the other alternates don't really matter. And then for Adventurer Remains 2, we want Alt Marianne, and we specifically want her to have a Piety IV. Now, it would be great if we did get an Alt Marianne in the Remains. It would be fantastic, because then if we get 1 from there, we can get 1 from the guaranteed banner, or from the guaranteed summon, and then we'll have her, right, her alternate unlocked, and then we'd also have her alternate's discipline unlocked as well. So if all goes according to plan, we will be getting a total of 3 alternates, 2 of them being duplicates, right? That is like best case scenario. Only chess piece I need is Cinderella's. Okay, bro. Alright, enough stalling. Let's go ahead and let's get right into it. Hey, Juju Bean, how are you, man? Nice to see you here, bro. Alright, let's see what we get. Let's see what we get. Out of 17, hopefully we get something good. Even if we get 1 Chloe, I think 1 is enough, but I would prefer to get 2, just for the discipline unlock, you know what I mean? So this looks like an anonymous adventurer, so this one doesn't really matter. Yeah, it's the human samurai, it's fine. It's a strength IV, 8 bonus points, which is 1 bonus point more than the other one we have locked at the moment, so this one's not that big of a deal, honestly. Right now, it's looking like a lot of inherent fodder, which is fine. It's definitely not what we like to see for the alternate banner, but, like, we're kind of... we kind of need inherits right now, so I can't really complain too much about this. It's just a little disappointing, you know what I mean? Wait, did you change your light bulb to white light today? I remember your background being super yellow. As if you were in Mexico. No, I actually didn't even turn on my light. This is all just like the natural sunlight. And the sun's going down right now, so I'm gonna have to turn on the yellow light in a second. I'm good at the gym. How are you guys? Not too bad, man. Not too bad. It's because the sun, the sun is up. Yeah, yeah, literally. That's literally it. Okay, so we got Lana. I think we already have Lana. So right now, okay, no, that's not Strength IV. If this was Strength IV, I'm not gonna lie, I would have replaced our current Lana if we have one. I don't know. I'll have to double check. If we already have a Lana, this Lana is gonna be reduced to name tags, which I don't think is too big of a deal, but you know, it'll definitely help with leveling up our characters. So I'm not gonna complain about that too much. Getting those gains, true. Stop being Asian, so he's white now. Okay, bro. Chilling, enjoy your lifts. Oh yeah, yeah, true. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Where am I? Why are there humans?
If we get a Strength IV, this could be GOAT.
My name is Flute, an elite mage.
We have okay.
Elven School of Spellcraft.
It is not IQ IV. IQ IV would be 20. So there's a possibility it's a Strength IV. I'll have to double check the I'll have to double check the class change, right? Because I actually hold on before we do that. Before I waste my time doing that, because I don't know what IV this is, if this is any. Dwarf Dragon Flute, true. W Flute. I mean the flute is nice. Don't get me wrong. I'm not getting rid of this flute. There's no way. You have to over my dead body. You know what I mean? But it would be nice if it's a Strength IV for, like what Magoto said, for Dwarf Dragon. Not saying that we're going to do Dragon anytime soon, but it would be nice to just prepare for it, you know what I mean? Get a nice head start. I genuinely don't know if this is a if this is an IV of some kind, so I'm double checking right now. Hey Malcolm, how are you, man? 9, 19, 12, 9, 9, 19. Oh, I think this is a Piety IV. Ah, yeah, it's a Piety IV. Unfortunate. It's a waste. Alright, well, I'm still gonna hold on to it, obviously. But it's just unfortunate that it was Piety IV. Alrighty. I think, honestly, that's it for the alternates. Oh, okay, well, we got another one. It's Alice. Unfortunately, I mean, in normal circumstances, this would be a huge W, but this isn't normal circumstances. I am keeping it, though. I could fuse it with the Alice we currently have. Let's see. Is this an IV of some kind? Because, like, these are trophy characters, but I would at least like a good IV for my trophy characters, you know what I mean? So, let's double check here. We do not have an IQ IV, nor a Piety IV. Very unfortunate. I think that's a Strength IV. No, it's not. I'm totally, absolutely wrong. 13, 13. Oh, this is a Dex IV. Alright, Dex IV, Alice. Unfortunate, but, you know, whatever. What? What is up with the Alice's today? What the fuck? This is the Strength. Oh my god! Are we gonna merge the Strength and Dex IV Alice and just have, like, a huge bonk meme Alice build for the trophy? Damn, that Alice ult looks clean. It does. It's just unfortunate because we haven't gotten a Chloe at all, and we need Chloe. If Chloe was part of the permanent banner, I wouldn't be too pressed about it. But it's just like, I don't think we're gonna get a Chloe, guys. I think we're done. Don't forget to like the stream. Hey, I appreciate it, Juju. But yeah, I don't think Holy Insane Alice. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get the alt Chloe though. Hold up, is this Piety IV? I genuinely don't know. Please let it be Piety. Wait, actually, it doesn't even matter. I'll double check anyways, but it doesn't matter. Where the fuck is Marianne? Here she is. No, it's not Piety anyways. It's not Piety anyways. I don't know why. I just saw Marianne. I was like, oh my gosh, Piety IV. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. She's not her alternate, so who cares? Okay, well, this is sad. We're getting a lot of beast, folks. And subscribe if you like what you see. Wizardry got right here. Wizardry goat. Okay. I appreciate it. But yeah, yeah, unfortunate. No alternate Chloe at all. Very fucking unfortunate. I'm going to double check what we have for Lana. W Alice user, no one will notice. Okay, bro.
Welcome to the guild.
Let me check here. Do we have an Alice trophy? Or Lana, excuse me? We do. I don't think that Lana was a Strength IV either. Not that it really matters, because this one's not an IV, or a Strength IV either. Which one? I don't remember. Do we have an Alice? We do have an Alice. I don't even remember what...
Those who do not believe in Agora are less than human.
I think this is 6 bonus points. With no IV, I think. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's an IV here. Let me double check. Because I don't think it was a Piety IV. I think that's just pure ridiculous, right? Yeah, I think everything else is fucking no IV. Yeah. I don't know. I'll get rid of the normal one we have right now because it's a Dex IV, so who cares? But I'll hang on to the alternate, and I'll probably just wait for, like, I don't know, a Piety or an IQ IV. Oh wait, this is edit. This isn't higher.
You wish to register an adventurer?
And then this Lana will also get rid of, because like what we're doing right now, for those of you who are like just funneling in and figuring out what the hell this whole challenge is about, what we're doing right now is we're using all of the legendary characters that we don't have that we do have trophies of, and we just chuck them. We get rid of them because we're not going to use them. We can't use them at all.
You would do well not to forget.
And I'm not gonna lie, that the Alice's would have been a huge W if we were using legendaries, right? Or at the very least, legendary inherits. Because, I mean, even if we couldn't use the legendaries, if we could use the legendary inherits, I would instantly put the alternates on Dumpy Dan, because that would be huge gains. That or Marianne, because Marianne's gonna be in the team for, like, probably the entire game, I'm gonna be honest.
What's wrong?
Normally we would want to discipline, but we don't have level 3 Latomorphous, so we're gonna go ahead and do that instead. Discipline is nice, but Latomorphous level 3 and level 7 are just too goated not to try to get, you know what I mean? So, now we have Latu level 3, which is nice. Oh, by the way, I got 104 exchange points on the Summer Lavana banner. Oh, you mean the alternate Lavana? Should I just get another copy? All I got from the Purple Remains was 2 chest armors. Yeah, so for Lavana, only go for another copy, because all of the gacha equipment that she has in her exchange shop is just bad. It's not good. Like, you could probably argue that the axe might be nice because of the passive on it, but I haven't seen anything about the axe's passive that would tell me that it's really good. Like the clean hit. I haven't seen anything suggesting that the clean hit makes the axe worth it. In my opinion, I would rather have Lavana with Adam's Inheritable that prevents all elemental attacks from being resisted, and then give her a Seafoam axe, and then that way there she reaps the benefits from the axe, but then you're always doing water damage no matter what, so you can take advantage of the passive that increases the damage you deal if the opponent is weak to water. I feel like I got a hair in my eye. Oh, that's so annoying. think I got it. I'm not sure. I think I did, though. But yeah, I think the Seafoam Axe with Levana just has so much synergy. Also including her base Gacha weapon, because that one is also a water axe. I don't think this new one is water-based. I could be wrong. Got it, thank you, bro. Not a problem, Juju. No, I didn't get it. What the heck? This fucking... Okay, if I keep itching my eye, it's because of this freaking hair will not get out of my eye. Oh my gosh. So annoying. I don't know why it's doing that. Okay, anyways. You know, trying to ignore the fact that I keep rubbing my freaking eye. Let's open the junk pile, right? Let's open the junk pile, and then after the junk pile, we'll get the guaranteed Marianne ult and see which... We'll see if it's good or not. And good... The definition of good for the ult Marianne is Piety IV. If it's anything other than Piety IV, it's garbage. Alright, it's literally... not inherit, excuse me. It's discipline fodder. Because, like, the benefit with the alternate is, like, if... Because we have the discipline for the base unlocked, right? So if we have the alternate fused into our base, we can use the alternate for discipline, because the alternate's inherits aren't super desirable. Like, there's Badios, which is the base, and then there's Way of the Priest, which is the secret inherit. The base also has the secret inherit, right? However, I think it's more valuable to have the alternate as discipline fodder, since, you know, outside of Way of the Priest, you're not really going to be inheriting Badios on anyone, even on Marianne, you know what I mean? Regardless of whether she's a priest or not. So we could use the alternate for increasing the discipline level, and then we'll have our base focus on Latamophis, so then by the time we get Latamophis level 3, then we can start investing into the discipline on our base, because we already have the base discipline unlocked, so we don't care about the base discipline anymore. I unfortunately did level it up by 1, so it's level 2 instead of level 1, but honestly it's not that big of a deal, because it's literally just 1 extra copy, which could have given me Latamophis level 3 earlier, but... You know, we only have gotten 1 Marianne since then, so it really would not have made that big of a difference. So, I'm not too worried about it, but hopefully once we get the alternate, we can start investing in the discipline for the alternate, get that to level 9, and then, you know, hopefully by then we'll start disciplining the base form, and then we can get additional bonus points and start investing more into Piety, and she'll just be a really, really good character because she has access to her alternate and her base. So hopefully that is the case. And this is another thing of what I mean right here with because these are heavy boots, so they kind of suck because they have decreased action speed and evasion, but they have a blessing that totally counters the action speed decrease and actually increases our action speed. And they're 4-star. So if we get a action speed alteration, an action speed alteration stone, we can alter the magic defense to action speed as well, so we can double up on action speed with a reduction of action speed by 1, which kind of sucks compared to what we could have gotten on it instead, but it's better than no action speed, you know what I mean? So that's just one example of what I mean by, like, depending on what the blessings are and everything else, the heavy armor could be beneficial for you. That's so disappointing. If this was like action speed surety, like if this was like a god roll, this would be insane. For the memes, I could low facet, low facet, that doesn't make any sense. I could L facet, but it's like, whatever. This isn't... I was gonna say it's not terrible, but it's like... The only good thing on this is magic, so it's like, whatever. This is actually not bad. It sucks that it's 2-star, but seeing how deprived we are for action speed, and the fact that we can triple up on action speed, this could be pretty good. This could be a decent compromise, honestly. Bro stroking it on stream, rip eye. True. So you mentioned about a free-to-play axe for Levana. May I ask where to get that? So the free-to-play axe is called the Seafoam Axe, and those are the silver tier water weapons that you can get from the Water Den, that you unlock after completing A4 from what I'm aware of. Outside of that, the only other water axes you have available is base Levana's Gacha weapon, or the A2 axe weapons, the water ones from A2. Now, those are steel grade, so they are quite a downgrade in comparison to the other two axes, but that is the only other free-to-play water axe you're going to be able to get before Seafoam. Oh my gosh, this hair is so annoying. But if you want to stick with the water axe from A2 and reinforce it with the, like using ebon steel and then using steel axes and whatever else to reinforce it for it to deal extra damage and shit, you can totally do that. I spoke with Gagging a while back, and he was saying how the reinforcement, like, reinforced weapons of the same tier are going to have less damage. Like, if you were to compare a Seafoam axe to a max reinforced steel water grade axe, it's going to be less than the Seafoam in comparison, but it's not decreased by an exorbitant amount, if that makes sense. Like, it's not like you're going to want a maxed out reinforced water axe, the steel one, with really good blessings. You want that over a really shit Seafoam axe. So, like, again, it's one of those things where it's really like, which one has better blessings, which one has more stars, that kind of stuff. Just wash your eye, rubbing will just irritate it. Well, maybe if it didn't want to get irritated, it wouldn't have a fucking hair in it, So, sorry, but my eyes should know better. No, but I would, but I also don't want to. I'm too lazy to get up, so we'll deal with the pain. We'll go through it. We have this Dagger of Aurora. This doesn't really help me. You would assume that this would help me with a Greater Seal Demon, because you would assume that the Greater Seal Demon is Dark type. But it's not. It actually does not have a type, which sucks. It's a Void type, or Neutral type, as they renamed it. So this does nothing for me for Greater Seal Demon. This would help with the dark slimes, the dark entities, and I believe the succubi and the demons in the Separation Cave, but when it comes to the actual Greater Seal Demon, the light element does nothing for me. So this is nice, but it's like, I'm better off with a Demon Slayer, or a Demon's Bane dagger. Damn it, I haven't unlocked A4 yet. Thank you. Take a second to rinse your eye if you can't get it out. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, Silver already said it again, yeah. New Alt Renee, so broken, then her passive and inherit took 8 GB update. We'll see. We will see. Now, this would be good if magic wasn't here, and instead it was attack. But honestly, I could cope and change magic to surety, so I get double surety off rip. So I'll hold on to this. I don't know if I'll use it, but I'll hold on to it for right now. The 1-star ones are just kind of ass. I'm willing to cope with 2-star like this. If this was blue, I'm willing to cope with like 2-star blue like robes and shit. But anything, but like 1-star is just not worth it. Green, honestly, not worth it either. The only thing that's worth it for me right now is green 3-star and higher, or blue 2-star and higher. Like a 4-star purple would be insane, but that's not necessarily what I'm going for at the moment. I'm just trying to get together like the most odds and ends that I can get, so that I can start farming the Greater Seal Demon, so then I can actually start getting the good gear. And right now, it's looking like I'm not going to be able to cope with any of this shit. This is so sad. Yeah, wow, this is rough, guys. What was the only thing that we could cope with? The 3-star axe? Oh yeah, this robe too. Um, honestly, I'll hold on to the. I'll L-fast this. I'll try to cope and L-fast this because I have like 2 L-fasts, so I could just use one of them just for the fucks of it. If it's nothing good, I'll just fucking trash it. But I don't want this to be a total bust because like this is like it's like mid. This in normal circumstances this would be ass, but because of how badly I need action speed right now, this could actually be pretty decent. The arcane stabs are kind of a bust. Like this would be nice if it was 3-star, but like, you know, most of the shit's like 2-star, 1-star, blue and green. Like this does nothing for me. This does nothing for me. Like, this is just all not good. Which is unfortunate because I should have showed it, honestly, but I had a lot of Fey gear in here. There's a lot of Fey junk in this summon pool, and I just didn't get anything that's, like, notable at all. So, other than, like, the steel grade, what was it? The steel grade light armor, but I don't even think this was from what I got from Separation Cave. I think this is what I got from the dailies. I don't know. And then same with this, because I also did the what was it? The guild tag weekly, and I did that in A2. So I mean these, like, all of it, this whole page might have just have been what I gotten in A2, honestly. Yeah, this is not a good summon, guys. We'll really have to pull something out of my ass to see if I can do fucking anything with this. But first things first, we are going to go ahead, and like I said, we're going to summon the Marianne, and we will see, hopefully, if we get a Piety IV. If we do, honestly, the whole summon portion of this stream is saved. If we don't, it might just be a massive L, to be honest, guys. But we'll see. We'll see. Alright, Piety IV, please. Please, please. 50 Piety. 50 Piety. Come on. I don't want to skip. I'm afraid I'm going to jinx it by skipping this whole animation. I don't know. I'm scared, guys.
What?
Everything's led up to this. Like, come on, please.
I'm not in the presence of God. Where am I?
Somewhere special. This is where you're at.
Time I try to remember.
Oh no! God damn it!
One thing I do remember.
Oh, what? Tell me this is like Speed IV or something.
Or something.
That's so upsetting. What is this? I should have opened up the Marianne page, so I'm not stuck here looking for Marianne. Oh, here she is. So 11, 13, 14, 11, 13, 14. 11, 12, 14. 11, 12, 14. I think, is this Luck IV? Oh, this is a Luck IV. Damn. Strength IV Marianne? Nah, it's Luck IV. Strength IV Marianne has 12, not 11. This is a Luck IV. Because normal Marianne has 12 luck, not 13. Oh, we're looking for Piety over Speed IV? Yeah. So, it's funny, because I was actually talking to Gagging, and I think Shiro was in the conversation as well. I think. I could be wrong. But I was talking to Gagging about investing in speed, or maybe it was Makoto. I could have sworn there was like a third person in the conversation. But I was talking to Gagging about speed and investment, and Gagging was talking about how Speed IV right now, depending on what you're doing, might be worth, but later on in the game, it will most likely have a harsh decline compared to other IVs that you could go for. So right now, Speed IV could be good, but in the long run, it might not be worth it. Then again, this is mostly speculation. Like, this hasn't been confirmed at all. Personally, I don't really feel the need to invest in the speed, even if that wasn't the case. That hypothesis or whatever kind of just solidifies my way of thinking. But genuinely, I just want to have the most piety that I can have, because piety affects your divine power and your MP total. So the more piety, the more MP I'm gonna have, and the more healing I'm gonna have, or the more healing I'm gonna be able to do, right? So that's kind of like my thought process. Piety over speed for more healing value over speed. Yeah. I mean, like, even if you were in favor of speed, she is a wind type, which has a bonus in speed, so her typing is already going to kind of help you out with the speed regardless. And also, action speed is mainly dictated via gear. The only time that speed is going to have an exorbitant amount of, like, a huge effect on your action speed and evasion growth is usually ninjas and healers. At least I think ninjas. I'm not entirely sure about ninjas, but I know definitely healers really benefit. Like, the calculations on it seem crazy, because, like, comparing a speed IV Camille to a non-speed IV Camille, and I would know personally because the Camille we're using right now is not speed IV, and the Camille I'm using in my main is speed IV. Right now, the only difference between the two Camilles that I'm using is a level of 6, because I want to say mine in my main account is 64, and this one is 58, and the action speed on my 64 Camille is almost like 140, if not faster, and she has like 160 evasion. Like, it's genuinely insane, the perceived calculations, at least, like, the difference between a speed IV and a non-speed IV. It's insane. And the bonus points for both characters have been invested into solely speed. So it's genuinely insane, the speed calculations that healers have. Now again, I'm not 100% sure on ninjas. I would assume the speed calculation is fairly high because they kind of have that evasion gimmick going, right? But I can't say for certain because I don't use ninjas too often. I use them every now and then, but it's not like, you know, I'm paying attention to, like, their growth and seeing how crazy the difference is between speed IV and non-speed IV. And genuinely, I wouldn't have really done that either with healers if it wasn't for the case that I'm using two different profiles with two different IV'd like versions of the same character, right? So, like, and honestly, I don't have that great of gear on my main Camille either. It's mainly evasion based because I'm going for kind of a meme build with her. So, like, the amount of action speed that she has right now could be way higher if I wanted to go for it. But, it's just astonishing the speed calculation that healers have. And, like, again, she's just an elf. Like, for people who have a speed IV Anemone, or however you pronounce her name, you know, the fairy, like, they're probably swimming in action speed right now. They're probably looking for, like, other pieces of gear to invest into other stats, like, struggling to do that because of how much action speed they have. And by struggling, I mean, like, they're probably looking for, like, they're trying to go out of their way to avoid action speed gear, is what I'm trying to say, right? You don't need your priest to be 500 action speed. True. You also don't need that. For healers, it's a different story because you want them to go first to lay down incense or to kind of initiate edifying healing mist, right? To give your characters reactive healing, right? I say reactive in quotations because there's also reactive healing, which is what priests do, where they're reacting to your characters getting hit, so you want to heal, right? So there's like two... It really depends on context, but still, like, you want to be as fast as you can to start edifying, you want to be as fast as you can to lay down the incense before any enemies can attack. Like, for example, the bounty where it's like that, the buffalo character, or the buffalo monster, the magical beast that always does stone breath, the Gorgon, I couldn't remember the name for a second, but the Gorgon that always does stone breath, like, I want to make sure I'm as fast as possible with Camille so that I can lay down the incense to make myself immune to stone, right? And I just want to make sure I have that action speed so I can land on the incense, I can start edifying, and I can start doing other healing shenanigans that I may or may not have unlocked at that current moment of time, right? For your speed IV cam, what was the stat at level 70? I genuinely don't know. Because she, like I said, she's level 64 right now. Like, she's not maxed out. And she is swimming in evasion and action speed. And I'm gonna be honest with you, the most blessings I have for my Camille is accuracy. Which sounds ridiculous, and I don't recommend anyone doing it on their healer, but like I said, I'm going for kind of a meme build on my character, on my main Camille, which is why I'm kind of pointing out how astonishing it is that the speed calculation into action speed innovation for healers is like really impressive compared to other classes. It's genuinely insane, and that's why I'm pointing that out, because I'm not necessarily invested in action speed or necessarily in evasion. I have some evasion invested into her, yes, of course, but that's not the main thing. The main thing I have invested into her is accuracy, because I kind of want to have some kind of funny evasion tanking, you know, counter-attacking healer, because I feel like it'd be really funny to have kind of like this weird offensive healer build for the front line for whatever reason. I found it the idea quite amusing, so that's what I'm doing with the Camille on my main account. But she is a speed IV, and the calculations are genuinely very impressive. No one has action speed on an M&A because no one has gear. Every people who spam macro with seed. Oh my god. Okay, I mean, true. But, I mean, outside of that, they're probably struggling to try to find pieces that aren't action speed invested, you know what I mean? Because Anemone is just so fucking fast. She's a healer and she's a fairy. Like, that's like quadrupling in speed growth. It's actually astonishing. But no, like, rolling back into the free-to-play account, it is very unfortunate that we did not get a Piety IV Marianne. So, unfortunately, we're going to have to not fuse the Marianne.
What's wrong?
This one right here. Yeah, because we don't get any Piety growth from this. We get 2 speed and 1 luck. That is... Yikes. That is nothing. Now, this Marianne does have her secret inherent, which is Way of the Priest, but even if I were to use this Marianne for Way of the Priest, I don't think I'd be able to level it up. Yeah, no, I'd need 3 more. So, genuinely, not even worth... If anything, this is worth just discipline for when I do finally emerge her. So, all of the alt Mariannes are going to be for discipline. All of the base Mariannes are going to be for Latu. And yes, that includes the Secret Inherits. I do not care if they have the Secret Inherit or they don't have the Secret Inherit. And the reason being is because we want to get Latumofis level 7. Now, we do have an AoE heal with Camille, the healer, right? But that also damages her. Now, Latu... It heals you, it's an AoE heal, it doesn't damage her, and it gives you a resistance buff, which doesn't really matter anymore, because we have healers, but overall, it's just a really nice alternative for when I don't have Camille, or if Camille is already low on health, and I don't want to kill her by having her use her AoE heal. Regardless, there are other reasons why I would want to use Latu level 7 over Camille's AoE. Especially since Latu level 7 is going to be able to heal more because it's a higher level skill compared to Camille's AoE heal. Because Camille's AoE heal is going to be stuck at level 1 unless I use codexes to level it up, right? And I personally, I don't want to do that. So, we're just going to have base Marianne focus on Latu, and then alt Marianne is going to focus on discipline, and then once we max those key points out, then obviously we're going to swap it. We're going to have base Marianne focus on discipline, and then we're going to have alt Marianne focus on inheriting Way of the Priest, if given that. If not, I mean, we could either focus on Badios for whatever reason, just because we have additional altars of her that we're not going to use otherwise, or we can just get rid of her and trade her in for guild tags. Either way, I haven't gone that far, but that's just kind of, speaking, getting the mental notes out there. I'm trying to draw a Garchomp, and I'm struggling, dude. Oh, you got this. I believe in you, sis. You got it. Should I get Alt Marianne too? The only time you should get Alt Marianne is if you are actively going to use Marianne, or if you... It really depends. Okay, so the main reason why I want Alt Marianne is because it's the only priest that has an alternate, right? Which gives me additional bonus points to lead into her, which makes her even better than she could have been without the alt, or the alternate. If it's your main account, you don't have any restrictions or anything, only go after Alt Marianne if you like Marianne, right? It's one of those things where it's like, I like the character, I want a different look for the character, and I want to make that character stronger because I like the character. If all of those factors kind of match up, then absolutely go for it. If not, and you just want to get it because it seems cool, I mean, you could, but it's not advised to really invest into Marianne when you have characters like Alice that's completely, like, dominating the support field. Alice-less behavior? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, me investing into Marianne right now in this free-to-play account is because I can't use Alice. If I could use Alice, I would not be investing in Marianne. And instead, I would be focusing on Alice, getting my Alice's Latu level 7 up. I'd be using her alt. I'd be merging her. I'd just be decking the hell out of Alice. And honestly, I could technically use Alice because I got Alice from the guaranteed legendary remains, because we are given one legendary we can guarantee ourselves for everyone to have. But I figured the run would be more interesting if I didn't even have access to that. So that's why we're not using Alice. If we did have access to that one legendary, I did choose Alice for it, and you can see it in the first VOD. So we could totally have used Alice, but I'm not going to do that. I feel like it might be a form of cheating, even though it necessarily isn't. Here, I'm going to turn on my light. The piss light is coming on, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, piss light is on. How about Priest Shelly? Priest Shelly is nice. Personally, I prefer her as a mage. But she is also the only magic user that can regen her MP just by sleeping. So using Priest Shelly, it's just so the one thing that Priest Shelly has on Alice is the MP regen from sleeping. But the thing is if you have Alice's alternate, she doesn't necessarily have that on her anymore, because her alternate has the ability where if she uses a spell, there's a chance that she could just regenerate the MP back. And I mean, like, all of it. It's not like in increments of 8, like how Shelly is when she's sleeping. Like, Alice, like, if you use a spell that's, like, 32 MP, you have a chance of getting all of that 32 MP back. So she can, essentially, in some cases, just get a free spell cast. Or even a free skill cast, because it also works for the SP pool, not just MP. So, I mean, if you have alternate Alice and you merged her with base, I mean, really, there's really no point in preferring Shelly as a priest over Alice as a priest, right? But let's say you don't have her alternate. Then yeah, absolutely. Priest Shelly is definitely a good alternative, you know? Definitely, 100%. Oh my god, he's at Mexico. I'll get Cuisinart. Yeah, I mean, Cuisinart is just such a good weapon. But it's really hard to prefer anything else over Cuisinart in the free-to-play. Or, excuse me, into just any kind of scenario where you're going through the exchange shop, right? For this free-to-play account, I'm not allowed to use banner weapons either. And the reason why was because initially I was on the fence about it, because, you know, there are gacha weapons in the exchange shop, but at the same time, the only way to really get gacha weapons outside of the exchange shop, and in some rare cases, dispatch, right? The only other way outside of those two, like, ways is from the gacha, and that's only by summoning the limited character or the special character for that banner, right? So and at that point, it's just like, then I'm kind of going through, like, oh, well, is this in the exchange shop? Is it not in the exchange shop? Should I try to, try to go for this? Can I go for this weapon? Can I go for this gear or whatever else in the banner? And it just, at that point, it started making me feel like there could be a form of FOMO for some banners, and then for other banners, like the permanent banner, it's just like, okay, well, now I have to go out of my way for gold to get the right choice, and then I have to make sure that I'm getting the right stars and blessings for the right weapon or gear that I'd want. Like, because there's also Sevilla's boots, which is nice for spear damage, but then there's the Cuisinart, which is one of the best, technically one of the best free-to-play weapons you can try to grab. Then again, it's also dependent on if you've summoned enough and you're waiting patiently for each month to refresh the shop, or you're waiting for the Cuisinart to come back from another Wana banner if they come out with another limited time Wana banner, you know what I mean? So there's just like a lot of things that I have to think about when it comes to like what banner equipment would work, what wouldn't work. Is it worth worrying about this piece of equipment? Is it worth to just ignore it and go on with the game as is? And overall, I think it's just better to just exclude banner equipment, especially since, like, I also don't want people to have the argument of, oh, well, he's doing all this, but he has a good Cuisinart. I can't get a good Cuisinart. My luck is terrible, right? And in this whole profile here, this is kind of like the absolute worst case scenario. How can you recover an account? And the absolute worst case scenario is you don't have banner equipment, or you don't have gacha equipment, you don't have legendaries, you can't use their inheritables because for whatever reason you can't get any legendaries. Like, this is supposed to be like the worst case scenario. How can you kind of get around like the overpowered stuff, right? And I feel like if I were to use any kind of banner equipment, that would also kind of defeat the purpose of that as well. So there's just a lot of reasons and a lot of factors as to why I'm not using the banner equipment. So overall, I think it'd just be simpler and a lot easier to just be like, yeah, no legendaries, no inheritables, no gacha equipment. Like, you can do almost everything, and the reason why I say almost is because Dwarf Dragon is a bitch and a half right now, but I feel like it's going to be a lot easier to do in the future compared to right now. Because right now, the Dwarf Dragon and how to get there are literally over-leveled. They're level 80s, and we can't reach level 80 right now. So that's why I'm kind of like, right now, you might not be able to complete everything, with the worst case scenario, because Dwarf Dragon is so high, it's literally over-leveled compared to everything else. But I feel like in the future, just like the Greater Steel Demon, people are going to be able to grab weapons and gear and all this other stuff that could give them a better advantage against the Dwarf Dragon and just have an easier time and have it be more reasonable to fight. You know what I mean? So yes, I was watching my friend playing Garda for the first time, and the dungeon got bugged. All the monsters weren't moving, including the sentries. Yeah, that's actually what happened to me when I was playing through Garda as well. A3. I think we got to floor 7 that stream. I don't entirely remember, to be honest with you. Okay, unfortunately, don't have Alt Alice. Appreciate you, bro. Hey, not a problem, Jujubeen. Yeah, I mean, like, if you don't have Alt Alice, then yeah, Priest Shelly is definitely the way to go. But it's just like, at the same time, normal Alice has so much going for her, especially the fact that that normal, like, Alice in general is just automatically a priest and you don't need a handbook to change her. Like, outside of the MP regen, it's really hard to prefer Shelly priest over Alice priest. Just because she starts off as a priest, she has an amazing, like, she has all the benefits that Shelly would have being a priest elf, but she also has the buff extension inherent that nobody else has unless you use Alice, as an inherent fodder for Shelly. And then even then, Shelly wouldn't be able to reap all of the benefits that Alice would have using her passive. her inheritable. And even then, Alice also has a story, you know, like a personal quest that allows that passive to be upgraded, but only for her, which can then also, depending on what you choose in the story, could increase her IQ or piety. So she's getting even more stats than Shelly is, just from doing her personal story. Which, to do her personal story, you just use her as part of the party, and then once she gets to a certain affection level, boom, you got the personal story. So it's just like, as an alternative, if you don't have an Alice built, Priest Shelly is good. Also, the fact that you need a handbook to change Shelly into a priest is also kind of an issue, because some people just aren't going to have access to the handbooks. But, I mean, it's a training event right now, so at this current moment in time, you can't really use that excuse. But in scenarios where it's like, this event's not happening, you know, my luck is garbage, I can't find this handbook, yada yada yada, then I can definitely see people leaning more towards Alice than anything else, because she's super easy to build. She has all the benefits that Shelly has, on top of the buff extension and the personal request that literally just buffs her even more. And then she has an alternate that buffs her even more. And then the fact that she has an alternate in general also buffs her even more, because if you discipline her higher than Discipline 9, then you're starting to get additional bonus points to go into her IQ or piety, depending on which stat you're going into. There's just so many more benefits to go for Alice than there is to go for Shelly right now. And then again, that's also, like, best case scenario, you have all of this mumbo-jumbo nonsense going on with Alice. Again, if you don't have a built Alice, you don't have alt Alice, you don't have this or that or whatever else, but you have Shelly already built, Shelly is definitely a good compromise. 100%. Oh, Garda, Beginner Nightmare. Yeah, Garda's not fun. Garda's not fun at all. Worst case scenario is you sold all your gear and have nothing. Yeah. Yeah, I would say, yeah, if there was a way where you could, like, where you'd sell all of your stuff, somehow deplete all of your cash, you're not allowed to summon, like, anything above General Adventurers, and you're forced to go into the Abyss and, you know, do literally anything. That is the worst case scenario, but I'm thinking of it like a more reasonable, like, why would anyone sell all of their gear and then waste all of their gold to have 0 gold and then 0 gear, you know what I mean? So, mine's more of like a reasonable kind of worst case scenario, if that makes sense. Pulled another Strength IV Levana with 7 bonus points. Thanks for the advice, man. Not a problem. And also, congratulations, dude. That's freaking awesome. Should I save the other Strength IV Levana? So, the thing about the... okay, you have a Strength IV Levana, right? I'm not sure if it's base or not. If it's not base, you can go ahead and inherit into her, or you can use her for Discipline fodder, whichever way you want to go about it. But if it is, like, her alternate or her base, like a different variation, I would say to not merge it, because if, let's say you have Strength IV Levana base, right, and then you got a Strength IV alternate. If you were to merge the alternate, because they both have Strength IV, right? Let's say you merge the alternate into the base. You're going to get virtually no stat growth, if any. And the reason being is because the stat growth will just be so astronomically similar, if not the exact same, that you will have no stat growth. And I do have experience with this with my alternate Deborah. My alternate Deborah is a Luck IV, and I got a Luck IV based base Deborah. So I kind of just selected the base Deborah with the Luck IV to see, you know, will this change anything? Will I get double up on luck, or will I get nothing? Like, what exactly, how will it interact? And literally I click on the Luck IV base Deborah, and it would boost no stats. Like, none of the stats were increased at all. Like, if you were to go on the screen and you were to, like, click on what character to merge, it will kind of, like, show you the variance. And I can even show you this right now. I even showed it, actually, in a little bit ago in the stream. But you see how, like, the blue shows, like, that they're changed? Like, you see speed goes from 40 to 42, and luck goes from 48 to or from 47 to 48. When I were to merge my luck IV alt Deborah with my luck IV base Deborah, and I swapped the bases too, you know, nothing would change. Like, this entire spreadsheet with, like, the IVs here, right above the discipline, none of these changed. So there is very little to no change between the same character with the same IVs, if that makes sense. So I would say if you're going to merge, look for a character with either a no IV or a character with another IV that you can take the growth from. Like, for example, Lavana, you have a Strength IV. That's fantastic. Now, I would say the next best thing to go for would be Luck IV, because then you won't have the Luck IV, but you'll have the growth from the Luck IV, and that's essentially what this is doing. So, with this character, the reason why I'm getting... So, this is a Luck IV Marianne. I'm getting additional Luck growth points because it's a Luck IV. She has more luck than normal, right? This one looks like it have a higher growth and speed, so I'm merging this Marianne into my current one, and I'm getting the speed growth that this Marianne would have gotten. So that's kind of what you're doing. You're taking the growth that you would have gotten, the randomized growth that the character would have gotten, and you're merging it into your current one. That's why there are some characters that look the exact same way, growth, or like stats-wise, and sometimes the growth is completely different. You know, like, let's say I get another alt Marianne. It has a chance of only giving me maybe IQ, you know? Or maybe only strength, because maybe the character has the same growth for all of the other stats except for IQ, or maybe except for strength. Like, you're merging them for the stat growth, not necessarily the stats themselves, the stat growth. And this can even be shown, if I were to take the alt Marianne, which is in the adventure log. Where is she? I know I'm blind. Give me a second, guys. Alright, here she is. Alright, let's say I just take this alt Marianne, and I'm like, yeah, I want to use her, put all of it in a piety, and so I'm going to get, you know, if I merge this alt Marianne, or if I merge this Marianne with alt Marianne, I get, like, 2 extra luck and 1 extra speed, right? Well, now, let's say instead, I'm probably gonna have to take her off my team. Let me do that real quick, actually. I'll just take her off my team, because I don't think you're allowed to merge characters into teammates, or, like, you know what I mean. Okay, where is she? There she is. So let's unlock her. So she gets 4 bonus points in everything. Now, this is because of the exams. So the exams are why I get +4 into everything. Now, if I were to have this Marianne leveled up, I would have a clearer picture as to how much stat growth I would get from this Marianne. Because the stat growth that you see is only truly visible when the character already has investment. But that's why you usually want to make sure you have an IV, because, like, if I have a level 1 Marianne with a piety IV, and I merge this Marianne into her, this Marianne, I know for a fact, has IQ IV, so I'm going to be getting abnormally higher IQ growth compared to if I were to merge a Marianne that doesn't have an IQ IV, right? And I know this is a very long breakdown, especially for people who aren't, or who are already familiar with merging. And And that's why I kind of want to abruptly stop here, because I do have an entire video very briefly explaining all of the intricacies of this merging. I keep clicking on the wrong tab, I know, I'm sorry. It's because I'm talking, but I have a video explaining all the intricacies and stuff on merging, how to merge, what exactly you're merging, how to make the most of it. So I definitely recommend you check that out, but that's kind of my whole mini spiel of how it's working, what exactly you're doing, but, you know. It's Alt Lavana, my bad, I wasn't clear which ones I got. Oh, no, you're fine, Juju, don't worry about it. 3 stars and its stats are almost perfect. Ooh, good stuff, sis. By the way, Tideborn is my sister, so that's why I call her that. Man, this game has a lot of stuff I don't even take into consideration. Oh, yeah, well, that's why there's a lot of people who are into, like, min-maxing in this game, and who are very critical with the decisions that other people make. Like, not necessarily newer players, but players who have gone to a certain point in the game and who kind of don't really take into consideration the advice of the people who min-max. So, like, that's why those min-maxers kind of are critical of those people specifically, because there's just so much you need to, like, think about when it comes to building a character and really min-maxing the crap out of them. If you don't really care at the end of the day, then none of this information is not going to be that big of a deal for you. But if you want to take what you have and make the most out of it, like I'm doing for this profile, this is a lot of the stuff that you kind of just have to consider, you know? Not necessarily you have to do it all the time, but it's definitely something that you would want to take into consideration when you're building your main team, when you're putting investments into characters. Because, like, my Camille that I'm using right now is Vitality IV, but honestly, the speed growth is so insane, and I have all the bonus points in speed. I don't necessarily have to, you know, stop investing into her and just drop her and get a new Camille. I don't necessarily have to do that because of the way the stats are calculated. But as a min-maxer, in my head, I'm like, man, you know, I gotta get a new Camille, I gotta get rid of this one, you know. But as a person who's, like, just casually playing the game, who understands what you need to do, but isn't necessarily, like, you know, hard-coded to, like, you know, get the best that you can possibly get, it's not that big of a deal. It's really not. Like, a lot of people like to say, like, oh, this doesn't really matter, this doesn't really matter, it's all gear-based, which is true. The game is gear-based, absolutely, 100%. I'd be lying if I said it wasn't gear-based. But there's a lot of other things you want to consider that, like, build up to that point where it's like, oh, well, it's just gear. Because if you have a shit IV character, if you invested all your bonus points in the wrong stats, if you're giving them the wrong inheritables, like, in separation, it's not that big of a deal if you mess up, but if you mess up all of it, you're gonna have a shit time. You're gonna have a shit profile. It's just that simple. So, individually, each thing, if you mess up one thing or another, it's not that big of a deal, but if you mess up every single one, that's when it starts becoming a problem. And that's why I hate it when people tell me, oh, well, bonus points don't matter. Well, IVs don't matter. Oh, well, this doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. It's in the game for a reason. And if you mess up on that one thing, yeah, it doesn't matter. Sure, true. Individually. But if you keep not caring, and you expect your team to perform the same way as somebody who's been playing the same time, spent the same amount of money as you, and who got the same luck as you, like, if all of the things were the exact same, you didn't care but the other person did, that person's gonna have a better account than you. It's just that simple. Like, it truly is that simple. Which is why I hate the notion of, oh, well, it doesn't matter, don't focus on that, only focus on gear. Or, oh, well, you know, at the end of the day, gear's gonna save you. Yes, the big focus is gear, true, absolutely. But gear is not gonna save a chopped character, I'm sorry. Like, if you have a fighter that you invested IQ into, and then you're not really inheriting very much into him, gear is not gonna save that character. It's just not. It's not. So, that's why I don't like the notion of, oh, well, it doesn't matter. Because individually it doesn't, but accumulatively it does. What about the random growth from different fortitudes? So, I know I've been on a rant, and I'm starting to catch up on questions and all that other stuff. You do bring up a good point, Knight. Absolutely. The fortitudes are completely random. And what I mean by that is, the fortitude growth, we didn't necessarily think fortitude affected stat growth, necessarily speaking, until the devs, literally all they said was, oh yeah, fortitude affects the character. And we're like, yeah, we know it. What do you mean it affects the character? Like, what do you mean? And then we had to think about it, and we're like, oh, well, we already know that it affects how effective elements are on your characters, or how easy it is to revive them, right? We're like, okay, well, we already knew that. Like, there's, you know, whatever. We found that out in the first, like 3 months of the game. You know, we found all this out and make sure we had all the right calculations. So what do they mean by that? Well, we found out that the hypothesis of, you know, low max fortitude affecting stat growth was actually correct. And it turns out that the lower fortitude you have, the higher stat growth you have compared to characters that have higher fortitude. So for the newer players that aren't aware of this very small, what seems like minute detail of character customization and stuff, people are going to be like, oh, well, I prefer 100 fortitude. My OCD says 100 fortitude. Everyone has to have 100 fortitude. Well, because of that, you're actively nerfing your character. And what I mean by that is, I'm not saying that you have to always go for a character with lower fortitude than 100. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, if you had a choice between a character with 80 fortitude and a strength IV, and a character with 100 fortitude and a strength IV, the 80 fortitude one is going to come out better because of that low max fortitude. And no, the relic system does affect your fortitude, but no, the fortitude it drops does not affect your stat growth, just in case anybody gets confused. It has to be naturally occurring from the gacha itself. So, if you want the absolute best, the best character, you want as low fortitude as you can have, you want to make sure you have the right IV, you want to make sure you put all the right bonus points in there. If you have an alternate, you want to make sure the alternate has the right IV for a good stat growth. You want to make sure you're investing the extra bonus points in the right stat. You want to make sure you got the right gear for the character too. There's a lot for the character customization, and that low fortitude to high fortitude thing is just another factor. Now, the growth points that we get do vary depending on how low your fortitude is. Like a 80 fortitude character is going to have more stat points than a 90 fortitude character is, but how they're distributed is completely random. So you could have an 80 fortitude character and all of those extra stat growth could go into IQ. Like, it's completely random. We can't say for certain if there's a pattern or not. From what we've seen, there's no pattern. But we have confirmed that low fortitude does positively affect your stat growth, and the stat growth that you get from your low fortitude is completely random. So if you win the jackpot lottery, or if you just, you win the stat growth lottery, you're going to get a strength IV with low fortitude, and those stat points from the low fortitude is going to go into strength, going to go speed or luck, one of those 3 stats that could ultimately make the character stronger. And then you got an alternate character you can merge into them. They got a good inherent they could use on that character. And then, it has an IV that you need, like maybe luck or speed, depending on which sub IV or what stat growth you'd want instead. Like, there's just so much to the character, which is why it frustrates me where when people tell newer players, like, oh, it doesn't matter what you do at the end of the day, gear's gonna work. And I know I'm kind of reiterating myself, but I just want to emphasize the point that individually it doesn't, but cumulatively, excuse me, I can't pronounce that word for whatever reason now, it does matter. It does matter, like, as a whole. So, we got a couple of new people in here, actually. Hi, what's your prediction for the 8GB update? So my prediction for the 8GB update is we're going to get the Thieves trial, and we might get the new character. I think we're gonna get the new character. I don't know if we're gonna get anything else. I'm assuming we're gonna get those two guaranteed, though. I'm hoping, because it's 8 gigabytes, like, we gotta get, like, something crazy. What I'm hoping, not necessarily predicting, but what I'm hoping for is we get some kind of slag exchange where we can exchange the relics that we don't want in for more slag, so we can use that slag for the slag exchange shop for the other things. That's one thing I'm hoping. Another thing I'm hoping for is another permanent banner. I think that would be fantastic. But other than those two things... Oh! Before I forget... I know this is, like, the least likely to happen. But remember when I was ranting about, stone? And how when your character gets stoned, you have to use a Flame of Resurgence to come back, and then you're completely cucked on the fucking, items from the chest, because the chest is, like, not there anymore. Yeah, I hope they change it so then you can just have somebody who has the depetrification spell or whatever the fuck can cure you if you have it, and if you don't, you have somebody that has a petrify scraper, they can use that instead of using a Flame of Resurgence. Again, I know that's the least likely to happen because stone chests or stone needles in chests usually only appear in A3 or A3 adjacent abysses, so it's not that big of a deal in the overall, game, but that's one change that I really hope they make. But I highly doubt it's gonna happen. Damn, on my base Levana Strength IV, so what I really need is Luck IV for the alt version. In my opinion, yes. You have a sister, I feel sorry for her. Man, fuck you, Shiro. Lower Fortitude only gives a little stat, not much, but it's still RNG. That's true. 3 hours left before update. True. True. I'm trying to speedrun the messages so I'm up to date, because I've been on a mini rant on a couple of things, and I apologize for that. We should be playing, but, Thanks, you boy, I don't want to play this anymore. No, I don't want to No, I don't want to scare anybody about this. I don't want to scare people out of the game. I just want to make them aware of everything, Because it's one thing to purposefully make things sound convoluted, but then there's another way... And then there's another where it's like you just want people to be aware and know that, what they can and can't do can ultimately affect their account, and how they can avoid making the mistakes that would have either bricked their account or made it just harder to cover or to clear content that they could have cleared easier if they made the right decisions or, thought about it in a more informed light. I don't want to scare anybody off, I just want them to be more informed so then they know what they can and can't do, what they would want to do, and how they would want to go about their main team and stuff. I don't want to actually scare anybody away. So please, nobody, I'm begging you, nobody be scared off about this game. It sounds complicated at first because you're just coming into it, and you're figuring this stuff out, but I'm telling you, with the people in the community that are more than willing to help you, and, you figuring things out on your own as well, and just you asking questions in the community, like, you'll be absolutely fine. And even if you're not a big, part of the community, and you just want to play the game and, understand what's going on, ultimately asking questions, finding videos, going through the Faster Thoughts guide, it's going to help you. Genuinely, it will help you. You will get through this, I promise. Nah, keep going, bro. I started off pretty poor terms with no IVs. I'm putting bonus points in the wrong stats, but if you save enough green gems, pull for the IVs and replace your character. True, Juju. Absolutely true. I'm new there. Okay, Shiro. It's the game update. Yep. I would not be surprised for BG if it's for the Final Fantasy collab, because it's in August. Like a prep for the collab? I can see a prep for the collab. Yeah, I can see prep. I don't think we would really get anything like collab related, even deep into the files, because we do have some people, I'm not going to name any names or go too deep into it, but we do have some people that figure that stuff out when they do update the game and get the resources in there. So I wouldn't be surprised if they don't necessarily give us the resources for the collab yet, but in terms of server maintenance and making sure that everything's all well and good before the collab is released, I can definitely see that being a possibility too, absolutely. let's see, Thieves Trials, new alt for character, daily, weekly rewards update is my predictions. Not weekly. So the thing is, they said daily rewards are going to be updated first, and then the weekly rewards are going to be updated a couple days after. So if you're talking about just server specifically, then yeah, I can see preparation for that as well. But in terms of like what we're actually getting, what we're going to be seeing and interacting with, I don't think we're going to be seeing that until later. Thieves Trial, you think it'd be worth to use fast on the shit class? Genuinely, it really depends on the ring, because depending on what the ring is, it could probably make Thieves a decent evasion tank. It really depends. It also depends on what scrolls we'll have access to, because we're more than likely going to be getting the Way of the Thief scroll, right? Sucks that it's a scroll, but that's most likely what it's going to be. But then there's going to be other things like Precision Strike, which Precision Strike honestly is really nice up until you get like fighters with ESS and Poised Strike. Like Precision Strike is definitely a very good skill that I have been using for a very long time actually in this account. I remember that ran, it was funny. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I was freaking out on the Stone Needle, I'm gonna be honest. They're gonna add nothing option to hearken if you don't want to pick the blessings on that abyss. True, I completely forgot about that. That could probably be big, and the reason why I say that is because if you hit nothing, depending on what hearken you're choosing from, or what abyss you're choosing from, you might have a different result in a different abyss. We don't know, because we've never been given that option before, but if that is the case, that would be really nice. Because then you could just, like, recycle, like, you can cycle through, like, Abyss 1 through 4, depending on where you're at in the campaign. You can choose which Harkin has better blessings, you know what I mean? Maybe not necessarily, like, re-roll the blessing, but just see which Abyss, you know, offers you a different, like, blessing roll, if that makes sense. I hate Stone Trap. I hate Stone Trap. I hate it. I hate it. Just raise your resistance. Easy. I'm not raising a useless stat to avoid fucking Stone Needle. Just fix Stone Needle's interaction. That's easier. Fuck that. I'm not building for resistance. You're crazy. You really care about stats if you want to min-max? Exactly. True, GamerX. I'll keep playing. My main gacha was EOS, so I only have Wizardry now. Aw, man, I'm sorry about that, man. But I'm glad that you're, you know, willing to push through and continue playing Wizardry. I'm not sure what your main gacha was, but I'm sorry that it ended. I'm new and started 2 weeks ago. I just cleared a true A4 Greater Reward 1 yesterday. I have no gear yet. Where to farm? Okay, Shiro. Shiro, you're trolling? Yes, he is. I'm going to prep for the collab, maybe? Hey, if that's what you want to do, go for it, man. Wizardry equivalent of Zuli the Witch. I can't necessarily say I'm familiar with Zuli the Witch, so I'm not entirely sure. Man, I'm not ready if they release Yuzu or Renee alt. I'm not ready either, to be honest. Yuzu alt, so yeah. Honestly, I'm not either. I can't even like cope. I'm not ready for that at all either. Your boy, did you save for tomorrow, Renee alt? Yeah, no, I didn't save shit. Resistance is goated. Yeah, okay, Earl, you can simmer down there. Don't get him on on the tangent again. Excuse me. I know I think we yapped all the way to maintenance because maintenance is about to start in less than a half hour. So, I'm more than willing to stay on for a little bit longer to yap people's ears off more about like stats and shit, but we already kind of just blew through most of our time here. We have, why am I extracting? Hold on, we need to, okay, we're gonna need to alter that steel chest plate. Did I say fast? I'm in L fast. What is this? One single action speed percentile? It's fucking nothing compared to that. Huh. Where's the chest plate, though? Oh, there it is. Alright, let's see. Hopefully we get something cool. That'd be awesome. We have surety, evasion, and... Oh, man. I could cope with it and go double surety, but outside of that, yeah, that's still not that great. I could go double surety for this too. Ay. Okay, yeah, that's rough. That is rough. Alright, well, let's extract and see what we can get. Zuli the Witch is a well-known data miner in the Dark Souls community. Oh, really? Okay, well then, yeah, then yeah, you're correct. Kind of like that. Again, I don't want to get too deep into details about it, but yeah, I would say that's a fairly decent comparison. What if I can't pull a Luck IV or Alt Levana before the banner ends? Well, that's totally up to you, because if you want to, you know, if at the end of it you don't really care too much about a secondary IV, you could totally just merge one of what you got and, you know, hope you get a decent IV, or a decent stat growth, excuse me, or you can wait. There are some cases where, personally, I'm waiting on some characters to get their alternate back before I merge. One of them is Shiyu. I've been wanting a Strength IV Shiyu. I didn't get a Strength alternate Shiyu, so now, currently, I'm waiting to get another one. I'm waiting for the banner to come back. You don't have to feel... You shouldn't feel like you have to merge, right? Merging should be for the benefit of the character you already have. So, if in your mind it doesn't benefit your character if you merge right away, and you feel like it'll benefit the character more if you wait and then merge the right one, then go ahead and wait. Because at the end of the day, the merging just gives you an additional variant of the character. Like, for me, I have an Ibanez, right? But she's not Strength IV, and I want a Strength IV Ibanez, and I did not get a Strength IV alternate Ibanez, but I got a couple copies of her alternate, so I gave her her alternate's inheritable, and now I'm currently waiting for her alternate to come back, and then merge a Strength IV if I get one, hopefully in the future. I'll wait and merge that into her when I get the chance. You should never feel like you have to merge your character. The alternate should only be in your mind if it will benefit your character. Because again, not only are you getting the stat growths, but you're also getting the other variant that could be better in other situations compared to the base. And then also, you can reallocate the bonus points you currently have. So let's say you have 8 bonus points, you put them in the luck, and luck ended up not being a great stat for your fighter or something, you know, and you feel like you need to change the bonus points to something else. You can alter them, and you can reallocate all of the bonus points you invested so far into the right stat. So you should always think of merging as kind of like a strategic way to customize the character in the way that you find out you would want more, you know, if that makes sense. Like you feel like it would fix them, or you feel like it would the reallocation and the additional inherent and whatnot will elevate them to the next level that you want them to be. That's how you should think of merging. Merging isn't just you can now change the look of the character. Merging is literally you're fusing a different version of the same character that could, in the end, make the character way better than they could have been. So that's kind of the way you should always think about merging, is if I merge this character into what I have now, or vice versa, you know, in case the one you just summoned has an IV that you want over the one you currently have, you know, so vice versa the base, will this benefit the character overall? If in your head the answer is not really, it'd be nice, but who really cares, then I would say just wait. But if in your head you're thinking, oh yeah, it's gonna help a lot because I can reallocate, I get additional point growth, I get the additional inherent on top of everything else, like everything will be good, everything's gonna be making the character better, I would say go for it. It's really up to you. Fair enough, brother. I'll wait for the rerun or pull a luck IV base Levana to merge. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, if you prefer her being a knight, I would say prioritize the luck IV, but if you prefer her being a fighter, definitely go for the strength IV, 100%. Oh my gosh, now we have Magoto doing the trolling too with Shiro. Oh, did I miss any important things? I haven't played this for months after I cleared Abyss 4 Zero Corruption. Oh, you mean the true ending of A4? Because there is a bit of a distinct difference, because Zero Corruption, because the only Greater Warped one that has corruption is A3. So there's the Zero Corruption Greater Warped one from A3, and then there's the true ending of the Greater Warped one for A4. So if it's the A4 true ending, you didn't necessarily miss too much. There have been a couple of alternates for some characters like Sevilla and Shiu. There have been some very minor UI adjustments, none that I can necessarily think of on the top of my head. I think we've gotten the refine and alteration merging exchange shop, or whatever you want to call it. We got that in the time span they introduced A4 to now. They also have a new fishing mechanic if you're interested in fishing. They did add a few new things, but nothing that's like, if you're focused on the core gameplay loop, they didn't really change, or they didn't really add too much to the game. Because, wait, were healers added after A4 was introduced? I think they were, right? Yeah, no, they were. So, I mean, if you weren't there for the healer, then the new healer class was also introduced, if you're not aware of those. Yeah, true ending where I cured the disabled kid. Gotcha. Abanias is a major boost to her capabilities, in my opinion. Her ability to cherry-pick enemies, useful as fuck. Even though she's a priest for me at the moment. That's fair. Yeah, I mean, if you saw one of my earlier streams, I actually did end up beating the Greater Seal Demon for the first time with a priest Abanias. And she didn't act like a priest, like she was literally just a fighter in the priest class, if that makes sense. So, I mean, yeah, honestly, in my opinion, Abanias is a very, very strong character. And the new additions to, you know, like her personal class, as well as her alternate and all that other stuff, definitely elevated her to, like, an entirely new level, in my opinion. So, if you think you're going to benefit the most by min-maxing your character with, you know, using her alternate, I would say, you know, try to roll the best you can get. And if you end up waiting, like Juju is for his Levana, if he doesn't end up getting the IV for the growth that he wants, you can always inherit her skill into her. Not merge, but inherit her skill into her. Two completely different things. You can still reap the benefits of that inherit while not feeling forced to merge the character. And she still gets the full benefits of it. It's not like it doesn't get an inherent buff like most skills get when you merge legendary inherit onto a different character, because it's still the same character. So Altabanias's inherit will get no nerf when you inherit it onto your base Abanias. And then also vice versa, like if you want to inherit base Abanias's inherit onto Altabanias, because let's say your Altabanias is better and you haven't gotten a decent base Abanias for whatever reason, you can always take Flutter Dream Flash, base Abanias' inherit, and give it to alternate Abanias' inherit, and you'll get no downside. And this works for all interchangeable characters. Like, Alt Debra, you want the full benefit of base Debra's inherit, but you don't want to merge them yet, just inherit or inherit on there, you're good to go. Levana, you don't want the axe decrease, or the decreased damage from her axe thrown, you know, inherit the alt on her base. They both have axe throw, so it could be interchangeable, really, but still. What I'm trying to get at is, because the character is technically the same, they don't get the inherent debuff. that they would normally get if you gave their inherent to a different character. You already beat A4. I beat A4 twice. I haven't gotten the true ending yet because I'm lazy and too busy doing other things, including playing this account. And I should be playing this account, but I keep getting caught up in literally a bunch of other talking points. Not that I personally mind, but for somebody who wants to see me like actually do things on this profile, they're probably like, dude, what the fuck, can you like actually do something? Personally, I'm not that pressed about it. Oh, did I mess it up? I did mess it up. There we go. Fight flavored Priest of Banyas makes sense to me since I'm doing the exact same thing. 2 hammer for the win. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, literally. I used the 2-handed hammer when beating the Gritter Seal Demon. I wouldn't recommend it for everyone else. I would never, like, in this profile, if I have ever had access to a Banyas and used her as a priest for the 2-handed hammer, I would never do that. Never. I only did that on stream that time because I just really wanted to farm the Gritter Seal Demon. I was tired of waiting. Because, like, that team up was awful. The team, because I had, like, 2 knights, 1 priest. I had no fighters. And I think it was before A4 came out, too, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. I'm not 100% on that, actually. I'll have to go check the VOD again, but I think it was before A4 came out. Or if it was, I haven't got... Or if A4 did come out, I didn't go to A4 yet, from my understanding. Again, I'll have to check the VOD. But yeah, it was not a good... it was such a chopped team. I do not recommend anyone do that. It was not worth it. Actually, I don't have a lot of heavy iron boots. I'll just keep those. Get rid of these. I don't need that. And then this. Really, I only needed this for the evasion, but I think I have better evasion rings now, so I think I can get rid of this too. This I'll actually hold on to. Especially if for whatever reason I want to fight Morgus. The light gear will help. Because if I don't have a completely chopped team and I have even 1-star white light gear, I should be okay against Morgus. Again, that's if I want to fight him for whatever reason. Maybe that's like the end goal of this profile, is just try to fight and beat all of the super bosses available for the free-to-play account, right? I think that would be kind of funny. Debuffs? Nah, just raise resistance. Oh my gosh, Earl, this guy. Priest is still better overall for a general use case. Okay, I see. Our healer's worth. That's what started it. In my opinion, healers are worth. They're worth for bosses. Bosses like Gritter Seal Demon, the Seaman Demon, we like to call the newer, effectively Gritter Seal Demon from another cave. Dull boss, super fucking easy with healer. There's also some other bosses that inflict statuses that could be annoying, but I can't think of them on the top of my head. But yeah, overall, any boss that inflicts any kind of status, definitely super helpful. But yes, Magoto is right. Priests are better overall, like for a general use case, because you're going to be buffing and healing more often than you are trying to avoid statuses. And priests have the ability to cure statuses, so healers can prevent statuses, but priests can cure those statuses. Healers can too, but I think they take more MP than it's worth, especially if you only have like 1 or 2 characters that are affected by a specific status. I think it's one of these, right? Yeah, like cure. So accelerates metabolism, is vaporized into a rain cloud, curing 1 poison, paralysis, sleep, stun, stone, chill, freeze status effect for all allies. So effectively, it cures 1 of these for your entire party. But it's like, if you have 1 person who's affected by it, why do you need to use it? You know what I mean? And like that's where priests come in, because then they can select that 1 person, cleanse them, and instead of using 20 MP as you saw with Camille's spell, they're only using like 3 or something like that. Like if you're including Way of the Priest. Like let's see here, like this is like 2 MP, 1 MP. Level 2 is 2 MP, level 1 is 1 MP, 2 MP. Like it's like extremely cheap. So in a general case scenario, you're definitely going to want priests more than healers, but for boss fights specifically, healers are very great, in my opinion. They can heal with Divine and Mag. Yes, this is true. Their special Dios-specific spell is called Treatment.
Yes.
And the great thing about this is that it calculates its healing based off the user's magic and divine power, on top of it actually being able to be used underwater, which is very, very nice. Especially if you're in A2, where water is abundant, you can just start spamming fucking treatment in the water if you're trapped in the water for whatever reason. You know what I mean? How often are the maintenances for this game? Not super often, but they do it every Wednesday, which is pretty obnoxious because originally it wasn't supposed to be, or originally it wasn't on Wednesdays. It was more common on Thursdays when the game first came out and they were doing maintenances and stuff. It was usually Thursdays, which is why I planned Wednesdays. And then they started moving it to Wednesdays. I don't know when. And I just never decided to change the day to stream, so unfortunate. Just use priest and healer, you'll never get touched again. Yeah, exactly. That's why when there's like some people in the healer video that I made, the healer guide, where they were like, some people were talking about, they didn't necessarily say it specifically. Like they never specifically said, oh, well, healers are better. But there were some people who were insinuating that you could just stick with a healer by giving, said healer, like technically Camille at this point, right? Because everyone has access to Camille, not really Anemone, because Anemone is limited. So you can technically give Camille priest spells, and then, she's just as good, if not better. And that's where I was like, in theory, yes, but not all priest spells are inheritable. Like, not all of them are. So, like, on paper, you're right. You could stick with just a healer and then give them priest spells. Absolutely. You got a point. If all of the priest spells were inheritable, that is. But they're not. Which is why you should always kind of think of it. There are also going to be some cases where we're going to need 2 healers too. Like, let's not kid ourselves. There are some cases where 2 healers is just like the optimal way of doing some boss fights, alright? So, even in the case that you could completely replace your priest with a healer, you'd probably end up wanting to have another priest anyways for additional healing or additional buffing or whatever else. But even, that's not even the case. Like, the best way to do it is minimal worrying, have both of them on your team. Both of them can heal, one can prevent status, one can cleanse the status if, you've run out of uses from your incense for whatever reason. It's just, people are trying to, like, find ways to prefer some classes over another, and honestly, I never thought I would see that happen at all in this game. But it started when healers were added, and I'm like, why are we doing this right now? And there was one person when the healers were introduced, I forgot their name, and I think they were joking, but there was also a part of me where it's like, I can definitely see someone thinking like this, where they're like, oh, the healer class is going to replace the priest class completely. Your Alices are, you know, they're null and void. They're nothing. You know, you need to stop and like investing into your Alices now. Like, I genuinely, I think they were trolling, but I could definitely see some people maybe thinking like, oh, you know, I can prevent this status completely, so why do I need a priest that instead of completely negates the status, it just cleanses it? Well, my argument is incenses only last 2 times. And by that I mean they can only prevent your team from getting affected by 1 status for 2 turns. Or 2 times total. After those 2 times are up, then the enemy, if there's more of the same type, can still try to hit you with whatever status you're protecting yourself from. Like, let's say you're protecting yourself from Confusion or Charm, and you have, like, 5 Succubi on the team, and they all try to charm you. The Incense only works for 2 of those 5 charms. So, those 3 other times have whatever, you know, whatever chance to charm your team. And then, what are you going to do? Healers can't cleanse charm, and as far as I'm aware, there's no way to inherit Relish onto a healer. So you're just fucked, I guess, right? Because you feel like healers just gonna completely make priests obsolete, right? So now you have like 3 people charmed on your team, your team's fighting each other, and all of this could have been avoided if, you know, maybe you healed one other teammate that got charmed that also has Relish. Like, for example, let's say MC was charmed along with 2 other people. Well, you have your priest, you cleansed your MC of charm, your MC got the priest class change, so now they have Relish, and they can Relish someone else, so only one person is hitting your whole team, or randomly one of your team members, instead of like 2 or 3 people hitting your other team members randomly, you know? So that's why I effectively said you shouldn't think of the healer class as replacing or have either class replace the other, and more of they're complementary of of each other. Like, priests and healers mesh extremely well, which is why I'm thinking that the healer class and the priest class, if we ever get a character that can have a class change of both healer and priest, they are going to be absolutely insane for support, because then they can lay down incense, and then they can cleanse for whatever reason any status that happened, and then you can buff, and then, you know, we already have some mage skills like Battle Greph and Catino, which are both primarily used with mages. You have those as inheritable, so you don't even need a class change as a mage. Just throw that on the same character, so now they can start putting characters to sleep or slowing them down. Like, then now you have like an crazy, insanely good character like for support. And, you know, if Alice gets healer class change, like let's say they give us the ability to have 3 class changes, and Alice for whatever reason gets healer, that's just going to make her an even more prominent character to have on your team over literally any other support class character. So it's just like, you shouldn't think of one class replacing another, and more of, how does that class complement the other? Specifically in the case of support. Because at the end of the day, you're gonna want as much support as you can get for your actual DPS characters. I'm falling asleep. See, holy yap. Hey man, people are here for the yap. If you're not here, you have a good night, man. It's worth noting that completely failed attempts to apply a status don't consume incense usage. That is a good thing to say. True. Absolutely true, Knight. There's a Relish book, but it's paid. Gacha points or passport. Well, that's what I mean. Like, you have to go out of your way and spend money and do something else that you can't do via normal gameplay in order to do that kind of thing. You know, like, let's say this is the only gacha ever that has Relish as a book, right? Well, you know, let's say you start like after the gacha's done, or you start when the gacha started, but you couldn't summon enough to get the book. Well, now you're shit out of luck. Now you can't put Relish on your healer. Is there another way to do it? No. So, like, that's just, like, another reason, like, that's why I say, in theory, yes, but in execution, no. Like, that's what I kind of mean with that whole ordeal of you can't necessarily replace one class with another. They're immediately wrong because the only priest in the game is Alice, of course, and she's the best character in the game, so they're quite indubitably wrong. Well, yeah, well, that's what I mean. Like, Alice is such an incredibly strong character, and there are literally so many things that make her the strongest support character in the game. And, I mean, technically you could probably say she's the strongest character in the game because of how well she fills her roles, but it's just... It's very hard to agree with someone who says that one class is going to completely dominate the other. Especially since at the time that happened, that was like literally healer just dropped. Like that's like within the hour they were saying that. It's like, well, you know, not only do I not believe you, but that makes literally no sense. How could you know? You know, like we haven't, like we're just testing it like now. so how would you know? So not even Fighter replacing Knight? No. Fighter does not replace Knight. In my opinion, I think Knight is still broken in the sense that there are some things they need to change, in my opinion. But Fighter cannot replace Knight. Only Knight can use Knight's defense. Only Knight can, you know, all cover. There are some Knight exclusive things that do still help the team that fighters cannot do. So there is literally no way a fighter can out-Knight a Knight when there are Knight exclusive skills that only Knights can do. You know? That being said, the only thing that's going to out-DPS a fighter is a samurai, and I think we all understand why that's the case. But at the same time, in terms of like ease of use and how effective they are, it's all dependent on the fights and what exactly you're doing. Because yes, samurai out DPS is a fighter with like bamboo splitter, or in some rare cases like Shiyu, where she just fucking blows the DPS out of the water with her unique ephemeral illusion stance. You also have to consider like what kind of fight you're going into, what would be more beneficial, having a fucking ESS spamming fighter or a samurai setup with, you know, cresting stance and bamboo splitter. And that's also depends on your team comp. Like, there are some cases where it's like, yeah, this class does one thing better than this class, but how exactly could you make that possible? Because, again, samurais do deal more DPS, but they also include setup that also makes them weaker in terms of all forms of damage. Fighters don't need to do that. Fighters, you can literally just put them on the team and you say, hit that guy, and then immediately they're just fucking DPSing the shit out of them. You know, there's no setup needed. So that's kind of where you need to, at that point, that's where you need to gauge, like, okay, how is this fight gonna go? How would this class benefit more than this class, despite them effectively doing the same thing? Because they do the same thing, just the way they go about it is different. That's kind of why, you know, in some cases where, like, you know, a samurai might be better in this case scenario for DPS, a fighter would be better in another case scenario for DPS. And that's where you can't necessarily say that one class is overshadowing another, because that's when the nitty-gritty details starts going in, because let's say healers could heal statuses, you know, as effectively as priests do. It's like, okay, well, at that point, you know, what can priests do that would be more effective than healers do? You know what I mean? Nah, don't listen, guys. Just do 5 fighter and 1 priest. There was a point in time where I was actually doing that on my main account, and it worked out pretty well, up until I started doing, like, the actual hard content, and I was like, yeah, 5 fighters isn't really doing it anymore. Bro, if only they make Knight much more tankier, I would use them. That really is the issue, because gagging... I really find it funny, because gagging said that defense and magic defense is a fake stat. And to an extent, I do have to agree with them, because there's a very little difference between how much damage you take when you have like 150 defense versus 250 defense, you know? It's not as big of a difference as you might think. And it is sad, because I feel like Knights should definitely be a lot tankier than they are, because right now they just feel like a fighter that can take an extra hit or two, which, in my opinion, they shouldn't feel that way, because they're fucking Knights. They're the tank class, you know? The mage class is better than all other classes combined. Oh god, okay. What did Magoto get hacked and, you know, now it's Misty's ult? Bro, Knights is just a fighter with defense skills? Well, like, that's what I mean. Like, Knights shouldn't feel that way. And that's the issue, is that they do. So it's like, okay, well... And that's why I think it's very interesting that Knight brought up, you know, oh, so Knights can't be better than or fighters can't be better than Knights, right? Or they can't overshadow Knights. It's like, in terms of what Knights are made for specifically, no, they can't. But at the same time, because it's really hard to set up your team for defenses and stuff, at that point, it's like, okay, well, defense doesn't make sense and it's not worth investing in at all, yada yada yada. Why the fuck do I need a Knight? And that's a really good point. I can't really combat that argument, because it's kind of not really a hill worth dying on. Knights are kind of in a bad state where it's like damage being dealt is so high that even with as high of defense as you want, it's really hard to like just tank a couple of hits, especially with the harder content, like things like the Greater Seal Demon, depending where you are in the game. Same with the Samurai Secret Boss and the Only Island, depending on where you are in the game. Same with Dwarf Dragon, same with the Seaman Demon. Like, there's just so many, like, now we're getting super bosses where it's like, oh yeah, even with Knight's defense, they're doing a substantial amount of damage. And yes, there are inherits, like Adam inherits in Way of the Knight, which is a secret inherit now, and has been since they introduced the secret inherit mechanic from Alice, or not Alice, excuse me, from Alex, which is nice. They soften the blow of the damage, but at that point, now we're relying on skills more than we are the defense and magic defense stat. And that's kind of like the main issue, right? It's like, they're defensive, but, you know, now we're tossing that defensive aspect to the side, and we're just pumping them full of essentially damage mitigating steroids, and not really caring about the stat that, you know, is kind of the main gimmick for Knights. It's like, in the way that ignoring defenses for Knights, it's like ignoring attack for fighters. It's like, why? Just make the calculations better, right? You know? But Wizardry, the devs haven't done that at all for whatever reason. Since the game released, we've always, in a way, had this issue, and it's just become more and more prevalent as we've gotten harder and harder content. And that's why heavy armor isn't really worth it, because in some aspects, you either die or you don't, and in more cases than not, action speed kind of helps dictate that more than defenses do, and heavy armor takes away defenses. They have a negative in the defense, or the action speed stat, excuse me. So it's like, if you use heavy armor, you're more likely to just die regardless of the extra defense that it gives you. So it's like, what are we doing here? So, and that's why you're seeing a lot of the knight characters that, you know, run the all cover and the nice defense and stuff. That's why you're seeing them have higher levels in Way of the Knight, higher levels in Adam's Inherit, because instead of relying on the defense stat, you know, the stat that they're supposed to be known for on top of HP, they're relying on damage mitigating passives that literally everyone has access to. And yes, everyone does, because Adam's Inheritable is a legendary that is inheritable, and Way of the Knight is literally an inheritable from Alex, because it's his secret inherit. So if you're lucky, you can just get Way of the Knight on literally everyone, despite them not being a knight. So at that point, you're not even relying on the stat that they're known for. Holy moly, thank you, Coffee Brains, for the corgi. I greatly appreciate it, man. It's 1,000 jewels. Much appreciated, dude. More poor knight classes, better make them paladins. I do agree with you. I think if we get some kind of advanced class that could, in a way, make defense more advantageous, that would be really nice. But then, even if they do that, personally, I would turn around and I'm like, okay, so what about knights, though? We have paladins, which is great, but knights are still cucked on the defense side of things. So that doesn't fix the issue, that more patches it up with an advanced class. So it's like, yes, you're right. You know, with a paladin class, they could kind of help prevent defense from being considered a fake stat, but at the same time, it's still considered a fake stat with literally all of the other classes. And that's where, in my mind, I feel like it'd be way easier to just fix the damage calculations than it were to just give us a advanced class that is more, I don't know, is more advantageous the higher defense you have, right? Because technically knights are supposed to be like that, but, you know, do paladin, just make paladin do it but better, and then there you go. But again, that's like, it's not fixing the issue. It's more just patching it up with an advanced class, and it's like, yeah, you're probably going to favor the advanced class anyways, but at that point, then you're going to have to think of like, oh, well, more likely the newer players aren't going to have access to this paladin class, so yeah, it fixes the issues for older players or players who are lucky enough to get the paladin class, but not really the players who don't have the paladin class. So it's like, you know, it's like ignoring accuracy for rangers. True. 50 minutes until maintenance? I thought maintenance was at 10.
Welcome to the guild tavern.
Oh, wow, okay. Well, I was mistaken.
Safe travels.
I thought it was at 10 p.m. Sorry about that, guys. That's why I ended up not doing anything, because I thought maintenance already started. I'll probably go ahead and do a little bit of separation cave farming then. As we're shooting the shit. No? Fair, true that. Hey, I'm just... So, when I look at what I think the game should be fixed on, I think of not only how it would affect me as a player personally, like my main account, but how it could also affect newer players, because at the end of the day, we want a healthy amount of newer players, older players, and then casual players in between, or like off and on when it comes to the game, right? So like, if you make a change, but it only affects the old heads of the game, that's not going to make the experience of the game better for the newer or more casual players, right? And that's kind of where I'm in the thought process of, well, instead of patching it up with an advanced class or some other class, why don't we just go into the game's code? You know, because they're the developers, they should have access to the game's code. If they don't, then there's a way bigger issue than knights failing to be knights, right? just go in the game's code and find some way to have defense mitigate a certain amount of damage without it completely ruining the balance of the game. And I feel like they should have done that from the very beginning. I feel like they should have done that like a month into the game's lifespan. But the issue now is like we have so much content and there's so much more to the game than there initially was when the game was only a month old, that now they have to calculate even more damage calculations for like specific characters, monster types, and all this other stuff. There's like so much more that they have to like adjust to that. I'm not sure how the game's coding is, but it can be very extensive comparatively speaking to how it could have been when the game first came out, right? At least that's my assumption on it. I don't code the game. I'm not affiliated with the developers in any way, shape, or form. So I'm just going based off what I can kind of presume from my extremely limited personal game development experience, right? So, I mean, I don't know. I really do feel like they should just go, you know, at some point in time, hopefully very, very soon, they could find some kind of balance or adjustment for whether it's how much damage you deal or just how much defense can reduce the damage you take, you know, because I really feel like, and honestly, that's not even the worst part of Knights in my opinion. Like, yeah, it's really bad, don't get me wrong, and there's a reason why I've been kind of on a rant about it for this long, because it is bad. It is a bad thing to have. Which is, you know, defense not necessarily working very well. But there are a couple other issues that I have with Knights that I feel like they need to address as well. And I have had discussions with other people about it in the past. And that is one of the big ones, in my opinion, is taunt. I think, in my opinion, taunt is broken. I'm currently using 2 Knights, Eckhart and Lana Vale. Eckhart's low-key tanky because of the extra HP. Have you beat Greater Demon? Yeah, like Makoto said, I have in my main account, but I have not on this account specifically. Right, the next will be Geralt getting 3 ults. That would be silly. But no, I truly think taunt is broken in the game right now, because taunt is more of an elevation of where the character lies on the aggro list. So it's more of like a suggestion than it is a status effect that could have the enemy target the character that inflicted taunt on them all the time. You know what I mean? And then that's when, you know, when I say that, people are like, oh, well then they're gonna have to give resistances to taunt. It's like, yeah, that's how taunt should be. Like, some bosses should have some kind of resistance to taunt. That's how it's been in literally every game I have played ever outside of Wizardry. So I don't understand why it would work differently in this game. And in my opinion, because of how it works in this game, it's actively broken. Because I can taunt a Cyclops, okay, let's say Cyclops for example. I taunt a Cyclops with a Knight, and I'm like, okay, cool. Now my other characters are protected. They have one row cover, you know, they have the Knight's defense, they have the fucking taunt going, you know. Maybe I don't need Knight's defense, because I got taunt going. Taunt is going, I'm using the attract hit, so, you know, or maybe I'm using defensive attracting defense, you know, so I'm boosting my defense stat while I'm taunting this guy. And then he turns around and he just one-shots my priest. It's like, but he was affected by taunt. Why is he not hitting the one character that I taunted with? And then throughout the entire game, or throughout the entire fight, I could be spamming taunt on my Knight, and he never hits my Knight. Never. It's like, okay, so if taunt is just a suggestion, then taunt is literally a waste of a turn. There's no point in taunting, period. And I don't mean that as like, you know, as like a dramatized viewpoint. Like, I mean, like, if the effect doesn't work, why am I using it? right? Like, there's no point. And that's kind of the same way with enemies who are immune to stuff like sleep or confusion. It's like, well, if they're immune to it, why are you using it, right? That's kind of stupid. You're wasting resources. It's the same way with taunt, because you would think that if you successfully taunt the character, they would only hit the character that taunted them, right? But that's not how it works in Wizardry. In Wizardry, when you taunt a character, they're more inclined to go after you. But that doesn't mean they're forced to go after you. So now you have a knight who's wasting their turns trying to taunt and attract the enemy to them, while the enemy is ignoring them still and hitting literally every other part of your team. So it's like, why am I using the skill? Why am I trying to inflict a status that literally does not work? Because it's successfully applying, but it's fundamentally broken because it's more of a suggestion than an actual taunting status. And that's where people try to fight with me. It's like, oh, well, that doesn't make sense because then they need to give resistance to taunt. It's like, they should have already had resistance to taunt. That's the thing. That's what you're not getting. When I say that taunt should always apply, the effect that the enemy hits the person that inflicts taunt, that should have implied that some bosses would have resistances against that to prevent you from just spamming taunt on someone. Like, I would have assumed that would be obvious, as that is the same way for literally every game that has a taunting mechanic. And again, that's why I was very confused when people were trying to fight with me on it, because I guess they didn't really understand where I was going with that, and I was like, I'm pretty sure if I successfully inflict taunt on someone, they should be wanting to hit me, And that's kind of where I got the arguments with some people in. And then even some people, even after I explained that, some people were like, oh, well, I still don't think taunt should work like that. And I'm like, okay, well, you don't think taunt should work like that, and how are you going to fix the issue? Because there is an issue here. There's a fundamental flaw in how taunt works, and you saying, well, I don't like that change, it's not going to fix anything. It's like, great, you don't like my change, what would you do instead? And I haven't really, for the people who disagree with me, they haven't really found a way that taunt should be fixed, because usually they're like, oh, I think it's fine the way it is. Usually. In which case I'm like, okay, so we're just going to not use the taunt status then. Okay. Because that's the only explanation I can think of. Missy, the only mage, only CC, she running 6 mage. No, she's Knight MC. She changed her lineup a few times because of certain content, like her Black Dragon and Super Boss Clear. Oh yeah, true. What's the only taunt inherent that is good? Severe or Galbatus? None of them. Galba's skill isn't a taunt, it's his passive. You might be thinking about Gerard. Well, even then, there are some ways to make there are some ways to make taunt more effective, right? Like, there are some items, like, I think Galba's shield, increases the taunt efficiency. But even then, it's like, at that point, you're using gacha weapons for a fix that should have happened when the game first released. Because at the end goal of using that kind of equipment, or that kind of functionality or whatever, is to make taunt more effective. Make the enemy want to hit you after you taunt them, right? That issue can be completely mitigated by taunt working 100%, and by that, I mean, when you taunt the person, they only go after the person that taunted them. That's what I mean. So, give some bosses resistances to taunt. Absolutely. I'm not saying no to that. What I am saying is, when you inflict taunt, when you inflict it successfully, that boss, that enemy, whatever, should be attacking the person who taunted them. And that's what you're doing with that kind of gear and that kind of of passive or whatever else is to make the person that you taunted more inclined to target you. But wasn't the whole point of taunt to get them to target you? So you're using equipment and passives and stuff to do a fix that should have fundamentally been fixed via an update to give resistances to taunt to some monsters and having taunt just work as intended. But because taunt doesn't work as intended, now they were able to keep that keep that issue, and now are able to sell you the fix. So at this point, it really truly feels like taunt is an artificial problem, so they can now sell you the artificial solution, when that problem and solution should have never been a thing in the first place, if that makes sense. And how they could change it is, you know, they change taunt how I personally would think would be better, and then the equipment that would make taunt more effective, make it so that it has a higher chance of being inflicted on enemies. So then enemies with a resistance, those resistances will slowly be shredded with those pieces of gear that, instead of increasing the efficiency of it, it increases the chance of you to inflict taunt onto the opponent. And that's how I feel like they could change it, but they haven't done that yet because they have successfully fixed the issue by selling you the solution. I wished I could get 4-star helms and gauntlets of separation. Hey, farm Greater Seal Demon, done. If you can comfortably clear the Greater Seal Demon, that's the best way to farm for them? Yes, absolutely. But yeah, that's kind of my whole rant with taunt, and for those of you who have watched me for a while now, you are already familiar with that rant. You guys were probably waiting for me to finally finish up what I was saying, because I've said this tons of times before, but it really grinds my gears with what I feel like is an easy fix that they could have fixed forever ago, and instead of fixing it or changing it in a way that could benefit us, the players, instead they capitalize off of it and now are selling us the solution. It's like, well, instead of feeling like I need to buy something to increase the efficiency of effectively a broken status, why don't I just ignore the status and do something else with the character? You know what I mean? And that's why I think taunt is broken. Because it doesn't work how taunt has worked in any other game, which wouldn't really be that big of an issue if it didn't fundamentally break the status, in my opinion. But it does. And then they sell you the solution via legendary inherits passives or gacha weapons. Or gacha gear, excuse me. Because whether you like to admit it or not, you're still buying a character to try to mitigate the poor design choice. They're selling you the solution. And I know not a lot of people like that thought process, especially people who are investing in the game and, you know, who are buying things in the game, who are, you know, who want the game to live a long and healthy life. But that's kind of where I think we should have that kind of discussion, where it's like, well, instead of being worried that the game will go into EOS if we have this conversation, how about we have this conversation now and have the conversation in a reasonable light, and then we wouldn't have to fear about the game being EOS or fear that we're wasting money, because then we can just nip the problem in the butt before it becomes a big problem. You know what I mean? So, I mean, I don't know. It's just... And I believe there are a couple of other issues that I have with Knights, but I can't necessarily think of them off the top of my head right now. I'm sure later on in the night I'm going to be like, oh, fuck, I should have brought that up on stream, but I forgot about it, but, you know.
I'm on it. Yeah, you see that?
I haven't defeated the vampire yet because I was getting better gear. That's fair. Yeah, we talked about the taunt thing. The fix quite literally is if you land the taunt mark on the overhead, it should be guaranteed. Then have varying levels of taunt resistance for certain enemies. Yeah, exactly. Pretty much how taunt works in most games. Literally exactly. Exactly.
If I got it, stay on my heels.
And that's why I'm so confused as to why some people are against that change, excluding the people who are now,
What lies within,
I would say,
wonder?
comfortable with how taunt works in this game and don't want it to change, like people who just don't like change. Or people who have invested money and are afraid that their investment is going to be less than, or like it's going to be a waste of money because the change would effectively make their purchase
What's wrong?
like null and void because, you know, again, the gacha weapons that I was talking about, the passives and shit that increase the efficiency of it, well, in their head, instead of those being changed to better fit the new change of taunt, they're probably thinking, oh, well, they're probably going to keep it and it's going to be useless, you know what I mean? So, like, those are the only things that I could really think of for people who are against that kind of change, but, I mean, I don't know, I can't really change a person's mind, I can only give them my opinion and how I think they can fix and change things.
Together.
But yeah, a lot of rants tonight. I'm very sorry for people who wanted to see more of the actual gameplay side of things. It's just with the new update that's coming out and some people with questions who wanted some answers to some things, and then those answers slowly going down the snow or down the hill of you know, me going on rants. It was just kind of a jumbled mess, but, you know. Some people are still here, so it seems like some people are still into it. Still into the conversations. Yeah, like how you told me last stream you wanted to bring up how you think that Mage Dagger Yakatrina might actually be disgustingly OP for Dwarf. I have never said that. I have never said that. Somebody go into the previous VOD. I'm telling you, I did not say that. You rant all the time. You act like it's a one-off thing. Well, no, I'm not saying that. It's just some rants last way longer than other rants. You know what I mean?
I'm on it.
I'm not saying I don't rant. I will never say that. In fact, I say quite the opposite. I say I yap all the time. If somebody asks, like, hey, are you streaming? And I tell them, yeah, they're gonna be like, sometimes they're like, how long you planning on yapping? I'm like, I don't know, we'll see. Or they'll just flat out ask, are you gonna yap, or are you gonna actually play the game? It's like, oh, we'll see what phase of the moon it is, or something. I don't know, I'll give some BS fucking excuse. What element do you think the next Coliseum will be? I'm excited for it. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure. I would assume maybe fire, since we have so many fire characters. But other than that, I can't really say for certain. I think it would be funny if it was air, right? Because we don't have too many air-type characters. But I can definitely... For some reason, I'm thinking air. Like, I think fire is more plausible, but a part of me is really thinking air, and I don't know why. Bro, I have Amelia with 10 BP and Luck IV. I'm praying for the Thief buff. I low-key kind of short-circuited. I don't know why, but you told me that, and I assumed that you were asking me what you should put your bonus points in, when that's not at all what you asked me. But no, it's... Good for you, man. I'm glad that you were able to get that. It's awesome. It's peak.
Oh, healing.
Oh, I should just use Madios. Oh, which is right here. Perfect.
Oh, healing.
And then I'll just have Camille
Yes.
heal one more time.
All entities grant
Peek.
healing.
I sense an enemy.
Do I sense coin?
Fire, light, or wind. Yeah. The infamous but hilarious Ranger Yuzu crash out. Oh my goodness gracious. It's funny, actually, because my sister was talking about how she was thinking of doing some editing for me, and she was talking about how she thought the Stone Needle rant that I had either last VOD or the VOD before that, I don't remember, one of the most recent VODs, because she was here for that too. She thought it would be really funny as like a short, and that's kind of where she was like, if only you had somebody to edit So she was telling me about how she was thinking of like doing some editing for me for like highlights and shorts and stuff, and I forgot that Amelia does not have a bow. But yeah, I'm thinking of pairing up with my sister and seeing if we can get some shorts and some like highlight reels and stuff going. Not necessarily reels, but you know, some highlights of streams. I think it'll get some more people joining the streams and looking at the videos and stuff too. So that would be nice. Fire would be because it's like our most character dense element after dark. True. Light because anemone healers are pretty good. Okay, I can see where you're coming from with that. Air is because the alt Shiyu banner had all the wind generals right up. Oh, that is true. Admittedly, I forgot about that part, but I don't know. For some reason, I think it's either going to be fire or wind. Again, other than subconsciously thinking about the air generals, if that's even, you know, where I was going with that. I don't know. I just felt like wind might be the other element, if not fire. Your sister's so bright, like your forehead. Okay, Magoto, whatever, bro.
What's wrong? Oh, healing.
Yurza is next for rerun. Actually, no, it's Yoizu, then Yurza, then Lunaria. Well, Yoizu is just another pass for me, personally. I am really interested in seeing what this new character is, though. Because a lot of people are saying Renee alternate. But then again, a lot of people were saying Renee alternate when it was Shiyu, so we'll see. Oh, I did not mean to click on Marianne, shit.
Forgive me.
Oh, it was an explosive box, no. Oh, that's rough. Wait, what? Oh, okay. It just took a second to register. I was about to say, I'm like, she still has full fortitude? Shit. Sounds like Mario's. Fuck.
Healing. My God.
Watch it be earth, then wind, then finally fire. That'd be a little silly.
No running away.
Oh, god damn it.
I augment
Alright, hold
your
on.
power. Please, you must do something. Die.
Return to animals!
Still not fucking dead yet, dude. Just fucking go.
Healing much
Jeez
better.
Louise.
Need help? Thanks for helping.
Okay. Missed Chloe, but hit Amelia, even though Amelia has more evasion? Okay. Sure, pal. Does anybody need healing right now? Alright, I'll do the funny fucking life siphon, even though it does fucking nothing.
Let it be.
Ooh, solid 254 damage. So cool. It's probably Renee alt or a new male ninja. Honestly, I'm inclined to assume it's some kind of new Eastern unit. Maybe not necessarily a male, but a new Eastern unit. But if it's Renee alt, that's fine. Like, I don't have any strong feelings about Renee alt. Just bring Old Castle back? Dude, that's what I'm saying, CC. I 100% agree. A lot of bright ideas from her. Light bulbs flaring. Speaking of light bulbs, I am reminded of your boy's forehead. Fuck you, Magoto. Did we get a teaser? Wait, what? Sorry, I lost that, but fucking ad started playing right as I was reading that. Did we get a teaser for the new character? We got a new silhouette, which we will be going over after the maintenance starts in about 20 minutes. Because I feel like we should get a little bit of game time in before we actually start looking at things.
Have a boost.
But yes, they did have a silhouette character. Shit.
We could stand to make a little more.
It's an alt skin, so not new. Oh, yeah, actually, you're right. I think it is. I think they did confirm it's an alt skin. Yeah, so it probably is most likely Renee. I'd be surprised if it wasn't, especially with the style that it's in. You know, because, again, it looks like an Eastern style, so unless somebody else is getting another advanced class,
I sense an enemy.
which also doesn't make sense because it's an alt skin. Yeah, it's gotta be a Renee then, right? Unless they're doing an alt Yuzu for whatever reason. To just do everything to not do alt Renee. You know what I mean? We got 3 back-to-back alts. Yeah, it's a little silly. Just a little silly. It's fine though. I have to prepare Sevilla and Renee. Heard they are pretty good. Oh yeah. Yeah, both of those characters are very good characters. Renee and Sevilla. Sevilla is a very, very good evasive tank that unfortunately does not benefit from the poor speed growth from Knight, but because she's a really good evasion tank, she does benefit from the Knight skills. So stat growth is poor, but the skills she gains from the Knight class is good. Could be alt Kirya? Yeah, they're getting all this hype for an alt general adventurer, true. Guys, is there a way to change my alignment without making a new account? Yes, although I think Magoto already... Yeah, Magoto already said that, yeah. If I get a Ninjato... The Ninjato buff is actually pretty good. Unfortunately, it's locked behind a passive you get an A3, but... Shiro sent me the numbers, and apparently it's pretty good. It's close to two-handed weapon levels of damage. Not exactly the same, but it's close. It's a little less than two-handed weapon, but still, like, especially for people who you'd probably prefer to have as a ninja. Like, I think Renee is better off as a ninja. Like, from my understanding, the only reason why you would want Renee as a thief is so she could take advantage of the strength base plus from bows. But I think with the Ninjato buff, she can more easily be an offensive unit while not having that shitty of a... I had this worded very well in my head, and now it just was disassembled as I was saying it. Wow, ADHD is obnoxious. What I'm trying to say is, I think with the Ninjato buff, I don't think you should feel the need to turn her into a thief, if that makes sense. Alt Yuzu would go crazy. My wallet's not prepared. My wallet is not prepared. Please, no. Look, as long as Renee got the grippers out, we might be okay. Oh my god, Magoto. It's probably Renee because she doesn't have a Ninjato passive besides the equip one. So it's probably that or a new AoE like Live. That's fair, but everyone gets the Ninjato buff though. You just unlock. It's like the Odachi for Samurai, where you can only unlock it after doing a quest. Like, you only unlock the Odachi passives not passives, but the skills by doing a quest. It's literally the same thing with Ninjatos, but instead of A1, it's an A3, which is unfortunate for the newer players, but, you know, what are you gonna do?
Thank you.
Sorry, I just got home. What I missed? Nothing much. We're just a lot of yapping. A lot of yapping and a lot of ranting.
Had a good sleep?
You know, gotta get people's ears prepared for the yap sesh once maintenance starts. Renee Ninjato is better moment of finality than Thief Bow moment of finality? Really? I didn't know that. I knew they would be close, but I didn't think Ninjato would be better.
Fun.
But that's cool. Can't be alt Yuzu, it's too soon. You say that, but, you know, I've seen weirder decisions by Dracom, so... In my opinion, anything is possible with these freaks. Easier to land surety as well, so much more consistent, and she gets evasion. It's all upsides. Gotcha. The old, decrepit, musty-ass dog amalgamation, however... Oh yeah. Let's
Stay on my heels.
let's not talk about him. It's not too soon. Their order makes no sense, and we've had Yuzu run twice. Not saying it is her, but she's definitely on the table. It's not too soon for her ult. Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, they've made so many...
Yeah, you see that?
They've made a lot of decisions that kind of disprove the fact that they're on any legitimate schedule outside of the reruns, in my opinion. Like the Reminiscent banner.
We can take it.
Waiting for Limbus maintenance to end 17 more minutes. Oh, so Limbus Company maintenance ends right when... right when Wizardry starts. Nice. Thank you, Wizardry. Fucking Cheerful is eating good tonight. And I am left fucking sad with my limp dick in my hand waiting for maintenance to finish. Unbelievable. Okay. Any chance you would explain how those silver ingots work? I got a few, but I don't want to fuck it up. So, it's actually funny you bring it up, because I don't see very many people bring it up. So, the silver ingots are made for refining, right? But when you use them, it's guaranteed a rank up. And what I mean by that is, you have a chance to fail when you use other equipment. So let's say you're upgrading an ebon steel sword and trying to make it silver grade. The chance of the reinforcement succeeding is based off the star rating of the equipment you are using to reinforce that weapon. So it could be from, like, on your first attempt, it's like 100%, and then as you're reinforcing it more and more, it slowly goes down and down and down until it resets, so then you can start reinforcing it to the next grade. Like, if you were to reinforce steel, you'd go get all the decreased chances as you get up to ebon, but once you get to ebon steel, then it resets the chances, and then it starts going down again. The silver ingot is used for if you want to guarantee a success when you're at low chances. So let's say you're at like a 5% chance of succeeding the reinforcement with a 4 or 5 star weapon, right? And you just don't want to bother with, you know, pumping in mad fucking weapons for that 5% chance of actually succeeding. Well, you can use the silver ingot to just guarantee success and then go to the next tier. And that's kind of what you want to use the silver ingots for, is for the really, really, I was going to say impossibly low, but it's not impossible, but it's extremely low chance of the weapon succeeding in the refinement. Just use a silver ingot and then boom, go to the next stage. Like, that's kind of what the silver ingots are for. For the people who aren't really familiar with that kind of mechanic or that kind of way the mechanic is used, they're probably just going to use it the moment the game brings it up, and they're just like, okay, silver ingots are just another way to enhance it, or whatever. When that's not necessarily the case. It's a guaranteed enhancement. So, when it comes to not wanting to fuck anything up with your silver ingots, just use the silver ingots when you have a very low chance of succeeding, regardless of how many stars the weapon you're using to reinforce, well, regardless of how many stars they have, right? So that's kind of like the way to use silver ingots. Honestly, I see most banners as bait, still anniversary banners for Wizardry. This is true, they do have the anniversary banners. I'm gonna be honest though, the last anniversary banner was kinda Duke, if I'm remembering correctly, because I want to say it's just the last... Okay, so the last anniversary banner, I want to say, was just like an overall reminiscence banner. Like, instead of one specific character to reminisce about, it's a reminiscence of all of the limited characters that were introduced in the game, right? Which, I mean, you could say isn't bait. Like, you know, you have a chance of getting the character you want because it's all the fucking characters. But in my opinion, you're most likely calling something bait because you're expecting something better to come out, right? So, in that definition, I feel like they are kind of bait because they're not really introducing anything new. It's mainly just reminiscence. Hey, Somnio, how are you, man? Gotcha, thank you again. Not a problem, Juju Bean. Please, if anybody has any other questions, do not be afraid to ask. I love answering questions.
Healing.
Don Bones Electric Boogaloo? Yeah, Don Bones are pretty good, admittedly. Pretty much the same as Gacha game with a long-winded gameplay loop. We opened one chest this whole stream, by the way. I know. Doesn't it just infuriate you, Magoto? Actually, we didn't just open one chest. We opened a
Shall
couple.
we go? What's that?
He's actually going to ignore me and hate me. I don't hate you. I don't hate you, and I'm not ignoring you. I'm ranting. All right, I'm ranting and answering questions.
You see that?
I just want Lord already. That's fine. That's fine. I meant to say that's fair. What the fuck? But yeah, no, that's fair because I do kind of agree. I am ready to just see more advanced classes, just see more like new content. Because as much as I want them to fix some of the current content in the game, like again, like Knights, for example, that we've already had a rant of this stream about Knights, but I do think they should fix that. And as much as I want them to fix it, I also want them to introduce like actually new fucking content. And not just rehashed mumbo-jumbo, which is effectively what the Thieves' Trials is going to be. Most likely, anyways. Because if the Mages and Knights Trials have anything to say, it's just going to be a rehash of the Fighters Trial with... I don't know, maybe the enemies are going to be more susceptible to, like, delay attack or something. I don't know. Genuinely, I don't know. I'm just talking out of my ass mainly, but again, if all the other trials have anything to go by, or if they're anything to go by, it's most likely just going to be something really stupid and gimmicky like that. I'm right here. My seal is here. Where are you at, bro? It's probably because you don't have all chat on. Or live chat. Somnio actually went over this on his stream as well. For some reason, YouTube auto, like, has people by default on top chat. I don't know what the fuck top chat is. But if you want, like, the entire, like, full chatting experience, you want to change that chat option to live chat. And that should open up the entire chat for, like, everyone that is currently talking. So, it's stupid. I don't know why they do that, but that will explain why some people, it looks like some people are chatting with ghosts. Like, they're schizophrenic or something. I would like different NPC models. Seeing the same ones reused over and over again is just lazy. Yeah. I mean, like, with an 8 GB frickin' update, you would think they would give at least some more customizability with the NPCs, you know? Like, I understand reusing NPC models, but it's like, it's the cliche where it's like, you understand that a character isn't going to be important unless they look different from literally everything else. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, you see that?
If there is a top, there is a bottom. Oh my god. Bottom chatters rise. Oh my god. Wait, for reals? I haven't seen that before. I really did think someone was having a schizo episode. Yeah, no, I don't know why, but it's a YouTube thing. So, like, if you see me talking to someone, but you don't see their chat in the chat at all, I'm most likely talking to someone in live chat that you can't see because you're in top chat. And I say most likely because I'm not going to rule out the possibility of me ever having a schizo episode. That the chances of me having a schizo episode are extremely low, but they are never 0. So I'm not going to completely negate that, you know, but... Oh, now I see him, thank you, what up, Somnio? Hey, yeah, there you go. 8 gigs, I'm expecting a new class for MC. Dude, if we get fucking Ranger or Healer MC, that would be fire. Dude, especially healer MC? Oh, sorry, Camille. Dumpy Dan, you're the new healer. 8 GB just for each individual toe hair follicle on Renee's model? Bro, fucking stop. You are down bad and you need to be put in a corner. You need to be put in a padded cell. Why did that only do 2 damage? That's embarrassing. How much does Camille's life siphon do? 115, okay. Magic truly is dead, isn't it? You're so real for that. I don't like trying to claim that a possibility is 0 when that is not true. I'm a man of truth, not delusion all the time. Specifically all the time. All the time is heavy lifting, because let me tell you, there are some pieces of gear in this game where I am very delusionally coped about, or where I'm coping to a delusional sense, a delusional degree. Makoto, what I do? Oh, this fucking guy. What'd I say? Nothing, man. You're fine. You're golden. Oh shit, there's 5 minutes left. Oh fuck, I gotta go. Oh, I don't want to be stuck in this cave. God forbid something happens. Shit. Get the fuck out of my way. I need to leave. I need to get the fuck out of this cave. Then again, that's me in the new grains of sand on Marquise's ass. Brother, what the fuck is being discussed in this chat anymore? Jeez Louise. Alright, the Harkin is like right fucking there.
I'm on it. Yeah, you see that?
And he deletes it, this fucking guy. It's too late, I already read your message aloud.
If I got it.
The receipts are there. I hope that Priest Eckert is good. Wow, that is a pretty big cope, I'm gonna be honest. Wow. See, you get it, coward! Oh my god. It's the Nikke, or the new Nikke character? Oh, I see. I thought you were talking about, like fucking Marquise or Marcus or whatever from fucking Wizardry, like one of the soldiers. I was very concerned. Jeez Louise. Unironically, I might use some of the Gandolfos I've been saving up and using them as inherent fodder for MC, so then I can have level 3 and heavy attack. Because I'm tired of this level 2 bullshit. It is just not efficient. Please don't. Fuck.
No, indeed.
Okay, well, normally I wouldn't do this. Is it this? Yeah. Normally I wouldn't do this, but I really just don't want to deal with that. Alright, and now I'm killing you. Goodbye. Alright. That was fucking 20 MP down the drain. Do not advise anybody to do that in a normal basis, a normal case scenario. Sir Jack kinda bad? Oh god. Oh, now we're just getting chests fucking galore. How very kind of you, Wizardry. We have 3 minutes left. Can I go? There's a it's fine. It's one chest. I'm sorry. I have to ignore that chest. I just don't want to get stuck in a cave, because there is a chance that I could be stuck for whatever unbeknownst to reason when maintenance finishes, and I don't want to deal with that.
I miss my bed already.
I want her to give me the super suck. Oh my god. Friendship ended with Sevilla. Jesus Christ. Now there's only 2 characters and ones I care for, and that's Lavana and Manaria. I see. Interesting. Sevilla don't count. All female beast folk are peak. Oh, fair enough. I can't argue. Oh my god, all of it was bad. Fuck. Oh, okay, well, maintenance gods, take me away. I got nothing good. Oh, and my stream is fucking up. Unless it's just my phone being stupid. 2 minutes? I'm seeing 1 minute. Oh, shit. Oh, no, I'm throwing things. Hold on. Hold on, I'm throwing things. Shit. One minute. I could've... Yeah, I thought it was 1 minute already. Well, you know what? It's fine. Might as well just consider it fucking... already sharded. Sharded? Jesus. Started. Excuse me. Because, like... there's no way my ass is gonna try to make it to a cave, go through one full run on Separation Cave. I try to get all the fucking chests from it. Probably could have gotten that one chest, but it also probably would not have mattered. Alright, it just hit 11. And with that, I think maintenance started, right? Yep. Weird, I thought 12 JST was fucking 10 PM EST, but I was wrong. Oh well. Maintenance up, yep. You boys should just do a Nikkei stream, I guess. Oh my goodness, I would... Okay, guys. I would make a Lost Sword stream, I would make a Nikkei stream, I would make a Brown Dust stream, I would make so many other streams if I didn't run the risk of getting demonetized. 100% I would have done it if I didn't run the chance of getting demonetized. It's literally, if I could get monetized for doing it, I would have. In fact, I was looking at the... What was it? Lost Sword. It looks like Lost Sword is doing another membership thing. Like, I think they just started it either yesterday or the day before. At least from my understanding, from what they announced. So I think I might start doing some Lost Sword videos. However, I don't know what those videos would even be about, to be honest. All Goon Games mentioned. Well, yeah, that's what the people want to see. Well, that's the issue. People want to see it, but, you know, advertisers don't. Americana... Wait, what? Americana... I don't know if that's how you pronounce her name, but sure. Americana and Cinderella. Too sexy for YouTube. True. The games I listed are just too strong for YouTube. If you do a Brown Dust 2 stream, I'll do one too. Oh my god, Somnio... Dude, we're... The setup for mutual destruction is genuinely insane. I think he wants to do that to justify him wanting to stream, oh, what was that one game? Love and Deep Space. Love and Deep Space. Your boy cosplay Renee instead? Oh my god. I don't think anybody... okay, actually, some people might find it amusing. Renee feet pic stream. I just go on Google and I look up Renee feet pics. Renee feet pics leaks. Marquiana is how you say it. Oh, okay, well, I appreciate the pronunciation, CC. No, what we could do is go on... I pressed the wrong button on my keyboard. That was embarrassing. We could go on the official website or webpage for Wizardry on X. Not the official webpage, but the official X account. And we can go over the silhouette because there were some people talking about it. What is happening here? Oh, okay, it's just going over the memory limitation again. I feel really lightheaded all of a sudden. Holy shit. Okay, now it's gone. I think I'm okay. Wow. Maintenance will be conducted today, 12/17 JST. This update will require a download of up to approximately 8 gigabytes. Please ensure your device has sufficient storage space, as limited space may prevent the download from completing properly. We also recommend using a Wi-Fi connection, all the normal download bullshit, mumbo-jumbo speak. Go into your wardrobe and think of a random character in Wizardry to cosplay with what you have. Doable. It's gonna look fucking horrendous. Yeah, it will, because I don't have anything, like, fucking relatable to Wizardry. In terms of, like, wardrobe or whatever. Alright, let's see here. Because I don't think anybody wants to just fucking be stuck on this screen. For, yeah. The fucking maintenance is up. Yeah, I think we know that. Alright, so we are on the official English webpage of Wizardry Variants Daphne. And this is the silhouette given to us. And honestly, I'm going to be so fucking real, and this sounds ridiculous, I know, but I see a white strand of hair there, and I don't know if it's because of lighting, but because of that white strand of hair and the style of clothing, I am also convinced it is most likely a Renee alternate. Because they said that it's going to be an alternate, not a new character, right? So they already confirmed it's already an alternate, so in my opinion, it is most likely a Renee alternate because of the style of clothing, and I see that one strand of white hair. No Somnio video, by the way. No new video. Oh, Somnio. Somnio. Where's the video? Where are the videos at, Somnio? Come on, pal. I'm supposed to be the only slacker for Wizardry content creation. We can't have two slackers here. The community ain't big enough for two slackers, alright? Yo, get on Guilty Gear and let me treat you like the 1990s housewife! Oh my god! Guys, I don't think Somnio liked me calling him a slacker. Oh my god. They didn't show the most important part. If we got to see the feet, I would be able to instantly deduce that it's Renee's feet naturally. Holy Magoto, what's going on here? This seems like a new chapter for V Magoto to go down. I can't tell if this youth guy likes this. Don't want it, I don't care. Alright. Don't want it, America. Okay. Okay. Don't need it, Ikura-chan. Hi. What the fuck is this guy talking about? What the fuck is this guy talking? Look, like I said, having a schizophrenic episode is close to 0, but it isn't 0. Classic Japan, bro? I guess so. I guess so. True, we need gunslingers in Wizardry. Is that what you got out of that? What I got out of that is that guy needs some sleep, if anything. If not help. Good morning, it's maintenance day today, right? What I'm curious about is the Thieves' Trial. I hope this helps those of you tackling the Garda right now. I don't see how Thieves' Trials would help that, but okay. Oh, the alternate style is finally girl, huh? It's gotten quite slim, but if it's an alternate style, that works too. Man, I'm looking forward to it. Alternate stallion, I think is sort of... Or Stalin? Maybe he's referencing SpongeBob. I don't need it. Denial PFP? Maybe. We need oiled up Gerard ASAP. I don't think this is gonna be Gerard, man. I bet they saw the Daniel art. Oh, they probably did. I mean, they did have a Daniel profile picture. I told you there is a market for Daniel. There is. It's actually insane. Like, people in Japan really like fucking Daniel for some reason. Well, not necessarily fucking Daniel, but I mean, I guess there's that too. Bro, I think it's Yuzu for some reason, bro. I mean, with the style of clothing, it is possible. I don't know. I'm not going to go so bold as to say it's not Yuzu, but I definitely think it's most likely Renee. Phrasing? I know. I know. You wouldn't fuck Daniel? Personally, I wouldn't. Now, if I had to choose whether to fuck Daniel or fucking Geralt, let's say, I'm probably gonna go with Daniel, alright? If I had to choose. I mean, not my type. Well, you know, my type is more on the feminine side of things, for lack of better words and terminology. 60% of Wiz fan arts are Daniel, by the way. What do they see? What is this treasure I cannot obtain? Yeah, I don't get it either. I must see this heavenly glory that I miss. Excuse me. Jeez Louise. Yeah, that's a little silly. So femboys? I mean, look, if I had to choose between a normal dude and a femboy, like if I had to choose, I'd go femboy. I was about to say Landon is onto something. Look, all I'm saying is if I had to choose, you know, gun up to my head, no other options, dude or femboy, I'm gonna go femboy. That, hey, what the hell? Hey, I'm being truthful here, alright? I'm just laying down the facts, alright? Cotton 4K, I told you guys the situation. I told you guys, I said, gun up to my head, no other option, A or B, A the dude, B the femboy, I'm gonna do B. Someone clip that. It's gonna be my first clip is that. That's what people are gonna know me for. Oh god. It's like, hey, aren't you the guy who said he'd clap, like, femboy cheeks or something? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Look, with a femboy, you could put it into manual. Look, with a femboy, it looks more like a chick from behind, alright? You know what I'm saying? Or at least from what I imagine, you know? Someone clip it without context where he just wants femboys. Oh no, what did I do? I tapped on something. Oh, did I try reposting it? Oh, whoops. Oh my god. Oh, looks like somebody got a Raven dagger. A good one at that. Ended up like this. I don't even know what that... What even is this? Oh, is this accuracy? Triple accuracy? Oh, that could be good for Heinricho. Or for just a ranger in general, it looks like. Triple accuracy, and then what the fuck is that? Like fucking something... Oh, it's... Surety? No. The fuck am I talking about? That's not surety. The fuck? Oh, am I mixing this up? Wait, what the fuck is this? Oh, this is evasion? Oh, wait, this is evasion. Duh. I'm stupid, because surety is right here. It's in between accuracy and fucking evasion. Duh. I mean, we got tomboys now. It's time for femboys to rise up. Hey, tomboys are nice, alright? I like tomboys. Tomboys are chill. Alright, how about we go on to the Japanese... Oh. I didn't even see this. Is this pinned? No. Oh wait, this is the normal Wizardry account. What the fuck am I talking about? I thought this was... Yeah, here it is. This is the Japanese one. Oh, they actually... Oh no, okay, they did. They did. For a second, I thought they didn't post the silhouette. I was very confused. Gun to the back of your head, name 5 women that aren't femboys. He was about to type up a post to mention his love for... We were so close. What the fuck is wrong with you, Makoto? First it's feet. It's first it's your obsession with feet, and now it's your obsession with the thought of me liking femboys. Are you a femboy, and are you into me? I feel like this is where it's starting to turn, and I'm a little concerned. It's a new board game for Blade and Bastard. Oh, is it? Wait, is that what that post was? Sample. Special site update information. Plan for a new board game. Oh, interesting. Okay. Wow, they're really milking the shit out of Blade and Bastard. That's actually insane. Oh wait, Tectone follows English Wizardry? Genuinely, I didn't think he did. That's news to me. Does he follow the Japanese one? He does! Wow, honestly, I thought his interest in the game kind of fell, so that's why I'm a little surprised, but alright. What is this question? Hello? Projection? Do I look like a femboy? I don't think I do. I'm surprised to see Daphne has a manga too. Oh, true. I mean, oh, like Daphne specifically? Yeah, no, that's fair. I don't know why they chose to make a different protagonist for it, though. It's a little odd, in my opinion. Because, like, we already have the main character, like, the game main character, right? Now they added in, like, a completely different character to be the main character of the manga that looks like he teams up with the game protagonist. At least some point in the manga, it looks like. I don't know. I haven't read it. There's no English translation to my knowledge. If there is, I would definitely love, like, some kind of link to go read it, because I would definitely like to check it out. But I haven't read it, and I have no idea what the hell goes on in the manga, so I genuinely, don't know. Don't know, couldn't tell you what's going on in the manga. How did you know? Read in a very gruff and manly sounding voice that is elope with the instigation of 13 soda cans. What the fuck, Makoto? This guy. Gotta be hit with the teens. Oh, Shonen Jump, I guess? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's... I mean, I guess that's fair. Please rank the sexual orientations. We just got one person, their first ever chat, asking me to rank the sexual orientations. Alright, let's see what they are. Hetero, gay, lesbian, dinosexual, what the fuck? Sapiosexualo? Femboy sexual, asexual. What the... Is that supposed to be dinosexual? Like you're sexually attracted to dinosaurs? Huh? I'm confused. If you want me to rank them, I don't even know how I could rank something I don't even know about. Okay, blind ranking, like speedrunning, from I don't even know what we're ranking them for, but I'll go top to bottom. I'll go hetero, gay, lesbian, even though I think gay and lesbian would be the same. Dinosexual. Actually, dinosexual is the top. So it'd actually be dinosexual, hetero, gay and lesbian I feel like should be the same. So I'll rank them the same. So like gay and lesbian, they'll be the same, right? I don't know what the two other one, or I don't know what the I'm assuming that's sexuality to sap. That'll go bottom, because that makes no sense. Asexual, I understand what people think of asexual, where it's like, I'm not interested in having sex with anyone, but I think that's ridiculous. It's just you not having a high sex drive. So I'm going to put that as bottom, because I usually find asexual as the scientific term of mitosis, right? So bottom, because there's no actual sex involved. And I mean, I guess that really fucking, even in modern terminology, there's no sex involved for asexual sexuality anyway, so I guess that still makes sense. And then femboy sexual, I'm gonna put right below, or actually I'm gonna put right in between hetero and gay and lesbian. Boom. So final verdict: dinosexual, heterosexual, femboy sexual, gay and lesbian on the same tier. And then what were the other ones? The sapiosexualo, whatever the fuck that is, there, and then asexual, because asexual, there's no sex involved, so it sucks. Dinosexual kind of has aura to the name. I know. S rank. Immediate S rank. Now, I'm not a dinosexual, but all I'm saying is if I was, I'd be, like, the highest ranking, alright? I'd have immense aura. But I'm not, so. Unfortunately. I don't find large reptiles sexually appealing. Maybe Dino as the mage, not bad ranking, I think. Dino as the... that would be kind of funny. I'm sending angry asexuals to your door! No! No! What are they gonna do? Shame me for not having sex? Please, no! Sleep with both eyes open, yo, yeah, they're gonna fucking... They're gonna, like, come to my house, they're gonna, like, stare at me, it's like... Fuck you, person who has sex! You sex haver, how dare you! You should have answered like a politician. You've earned yourself a subscriber, my friend! I appreciate it! Oh my gosh. Please... Oh, I didn't even see this one that Sonia was talking about. Please rank these numbers 11, 5, 27, 73,000, 11, and 0.034. So, if we're gonna rank them from, like, highest to lowest, it's gonna be 73,011, 27, 11, 5, and then 0.034. But if you want me to go from least to most, it'll be 0.034, 5, 11, 27, and then 7,000 or 73,011. And then if you want me to rank as to which one I think the best number is, 11 is the best because it's closest to 10, and 10 is my favorite number. Then it goes to 5 because that's the second closest. Then 27, and then 73,011, and then 0.034 is bottom because anything below 1 fucking sucks. So there you go. There's my ranking system for those numbers. All right, we have one person going back to the topic at hand. We have one person who tried to light up the picture, and honestly, I don't think it really increased the visibility at all, in my opinion. I think it just made the colors from dark to light, and it just looks more faded. True. Okay. So, I mean, I don't know. This really doesn't change my hypothesis on what the character might be. I really don't think it changes anything. Like, I understand the thought process of doing this, but I don't think it does anything, if that makes sense. Because, like, okay, if it's... if brightening the picture made me see, like, a tail that could indicate Yuzu, I'd be like, okay, brightening up the picture was a huge W, but everything I see here, like, I could see with this silhouetted picture. Like, outside of, I don't know, the ending of the robe on the bottom here, like, in this portion. Because I think you can see my... Can you not see my fucking mouse? I don't even know. I have to wait for the stream to catch up so I can actually see. No, you can't. Alright, well, you know, next to the flask. I don't know why you can't see my picture. Jesus. I don't know why you can't see my, why you can't see my mouse. I don't even see where I could change it here. I don't know. Not that big of a deal. But, anyways, what I'm trying to get at is I don't think it really changed too much of anything. I see the gourd with the mouse. Oh, I see. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I mean, well, I think that's a flask, but yeah, I don't know. So this is like a gamer RPG channel. Yeah, I mean, this channel is kind of like whatever I'm interested in, really. It's kind of like a whatever channel. But for the past, like, over a year or so, it definitely has morphed from whatever I find interesting channel to a more dedicated kind of channel. It's very hard-coded, dedicated to a game called Wizardry Variants Daphne. It is a mobile game that has a PC port for, it's on Steam, is what I'm trying to say the PC port's on. I do also make content for different games. Like, if you take a look, I have one video for Dragon Quest, and I have a couple other videos for other games as well. But for the most part, it is definitely wizardry focused. And for those of you who aren't aware, the reason why it was mainly wizardry focused originally was because the community for wizardry was so niche and there weren't a lot of players for Wizardry Variants Daphne that I wanted to make the convoluted parts of the game more easily accessible and understandable for newer, more casual players. So then we would have more people that would stick around, because my kind of thought process is you will have less people leaving the game if they understand what exactly is happening and how the game works. That was kind of like my thought process behind it. So that's why I started making guide content and shit for this game. So I have started to kind of pivot towards other games as well. I'm more of a streamer. I mainly stream Wizardry, but I do stream other games and other content as well. But yeah, for the most part, it is Wizardry. No, we saw the mouse. Gotcha. Gotcha. Good. I'm glad. But yeah, so I would like to get into other things. Like, if you look into some of the VODs, well, some will say all of the VODs, I tend to yap a lot. So I would like to start doing streams where it's just me, you know, kind of like how other YouTubers or other streamers do it, where they like kind of look as to what is going on in like whatever sphere that I'm in and like have my commentary on it and stuff. I feel like that would be interesting, and I'd have a lot of fun doing that because I just love talking, giving information out to people and saying how I think things should be, and then having conversations with people who either have the same or different viewpoints as me. But for the most part, it's just wizardry oriented. So, but yeah, right now we are looking into, because the Wizardry game is on maintenance, which is why I'm not playing it right now. I was playing it a little bit earlier on in the stream. So right now we're kind of like shooting the shit, making up some silly conversation starters, as well as looking into the official X account of Wizardry, specifically of the game, because Wizardry is an IP. But of this game specifically from the Wizardry franchise, and we are looking at the new character that they're teasing on releasing, that should be coming out after maintenance is done, as well as something that they are planning on adding, or they said that they are going to add, and we're kind of theorizing what they're adding first, because they have kind of a list of what they're going to be adding per month, but they never really give you a solid date as to when exactly they're going to be releasing it on that month. So from what we're aware of, we're going to be getting the Thieves Trial, which is a new trial that we're going to be getting for the Thief class specifically. So you're going to be only able to bring in thief characters and your Wanderer MC character class if you did not invest in the Thief class. for your MC specifically. And then we are going to be getting this new alt character. We call it a alt character because it's an alternate variant of the same character. So we have one character who currently exists. Her name is Renee, and we're assuming, for the most part, some people think it's a different character, but for most of the community, we're assuming that this will be an alternate version of the character that already exists. Again, her name is Renee. And what else they're going to be adding, we're not necessarily sure, but it is going to be a really big 8 GB update. So for those of you who are kind of stammering in right now, wondering what's going on, the update is going to be 8 GB big. It is a hefty update, especially for a mobile game. So I genuinely consider people looking into, trying to get enough storage for this update, especially if you want to start getting into the game. Make sure you have enough storage for it. There are some cases where the temp files don't really clear out for the game after you download an update and stuff. So sometimes the game can get a little bloated. From my understanding, this only happens on the mobile version, so if you want, you could go ahead and uninstall your game and go for a fresh install, but before you do that, make sure you link your account with your account provider, or you have your ID number and your password written down somewhere to transfer your data. Because if you don't connect it via Google Play or iTunes, or you don't have the ID and password written down somewhere or saved, you do run the risk of having your data be lost. It's not going to be deleted, it's just going to be lost, because you don't have access to it. So make sure you have it linked to one of your providers, or if you have only the PC version, or for whatever reason you don't want to link it, make sure you have the ID and the password written down somewhere. And even if you do have it linked, I still recommend you have the ID and the password written down somewhere, because I did have some instances where I did try connecting with my Google Play, and for some reason it wouldn't connect, but then I would use the ID and password and it would connect. And then I would have to double check to make sure the profile was linked, which it was. So I don't know why it wasn't connecting properly, but it's very finicky sometimes. So I just recommend everyone just have your password and your ID just written down somewhere, just so then you have full access of your account no matter what happens. All right. Thoughts on Flute and why she's the perfect big sister? Flute is a fantastic character. I think the only thing that holds down Flute is her element, is her typing. And the reason why I think that is because not a lot of monsters, or a lot of enemies, are weak to water. That is the only downside. Other than that, her race matches, her element does match for stats specifically, but in terms of coverage for her elemental spells, like her elemental damage, I think it's a little weak. And if she was a wind element, or maybe an earth element, it would probably make her a little bit better in terms of elemental coverage. But in terms of stats, her element's good. So we have her race, her element, her gender is good, because gender or sexuality, whichever one you think is more appropriate to use, does dictate what, the stats for your character as well. And then her class, mage. All of it just leaned towards a really high-level magic user, and overall, really good character. So yes, I agree, Flute is a very good character. Flute is indeed blue, but her alt is green. This is true, but it does not change her element, unfortunately. She is blue, I see. So you're talking to Makoto about that. Mobile is so hard to play Wizardry on. Not gonna lie, my phone just blows up. This is true. So I started playing the game on mobile because that's the platform it originally came out on. And then I want to say about 8 months after... That might be a little too... I don't know. It was a couple months after the initial release. They made a PC port on Steam. and that's when more people started to play the game, because there was a PC port. And then because of the PC port, there's YouTubers like Tectone and a couple other content creators started making content on the game because it had a PC port. Which is why I was so happy when they announced a PC port. I was like, oh, we're gonna get so many new players compared to like what we have now. It's gonna be great. So, like, that's the reason why I was excited for it. I wasn't excited because I wanted to play on PC. Even though I do play on PC, obviously, you know. But the main reason why I was excited for the PC port was because we're going to get, like, a new wave of players that don't like playing mobile games on phones, which I think is a little ironic, but also I understand why. Because, you know, if you have a shit phone, or, you know, it's not going to be fun to play, or maybe you just don't like playing games on your phones, you know. But there's a game that you find interesting, but it's on mobile exclusive. Like, I totally get it. So, but that's why I'm like, we're gonna get more people to play now, because it's getting a PC port. That's great. I can't wait. Is Wizardry like some Genshin Impact waifu gacha? So it is a gacha game, but it isn't, in terms of how it plays, is not like Genshin at all. So if you are familiar with the old-timey, dungeon crawlers, like the turn-based dungeon crawlers, like, Dragon Quest is a good one, I would say is a good example. There's a couple of, like, the really, really old-timey ones. I can't really remember their names, but there's a... Wizardry is an old, retro, classic, turn-based RPG where you go through dungeons and you kill enemies, you get loot, and then you progress by powering up your characters like that, and then finishing with the end goal of the campaign or story that they have for the game, right? The main focal point is the gameplay loop of going in dungeons, having fun with the turn-based combat, and seeing how far your characters grow, as well as getting the loot that you obtain through killing the enemies and exploring the dungeons and stuff. Ultima? Exactly, Ultima. Thank you. You're absolutely right. Exactly like Ultima. But no, so Wizardry Variants Daphne is literally just a new iteration of the Wizardry IP, which is a very, very old game IP. It's about, I think it just turned 45 this year, like the entire IP itself. And I can't remember which one came out first, whether it's Wizardry or Ultima, but they came out roughly the same time, if I'm remembering correctly. But yeah, so if you have played Ultima, then it is very similar to Wizardry. So, and if you want a game like that on your phone or even on your computer, you could totally go ahead and download it for free. Obviously, it's on maintenance right now, so you can't play it, unfortunately. But it is a very, very fun game. I have a blast with it. As the title suggests, I was playing on my free-to-play account. You can totally play the game free-to-play. You don't need any legendaries. You don't need any gacha equipment. You don't need any of that other stuff. Just as long as you know what you're doing and you're having fun doing it. So, and if you have any questions, you want any pointers, please do not be afraid to ask me. I love helping new people. I love helping new people, old people who just want clarification on things. I fucking love it. Please do not be afraid to ask questions. That is what this channel, that's the primary focus of this channel right now, is helping newer players and even older players who are trying to get back into the game. I love helping people. So please, ask away. Off work time for the Yapathon. Hey, good stuff, Hypnotic. We gather wives in dungeons. This is also true. Another dungeon crawler game I know of is Labyrinth of Refrain. Now, personally, I do not know Labyrinth of Refrain, but if it's anything like Wizardry, I would love to take a look at it. Holy crap, did Somnia buy a membership? Stop. Holy crap, he did! Thank you a ton, Somnia, what the heck? The only way I can tell is the fact that your name is now green instead of gray. I appreciate it, man. And he's even using the the emotes. Yes, for those of you who are curious as to how he's using those emotes, I have a membership thing for the channel. It's $1 a month at the least. At the most, it's $5. And for the $1 a month tier, you can use all these custom-made emotes that I actually got. CC, Cheerful, he was in the chat earlier today. He is one of my mods, but originally he was one of the artists that I would hire for making the emotes and stuff. And he is actually a really, I wouldn't say popular, because I don't know if people know him by name, but he is definitely a very prevalent artist for the Wizardry community, at least for the main Wizardry Daphne Discord and for my Discord. He has done a great job with the emotes, and if you want to support this channel, $1 a month, you get access to all of the emotes. So, you can spam them in the stream chat, in the comment section of my videos, whatever. And all the $1 is just to help support the channel, help support me to make more content, whether it be casual posts that I post on YouTube, or actual full-on videos and streams like this one. So, the $1 a month tier is just literally just supporting and helping out the channel. It's literally all it is. So, if you want to support the channel, greatly appreciate it. If not, don't feel pressured to. I don't want you to. It's just a nice little thing to help me out, to make sure that I can make content for you guys. So, and that's what the emotes are for. It's more of an incentive to help, you know, make the deal sweeter to help support the channel, pretty much. So, but please don't feel like you need to support the channel by spending money. Genuinely, just commenting, liking, and just watching the stream. You know, just enjoying your time here. That's all I can ask for, truly. As a 47 seconds fan of Wizardry, I think we need to gatekeep our fan base. Oh no! Why do you say that? Wish I could change the color. Yeah, can I change the color? I genuinely don't know. All I know is that I could change the tags. So, because I was able to, because the tags, if you see on Somnio's, next to Somnio's name, the tag right there was also custom made by CC. And as you continue to be a member of the channel, you will progressively see your name tag start to change color, and that's to reflect the quality of the tags that are in Wizardry. And I found that, I thought that idea was really clever, and I brought it up to CC, and he was able to make a couple of different colored tags, and I was able to do that thing. I thought it was funny. I thought it was really unique. So, I like the green. I like green. I personally like green too. As thanks, you should watch Somnio's new Levana video. There is a new Levana video? Somnio. If I can spell. No freaking way. You even make software, Somnio? No way. This silly little seal did upload a new video, and he was denying it! You lie! Lying seal! I got addicted day one. Also, Abyss 1 was a nice way to ease you into it. True. Yeah, no, I do like, I think Abyss 1 is easily the best Abyss, but I think the next runner-up might be Abyss 4, in terms of story. And then it goes Abyss 2 and Abyss 3, I think. I don't know. Abyss 3, it was nice. Like, it's... If you pay attention to the story, it's cohesive enough, but I feel like the centuries and everything that, like, feels more like a barrier than, like, an expansion of the story kind of hinders the story as a whole, if that makes sense. I'm allergic to this, please don't. I make a lot of stuff. Somnio just gaslit you? Yes, he did. I've never gaslit anyone in my life. This guy, well, you know what? It's time for you to pay retribution, Somnio. And I hope you know what that means. I want to take a look at this video. This video right here, this is my goat, alright? Somnio, this is Somnio's video. I'm going to like this because I already know it's going to be a good video. Somnio is another Wizardry Variants Daphne creator. If you want to go support him, definitely please do so. I'm gonna take a gander at this video. I don't know what it means. I don't know English. I'm gonna watch this video, alright? And then I'm gonna send a link to it in the chat. If anybody is interested in it, don't be afraid to send a like. Or you can go ahead and look for it out right now. There are already people commenting! Like Magoto! Why has nobody commented? Why do you loathe the seal so? Also, why is Somnio so quiet? Does he have a gun pointed at the back of his dome? Is he being hunted to extinction? Is it truly over? Will we recover? Long has it been since we've last heard from Somnio? Perhaps he has taken from his abode and was unwillingly been coerced into making this video. I know the truth. It will not escape my eyes. We must vanquish this evil. Translation, great video as always. And what is he saying? Great video. She keep avoiding me while Alice Alter coming in immediately. That's usually how it goes. I'm not that far into Abyss 3. I just got there last week. Fair enough. With the new changes of Abyss 3, I think it should be fairly easier for you. If you have any questions as to how to beat any bosses, like the doll boss or anything like that, please don't be afraid to ask. And don't be afraid to check out my Discord, or even the other Discords of the Wizardry community, because I'm sure they're more than willing to help you as well. Once the video starts, I can't listen to this. I'm gonna mute the stream. Oh my, come on! I'm sure it's not that bad. All right, we're gonna get started on this video here. Huh? I mean, I'm not gonna lie, Somnio. I'm a little jealous on how much effort you put into your videos compared to mine, because I think you put a lot more editing than I do. So I'm a little jealous, but you know that has to do with me. Welcome, what? S. Lavana. This is true. He's actually right. Why is Somnio so quiet? What the heck? Yeah, okay. Alright, that's weird. Hold on. I have an attachment. Hold on. How do I check though? Oh, here we go. Sound adjuster. I think that made it worse. Why is the quality so bad? Hello? It's still not good. Okay. Damn. Wait, what? Wait, seriously? Wait, I actually didn't know that. I was too busy modifying the fucking volume. That's actually kind of crazy. I didn't know you could do that. That's kind of nuts. So you can put the first row asleep, and then you can hit that character, and then everything else behind it takes the same amount of damage, or the same damage calculation. It's so quiet, I can't hear anything in the stream. I shall do a watch along. Seriously? It's that low? Oh, wait, hold on. It's because of the... Hold on. It's because of the desktop. I bet you it's because of the desktop now. Hold on.
Oh, if you apply sleep or hitting a fire...
Yeah, that's why.
Me,
Okay. I'm gonna restart it one more time.
Welcome, Miss Lamana, our newest answer to difficult fire-related content in Wizardry Variants Daphne. Hello or hello again, I'm Somnio.
Every
Today,
time somebody
I'll be
was
going
on
over her
screen,
what
your boy
separates her
breaks
from
out
face
into a
form,
big
her
toothy
value,
grin.
my thoughts, and more. Let's
Oh,
first
now
go
you're
over
making me
Miss
feel
Lamana's
self-conscious,
innate
bro.
skill of Moonfall upon the Mirror. The user performs a moderate water-type physical attack on one enemy in the front row, dealing damage to the entire column, with the damage decreasing on enemies behind the first one based on distance in said column. The initial damage dealt ignores distance modifiers. The efficacy increases based on skill level, helping
I just realized that did not hit the third person in the back. Is it only the first 2 rows?
damage dealt ignores distance modifiers.
Because there's 3 of them there, and it only hit 2.
The efficacy increases.
Does that just not... No, that should count. So it only hits 2 characters? That fucking blows. Doesn't penetrating shot that rangers learn, doesn't that hit 3? Excuse me. I know it's very rare to find groups of enemies that are, like, in, like, you know, rows of 3s, but still, like, if you can't hit that third row, maybe the lineup is messed up. I was thinking that initially, but it doesn't look like it is, because, like... Because that looks like it's right behind them.
Ignores distance.
Because, like, hold on, can I...
Ignores
Yeah, because they're lined up like this. Which, I mean, with the way that it's angled, it hit both the front and back. So you would assume it would hit the third person if it hit more than just 2, right? Penetrating hits entire row? Right. Like the entire column, right? Like, just fucking straight through. I would assume that it would be the same for this one, right? Physical attack on one enemy with the... in the forward-most row, which is that guy. This guy right here. Attack efficiency is not reduced when performed from the back row. Okay. Like, if Levana is in the back. It deals damage to the target's opponent's entire column. So, by that wording, it should also hit that third person. The damage decreasing based on distance. That's fine. But there's no way you're going to tell me that it's going to hit this person for, like... How much? Look at that. So it hits the first one for 870, then the person right behind that for 653, and then it just completely ignores the third person. And, like, it doesn't even qualify as a miss, because if it did, it would say miss instead of the number there. And it doesn't even say miss. Interesting. Yeah, the entire column. Maybe he was off-center. Well, like, that's what I was saying. That's what I was pointing out, is, like, if you were to compare... See how the guy in the front is there, and then the guy that is affected by the move right behind him is also angled slightly to the side, which is the exact same as the third guy behind him. So by that logic, I would assume that all 3 of them would get hit because they are all angled the exact same way. So what I'm trying to point out is I think that this move is bugged, and I think they need to fix that, because by the wording, it deals damage to the targeted opponent's entire column. It should also hit that third person in the back. It should hit the entire column as it's worded, but it's not. That's kind of what I'm trying to point out. So I truly think that this skill is bugged, and we should point this out to the support if they don't know about it yet. If anything, honestly, this might be fixed in this current maintenance. I'm going to be honest. Because it's an 8GB maintenance. This has been a thing for a while now, I'm certain. Like, alternate Levana's been out for about, like, 2 weeks, maybe 3, right? So, maybe it's going to get fixed this next patch. it was off a pixel in the column. Maybe that rogue has God mode on. They definitely need to fix it. Again, whatever way, truly, I think it just needs to get fixed. I think maybe there was something off in the equation of the skill, and it only counts for the first two, and then anything past the second one doesn't count for whatever reason, despite the description saying the targeted opponent's entire column. I truly think if they know about this already, it's probably going to be fixed in this next maintenance. I don't know if anybody has Alt Levana that could test it for me or for us, so that we know after the update. That would be great. But if not, then I genuinely have no way of seeing it. But yeah, I truly hope that they're just going to fix it. Thief Trial waiting room. Right now, that's what my chat is, yeah, effectively. So, but yeah, I really hope they fix this bug, because it truly just feels like a bug that just needs to be squashed.
Distance modifiers. The efficacy.
I mean, other than that, though, I've said before, it's a really, really cool concept of a skill, and it synergizes well with Levana, and it's just, all around, it's a really good skill. It's effectively penetrating shot with Ranger, but it's not a Ranger exclusive skill. You know what I mean? So, overall, I think this skill is great. And whoever has access to the skill, it's gonna be they're gonna find it very useful.
Increases based on skill level, while being reduced different by anyone else besides Levana. One thing to mention is that the skill works very similarly to Gillian's Cry of Ruin. The damage dealt to the enemy in the first row is used to calculate the damage on the enemies behind it.
Which I think is very interesting, and I actually didn't even know Gillian's attack was like that. Or I didn't realize it worked like that, where like depending on who you hit first, it would like transfer the damage bonus or whatever. So yeah, if you put the first person asleep and then you just throw the axe, everyone behind them is going to take the same damage calculation. Like, as you can see, the damage is still decreased because of the description of the skill, which is, you know, it goes down as you as it hits more people effectively, but it still has that sleep bonus. And actually, I see 3 numbers to the left.
Calculate the damage on the enemy.
So it does hit the third person. Because that was... So what the hell? Was it really because he was a pixel off? There's no way. Yeah, so there's the front goblin with the sword, then the mage goblin behind him, and then the hobgoblin in the back.
Damage on the enemies behind.
And it hit all 3 of them. There's no way. There's no, it's got to be the fact that it's just inconsistent. There's no way it was a pixel off. There's just no, I refuse to believe that. That just sounds too asinine. Or too ridiculous, not asinine. Asinine's not the right word to describe that, but it sounds too ridiculous. Good cost too. 10 versus penetrating shot, which is 12. Absolutely, I agree. I should start using more status elements, it seems. Sleep and Battlegraph, the GOAT. True. I mean, there are some cases where sleep and, like, all those statuses, like sleep, confusion, and even, like, debuffing skills like Battlegraph, like, those could all be very useful. From my understanding, Battlegraph is the most useful because of how universal it is. Because not very many things resist debuffs like they do elements. Like, there are some groups of enemies that could resist sleep, or they could resist confusion, or, you know, this or that, like maybe stun. But it is harder for them to have some kind of resistance against Battlegraph, because debuffs like Battlegraph are usually calculated by the user's magic attacks or magic power stat, as well as, I believe, the enemy's resistance stat. I don't entirely remember what stat is used for the enemy to help defend against how effective debuffs can be, but I do know that the chance of applying, I meant, but it the chance of applying is affected by the user's magic power. So Battle Graph is the most universally used and more more abundantly used, I should say, compared to spells like Katino, which usually just put enemies to sleep. But if you can, putting an enemy to sleep would be really nice because it gives you a damage boost, as shown in the right side of the screen. There's also mechanics like openings. Magoto uses openings a lot, especially for solo MC. I have used openings before as well. Unfortunately, the time I used openings the absolute most was on free to play because I'm not a fan of having to wait and fucking use openings to my advantage, admittedly, but I have still used them and they are also very, very useful. So, gotta use sleep. Yeah, man. Yeah, sleep got the bonus damage. Opening does bonus damage. I don't know which one gives you a better multiplier though, in terms of how much damage you deal. I would assume opening gives you more, but it has kind of a cooldown, so that's kind of the trade-off, as well as the enemy having to hit you when you're blocking, but still. Those are still damage boosting options that you could have.
Behind it. So, if you apply sleep or hitting a fire elemental enemy, the enemies behind will be treated as if they were as well. Also,
Oh. Wait, really? So, okay, so that means if there is a fire enemy in the front and you hit him, everything behind him is going to also take damage like it's weak to water. Which is kind of nuts, especially seeing how her passive, if the opponent, I think, I'm sure he'll go over it in a second, but I want to say it's worded where if they take more damage from a water attack, they would take even more damage. So it's like a double stab, kind of. Again, I'm sure that he'll go over that in a second, but from what it sounds like, that could be viable for the enemies in the back row behind the fire enemy. So, but again, we'll see.
Damage is always nice to have, even if you won't be using it every turn. Sylvana's personal skill is Spell Punching Mirror Mirror.
Yeah, this one.
Sylvana gets increased magic defense and action speed when equipped with a two-handed axe, and does even more damage when using water attacks when fighting fire-type enemies. Sylvana is in a unique spot, being one of the few water fighters we have in the game, making her a premium unit in the Dwarf Cave.
Yep.
A post A4 challenge content with very dangerous fire-type enemies. Sylvana's discipline increases.
Okay, so he didn't actually cover that. So what I said was a hypothesis, right? If the enemy is fire, the first one, and you hit him, Somnio said that they take more damage from that attack because it kind of calculates the fire weakness, right? With that, I'm kind of wondering, will that double stab effect be an effect for everything in that column, or is it only for the fire enemy? That I personally don't know. I would like to figure it out, but I can't. I don't have Alt Levana, so I can't say for certain. But it would be very interesting, a very interesting interaction if that is the case. Honestly, I can see that being nerfed, though. Like, and by nerfed, I mean that could be fixed. Like, if they're going to be doing anything to the skill, I can definitely see them, the super effectiveness of the skill's damage. Like, anything behind it that's not fire type, but still takes, like, the weak to water damage. I can see that kind of being fixed, because that might be a bug. Kind of like how I was talking about the way the columns are interacted with the skill. So I can definitely see that being fixed if they do, fix the skill in any way, shape, or form. But genuinely, I don't know. I don't know. I don't have the character, so I can't necessarily test any of this out myself. This is more just me speculating and wondering, hey, would this work? I genuinely don't know. Sleep Confusion, Dilto, Battlegraph, Monato, Balfos. Opening is only good against high HP enemies. Sleep is better if they are somewhat weaker. I see. Big 2 reasons to pull for her. This is also true, Earl. Absolutely true. I see. I'll keep that in mind when I battle. Gotcha. Yeah, hey, I mean, like, whatever could get you more damage, Also, I am not a huge fan of her discipline. I like the uniqueness of... I like that it increases surety, right? That's worded so weird. Continuously increases each stat, surety, stun tolerance. Why is that worded so... I'm used to it having more words for the discipline. I also could have sworn it was surety evasion, not surety. That's weird. I don't know. Okay. Maybe it is just surety and then stun tolerance, but I don't know. If it is surety, that's great. Extra surety's nice. Stun tolerance, that's good for combating Dwarf Dragon, but we have healers now that can make you immune to stun. So, I mean, as long as your healer can, tank damage in some way, shape, or form, whether it be evasion tanking or if it's, the breath attack can, have some kind of resistance to it, and you're just laying down the stun immunity incense, then that doesn't really matter. But it truly feels like this alt Levana was made to help combat Dwarf Dragon, to be completely honest with you. That's my full kind of, short-ended analysis of this character. I truly think this is mainly made for combating the Dwarf Dragon. Now, mainly, not necessarily her inheritable skill specifically, but her kit as a whole. I mean, stun tolerance, which the dragon loves inflicting stun onto you. Surety, which is nice because that's extra damage. She deals water damage, and then she gets a double stab when an opponent is weak to water. And then she gets magic defense, which is that's whatever. It's another defense stat. Like I said earlier, Gagging says that the defense stats are fake, which I'd have to agree with him on. But it also increases her action speed, which is nice. But I feel like with a Seafoam axe, she could be really driving it home, Dwarf Dragon Killer, I'm thinking. Theory crafting, which stat do they mean? All the stats? Yes, all the stats. So when it says continuously increases each stat, they mean all of the stats. And then the ones that they specify, like the surety and stun tolerance here, that's the focus of it. So discipline affects all of your stats, and then the focus essentially gets an increase, a bigger increase in the stats. So let's say, the discipline, it increases your attack, accuracy, surety, all this other stuff, but let's say it has a focus of attack. Well, everything gets an increase, but attack gets an even bigger increase compared to the other stats, right? And that's how it is for all of it, for all the disciplines. So if the discipline specifies what stat it focuses on, then that stat would have a bigger increase than things that aren't focused on. And that's kind of why I find this specific wording weird, because they would always say continuously increases each stat, then focuses on, surety and stun tolerance. It lacks more descriptive wording, as well as has slashes in it, and I don't know why that is. And I'm not saying that Somnio made it the fuck up. I genuinely have no idea why it's like this. Maybe Wizardry is starting to, lessen the word count or the letter count on the descriptions now. I genuinely don't know. I'm just not used to it being worded like this. It's very odd compared to, literally all of the other fucking disciplines, but I don't know. Maybe it's just Wizardry being Wizardry. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah. Yeah, no, discipline is pretty nice, but there are some cases where disciplines, the inheritable... There are cases where the inheritable are more valuable than the discipline. It's really gauging which character you're using, and gauging what you want to focus on more, and what the levels of the inherit and the discipline are looking like. Maybe because EN doesn't read. Oh my goodness. No, I truly think it's just the devs being lazy, in my opinion. This applied all disciplines except for anonymous adventurers. What, the focus? Yeah. Yeah, anonymous adventurers don't have a focus. They still get the overall all stat increase from the discipline, but they just don't get the focus, general adventurers and legendaries. Excuse me. Can't believe Somnio actually skipped on out of here legit flustered. I know, it's so silly. He's my silly little seal.
Surety and stun tolerance, alongside most stats. If you like vertical investment, the unit with Surety is always a great candidate, since Surety doesn't get boosted via discipline unless stated. So, what separates Sylvana from S-Sylvana? Sylvana's identity is an axe-wielding magic slayer. Her Moonlit Pool, the White Demon.
Wait, what do you say about Surety?
Since Surety doesn't get boosted via discipline
Oh, I see. Yes. He's right, yes.
unless stated. So, what separates Sylvana from S-Sylvana? Sylvana's identity is an axe-wielding magic slayer. Her Moonlit Pool, the White Demon, has a chance to debuff the enemy magic power and spellbind them.
Yeah, so effectively, base Lavana, she throws an axe and then it throws a water axe, and instead of hitting the column, it hits one enemy and it can weaken their magic power, or it can just spellbind them all together, so they can't use spells. Which is nice for some enemies, for others, like the dragons, not so much. But I think they also have a high spellbind tolerance, so it shouldn't be that big of a deal.
While dealing great damage, she gets increased accuracy and surety while wielding an axe, and gets accuracy and magic defense via discipline. While strong on the front.
Yeah, I think the accuracy and magic, that's her... He said that's her discipline, right?
While wielding an axe, and gets accuracy and magic defense via discipline.
Yeah, I mean, accuracy is not terrible. I can definitely see the niche uses in which why you would want accuracy, but the magic defense is just not good, like, at all.
While strong on the front row as most fighters, Sylvana is unique, as she can use two-handed axes to hit enemies from any row, hers or theirs, at max.
This is true. This is what I was doing with the Greater Seal Demon. I actually had my Lavana hold onto the Demon's Bane Greatsword, and then as she's throwing her axe, she gets the boost from all the passives from that Greatsword. So she gets the Strength Base Plus passive and the Demon's Bane effect. Like, so it's, you know, her attacks are more super effective against demons. So she throws the axe and she gets those benefits in the back row. And that skill, just like her alternate versions, her base version's axe throw also isn't affected by any range modifiers. So I could have her in the back row just throwing fucking axes and doing extra DPS to the Greater Seal Demon, while also being able to reap the benefits of the Demon's Bane passive and also weaken his magic attack. So all I'd really have to focus on is his physical attacks. So honestly, this is one of the niche uses where I think Lavana is a very, very good character. For that fight specifically. There are also some fights where she's like really good. Like I've been mentioning the Dwarf Dragon, because the Dwarf Dragon is a fire type dragon. Really, really good with that. Outside of those two fights though, and maybe the Seaman Demon, I don't know what else she could be really good in. Overall, she's a good fighter. I really think she's a good fighter. Is she the best fighter? I don't think so. She's one of those characters where it's like, if you like the character, get her. But if you don't like the character, you're really not missing out on much. But she does have some niche uses, and I think that she is overall a pretty good character. Especially with like the synergy that she has with her kits. Like, her kit synergy is pretty nice. Even though, in my opinion, it could be better, overall, I think it's a pretty good kit synergy.
Efficacy.
When my Lana keeps missing, I think I need some accuracy, not gonna lie. Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Like, there are some like case scenarios where I'm like, okay, I can kind of see why you would want some accuracy, you know, but it's like it really depends on like what gear you're using, what your blessings are looking like, what weapon you're using. That's kind of what really gets, you know, that's really what dictates it, in my opinion. Did I hear that right? I did hear the Seaman Demon. Yes, you did. The Seaman Demon. That's the nickname we gave the, it's effectively another Greater Seal Demon in the Healer Cave, but he, instead of like dark purple and black, he's like all white, so we just call him the Seaman Demon. We found it amusing. Yeah, with the serious face too. Yeah, the Seaman Demon.
Sylvana instead is a fire slaying unit, who does even more effective damage on fire type enemies. Also,
yes,
the boss
true.
of Dwarf Cave can stun often and uses fire type attacks just as much. If you want to prepare for this area, Sylvana seems to have been made for this. She still mimics her base form by using her axe.
Oh, I thought you meant Levana. No, no, I wasn't calling Levana the semen demon. That's diabolical, holy crap. That's diabolical. Oh my goodness gracious.
Oh, they're inheritable. If you have both of North them, you have the best of both worlds.
Levana is her own kind of semen demon.
Generally speaking, Sylvana has a better discipline due to it having surety, so I'd recommend staying as Levana instead of Levana most of the time. Now, what are my thoughts on Levana? I think she's a great investment if you haven't built that many fighters, or if you want to challenge yourself with post-A4 content. Being a water fighter is unique, and her kit being so focused on destroying fire enemies makes her strong right now, and potentially in a future abyss focused around fire, which we haven't gotten just yet. Also, her design is quite risque if you like that kind of thing. Her inheritable isn't insane, but when it's needed, you're going to be glad you had it. So, what do you think about Levana? Let me know in the comments below. Thank you to like this video here. Oh, and thank you to my lovely members that support me, like Night Freeze, Lucifer Torius, and Madrini. Anyways, thank you so much for watching, and until then.
It's just too true. I mean, Levana, yeah. Oh, man. Well, I mean, he's not... Great video by Somnia, by the way. Really, really good video. Highly recommend people check it out. If you're interested in some, like... Because I started with this,
Welcome,
with the...
Levana, our newest answer to the...
I started with the character reviews, but Somnio has been kind of, keeping on the tradition, because I haven't been making character review videos in a hot minute. So I greatly appreciate Somnio doing that. Give me 1 second. Just gotta grab the video link, because I was gonna do it on my phone, but, or not my, well, I'm doing it on my phone now, but I was gonna do it on my computer, but it takes a while for my stream to load in on my computer for some reason. So, might as well just do it on my phone. I'll just freaking spam it. Levana, the yes, yes, yes simulator. I love her. True. It's just too freaking true. Alright. But yeah, no. Fantastic video by Somnio. Greatly appreciate him keeping up the good work with the character reviews, and I totally agree. I personally think that the alternate Levana is... I think she's better in her kit value, because I think base Levana is too focused on trying to be anti-magic defense, or excuse me, anti-magic users, which is totally fine, but it's just not a niche that anybody really needs right now. But her alternate, not only does her discipline have a surety focus, which is great, anybody that has a surety focus immediately has a decent to good discipline, but her focus on dealing even more damage to enemies who are weak to water, which is most commonly fire type, but I have a feeling sometime down the road we might find some enemies who aren't necessarily fire type but are weak to water, maybe, I'm not sure. But regardless, and I'm just, again, that Timbit is speculative because the way it's worded, because it doesn't say fire type, it says anything weak to water, so I'm leave a little speculative in there. But regardless, the extra damage is definitely going to be useful for fire type enemies, like the Den of Fire that you get the fire or the red iron ore from for leveling up your equipment. And like Somnio said, the Dwarf Dragon is surrounded by fire types, on top of the Dwarf Dragon being a fire type himself. So it definitely helps a lot in that area too. So the surety with the mix of additional damage from water attacks is really nice. And like I said before, earlier on the stream, she has great synergy in the sense that you could use a Seafoam Axe. A Seafoam Axe is a silver tier water type axe. So already she's going to be constantly dealing water type damage, so then you're not stuck with only doing, you know, her axe throw. You can use any skill that you want because all of your skills would be doing water damage. And then also, you know, there is the column attack, the column axe throw, and then her single target axe throw, which you can do the column axe throw if there's a group of enemies, and then if you're only hitting one enemy, you can still use her single axe throw. That, and again, that's also if you either inherit it onto her or you fuse her, into her base. So all around, I think her alternate is the best iteration out of the two. And yeah, I mean, if you have alternate Lavana and you don't have base Lavana yet, I would say just wait. Like, honestly, I think Lavana is a good character. A lot of people say that she's better as a knight. Personally, I prefer her as a fighter. I'm not a huge fan of knights. I can understand why they would want her as a knight, especially since you can play her as, like, in the back row and she can still do decent damage with her axe throwing skill. So she could do back row knight, knight's defense, axe throw. I totally understand the synergy there, but personally, I'm just not a fan of knights. I just did, like, the only knights that I actually mildly enjoy using is Barbara and Deborah. Like, those are really the only two. Outside of maybe Clarissa, because, it's Clarissa. I like Clarissa. Yes, sounds lewd. It's because it does come off as lewd. Great video, Somnio. Way to present my wife. True. Somnio put the stream on mute, so he might... Either he's skedaddled or he's off doing something else, but still. Real question, what does Dagger even do? Is it used to higher play? Nice, really just get short end of the stick for real, for real? It's just too true. But it looks like Magoto answered your question about daggers. Let's see what he says. Evasion builds, frontline ninjas. If you have the A4 Cyclops dagger, it's for landing chronostasis, physical debuffs, frontline rangers. True. Yeah, I mean, daggers, they also have the increase of, the increased surety rating through their nimble strike, which calculates how much dex you have, like how much dex your character has, and calculates that into the surety rating. So they have abnormally higher surety rating than any other weapon in the game. So there's also that, but generally, Magoto's right. You kind of want to focus on an evasion build with daggers. But I do feel like the surety increase should be mentioned, because I run a dagger on... Oh, that's weird. My pinky muscle kind of just... I don't know, it just freaked out for a second. It felt weird. No, the dagger, I think, is notable for the surety increase, because I actually have a dagger on my Deborah, because I have a Guardian Blow DPS build for her. And the surety increase helps land the sure hits that I need for, really good damage with Guardian Blow. That's all, though. I see, yeah. So, I mean, all around, again, fantastic video by Somnio. Great. I greatly appreciate him making these kind of videos, especially since I don't have Lavana, so this definitely helps me understand her kit even more, to be honest with you. I just make sure to leave a comment, because it definitely helps the algo go to him. Direct to stiff. Magoto, I'm doing the Cyclops dagger church grounds grind. Oof. Yikes. Well, I wish you luck, Hypnotech. That is a rough grind. Anything in church grounds is pretty much a rough grind, to be honest with you. I wish you well. The journey to plus 20 will be long, but it will be worthwhile. True. Excuse me. The Cyclops specific weapons, like the dagger and then Kagurazuki and the beclouded stuff, those are especially the hardest or most difficult to grind. Until the next Abyss releases, which is in 2 days. I'm joking. Yeah. Yeah, you're gonna say that, Magoto, and somebody's gonna be like, no way, the next Abyss is coming out. That's crazy. This entire time, I commented on this person's post that lit up the darker parts of the picture, but I didn't even see what they had to say. She looks kind of girly, but who could it be? The hair on the one getting the light looks like it's curled in rolls like some evil noblewoman's. What? But there's no woman with that hairstyle, right? I mean, even if that's true, that doesn't really matter. Uh, what's with the gourd hanging from her waist? Water or booze? If it's booze, it looks like a flask, to be honest with you. If it's booze, maybe it's Lunaria from I Want to Drink Sake So Bad, even though she's not carrying a lute. Lol. I couldn't tell you. I think it's Renee. OMG, I just realized they are facing us. Lol. Yeah. Yeah, they're facing us. Watch it be Kaguro alt JK. Dude, if it's Kaguro alt, that would fucking suck. Obviously it can't be, because Kaguro would not have a human-like arm, but like if we were to play into it, that would just personally I would find that really shitty. Eastern Gourd is just their version of a flask. I know, but when I say flask, I mean like it looks like, well, admittedly, I only saw the top part of the gourd, so I truly thought it was a glass flask, but now that I see the bottom part of the gourd, I can agree with you that it is just a gourd. So, I mean, I don't know. We'll see what it is. Personally, I think it's still gonna be Renee, because I don't know what they're talking about with the curly hair. I see the little bit of hair right there, which, if anybody's familiar with Renee's, at least Renee's ninja outfit, like she has like one bang that kind of curls like this, and it looks like it's in the same angle, so I would assume it's Renee's hairstyle. I'm not sure though. I just hope the skill is pure aura. Imagine they make Kaguro transform into a baddie. If they do that, I would only grab the baddie Kaguro. What are they saying? Great Wall, Chinese descendant. Was there a character like that? I don't think so. The stone retaining walls built along the path are only about waist high for a person, so it doesn't seem like the scale of the Great Wall. If it's the Ranger Lunaria. Ranger? She might have braids instead of curls, but there's a chance it could be her. Are they saying that she could get the class change of Ranger? Is that what they're saying? Because Lunaria is a thief. Or maybe it's just an ill translation from X? I don't know. Oh my god. This person knows ball. What the hell? Monster Hunter Yukumo, I suppose. It's just too true. What the heck? I was thinking of that because of the hat, but I didn't think anybody else would think the same thing as me, so that's peak. That's so peak. This person knows ball. If only we could see the ear. True. The ear would be a dead giveaway, though. It's kind of the same with Shiyu's alt, because they cut off the head, like, right here, so, like, you wouldn't see any of the ears, and that's why people thought it was Renee's alt, because they didn't see the Beastfolk ears, and that's because they cut it off. But no, it turned out it was Shiyu, so. Isn't there any rigorous testing yet? No. What the fuck are you talking about? Rigorous testing for what? The alt character? The alt character hasn't even come out yet. Are you out of your goddamn mind? We gotta wait till the character's released. Then we can get some rigorous testing. And yes, I know what you're talking about by rigorous testing, Malcolm. That would be a dead giveaway? Oh my god. Dude, it would. The ears? Yes, absolutely. Why... Oh, are they saying because of the... Where are people seeing the curl? Here? Are they saying that this is a curl? Oh, maybe it is. I don't know. I just saw this part of the hair, and I didn't really register these ring-like structures right below it, which, I mean... Yeah, it could be a curl, but I don't really see why the curls would really disprove or prove anything. It's an alternate. Alternate styles would always have a different look to them. We already can download the update. Oh, you're right. They always release, like, the player-sided update before the maintenance is over. I'll download it now. Thank you for reminding me, Malcolm. No, there isn't rigorous testing yet, but there is vigorous inspecting. Well, yeah, I mean, of course. Braid? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, but again, I don't know why I would disprove or prove anything, really. Because, like, God. Okay, an example that I can give is Gerard, right? If you were to show the hair for his base and then his alternate, the hair between the base and the alternate are completely different. Different color, different structure, just different. So, like, that's why I don't think focusing on that one curl of hair is really worth anything. But, I mean, I don't know. Maybe they're cooking up something, and maybe it's Yuzu. I don't think that braid should really be anything, because, again, some hairstyles tend to be, like, completely different, but, again, I don't know. I mean, it could be Yuzu. Again, like I said before, I'm not going to completely say no to other characters. I just personally think it's most likely Renee this time around, but we'll see. There's a part of your brain that connects to your feet and part of your brain that connects to pleasure, and they're very, very close to each other in the brain, so sometimes the wires get crossed, and when people are born, so technically a foot fetish is a birth defect. I was not anticipating getting a two-parter for the hypothesis of foot fetishes being a birth defect. But hey, you know what? We're here now. Fascinating night. I appreciate the information. We could be able to see a tail if that is the case. Or we would be able to. Yeah, well, that's kind of what I was thinking too, because the way it's... Like, even with this highlighted thing, like, we can't even see a tail here. Unless they strategically angled the tail into an oddly shape to go all the way upright behind the character, you know what I mean? But I don't think they would do that. That just sounds weird. I would assume we would see some kind of tail for the brightened version or even the silhouetted version, you know what I mean? But like as I was talking about with like increasing the saturation, like it doesn't really show anything. Like it just sounds like, or it just looks like a brighter, like a non-black silhouette. Like that's what it looks like. Like this still looks silhouetted. You know, this black part, this shadow here is still like pitch black. It's just a lighter variant of pitch black, which sounds weird, but I'm sure you understand what the hell I'm saying. So, I've actually read that before as well. Because I recall someone saying they'd be able to tell if it's Renee if they could see toes. Oh yeah, that's... Yeah, it was Magoto. I'm putting Magoto on full blast for this one. Let's be real, it's Geralt Samurai. I'm gonna be honest, I think I would be disappointed if Geralt got Samurai. Because it wouldn't make sense. Because he has fighter, right? Which is fine, right? But he also has priest. So it's like that does not fighter plus priest does not equal samurai in my brain. So I think that's gonna piss me off. Variant like Variants Daphne, dude, it's just too fucking true. It's just too true. Series unraveled from Tales of the Living, backgrounds reminiscent of Eastern lands, castles, and battlefields. How about Yuzu, the traveling shrine maiden, engaging in espionage? What is he talking about? If she's in disguise, okay, it makes sense that her tail wouldn't be visible, right? Also, her hair. Well, the wandering Renee is charming too, but LOLW. So he's trying to. I thought the Shrine Maiden bit was like the being undercover part. Is it not? Because like it sounds like what they're trying to say is this alternate version of this character is supposed to be Yuzu, who is actively undercover. But I thought the Shrine Maiden outfit was her being undercover. So who is that flat in the game? Oh my god. Them Japanese people are talking in poems? I know! That's what I'm saying! I don't... Stop speaking in tongues! Just fucking be straight up with me! What are you saying? I have to, like, translate it first before I start talking about what they're saying. I think that's supposed to say Renee. Feels like the best fit. But Yoizu, the curly hair... I'm assuming that's supposed to be Yuzu, maybe? No way they mean, like, actual Yoizu. The curly hair looks like it's just wrapped in something that resembles a muffler-like scarf around the mouth, right? What? No. I, I, I don't know. I don't know how they got that, but that just doesn't make sense. What? Anytime I pull a dwarf on my account, my sister laughs because she can't take the beard seriously. She wouldn't be laughing if you pulled Yurza. True, Yurza has no beard. I need you to be direct with me. I have autism. It's true! On both fronts! Okay? I'm a little retarded, like, legitimately. I need you to just talk to me. I could see Geralf's beard, so it must be Geralf. Oh my, this is just a global meme at this point that it's Geralf. People think it's Yaramis, really? It has been discovered that Yuzu could be possible in tomorrow's different style prediction. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think anybody is saying that it's not possible. I just think there's people who think it's most likely Renee or most likely Yuzu. I don't think if there is anyone trying to argue that it cannot be Yuzu, do not listen to them because they clearly don't know what the fuck they're talking about. All right? It's all up for debate. We don't know. Nobody knows for a fact who it is, not unless we see some kind of leak that would confirm or deny any kind of, like, hypothesis or theory, right? Nobody knows for certain. The only people that know are the devs, and I don't think there's any devs with us currently that could confirm or deny which one it is. Weaponized autism? To a degree, yeah. She probably say cute. Oh, your sister looking at Yurza? Maybe. I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of people saying it might be Yuzu. But then again, I think it's just because Yuzu is more popular than Renee. Like a Samurai or Konoichi. Since Shiu's already out, it's probably a choice between Renee or Yuzu, right? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Renee or Yuzu, one of the two. I think it most likely will be Renee, but I can totally see Yuzu being a possibility, absolutely. If this is an alternate style for a female character, does that mean I shouldn't buy male characters in the future? Even for regular characters, only female ones have alternate styles? I mean, like, gee, I wonder why. Excuse me, it's almost like more people like looking at women than dudes. I wonder why. It's almost like more people who play the game are dudes that like chicks. Right? But I know, it's a little crazy. That assumption is too much sometimes. I'm sure everyone's going crazy, but hey, I'm just calling it like I see it. We're just gonna ignore Gerard and Adam. That is also true. Those two did get alternates. True. And Gerard's got fucking drip. I'm still upset at how dirty they did his fucking hair. Cause genuinely, the rest of his design looks fucking great. Like Gerard looks fucking like he looking like he can hit like this kind of pose, like the Gogeta like spreading out his coat kind of pose. Like he's got the fucking drip, but his hair's too fucking goddamn pisses me off. I do use Philip and Eckhart. I use some male characters as well. Mostly I use female characters though, because not only do I like female characters, obviously, but there are more good female characters than there are good male characters, if that makes sense. Yeah, I avoid pulling dudes if possible, only waifus here. Gee, I wonder why. It's almost like the majority of the player base is attracted to chicks or something, and they like looking at girls. That's crazy, right? Who would have known? Philip, my good little elf. Oh, that's too funny. It's Gillian alt. That would be interesting, honestly. And seeing how he is samurai, it would be very hard to say that he couldn't get an Eastern themed alternate, right? Will they release a ninja alt with the thief trials at the same time? Well, if it's Renee, it would still kind of make sense because she has a thief class change, right? So if you really want to be like, oh, that doesn't really make sense, you know, if it's Renee's alt, she class changes into thief. So it would still kind of make sense, but at the same time, this is also assuming that Dracom makes decisions that make sense, which I think we all know by now they don't. So I don't know why we're trying to entertain this. Well, does it really make sense? No, it fucking doesn't make sense. So who gives a fuck? It never makes sense. Almost nothing makes fucking sense with this fucking company. I'm telling you. Makes no when we get something that makes fucking sense, it's a revelation. Like we're getting like peak, like finally some good fucking food type shit. You know? That's when it makes sense. When it doesn't make sense, it's like another Wednesday, huh? It's Erwin's alt with a hair color change and growth hormones. That is foul. I wouldn't know. I joined this game late. Oh, don't worry about it, dude. Don't worry about it. Yeah, no, you're gonna find out real quick that like most of the decisions made by this company make no fucking sense. Don't even worry about it. We're just happy that you're here to enjoy this nonsensical ride with us. That's all. Please take a seat, grab some popcorn. Because let me tell you, in the next 2 hours have passed so far. I think 3 more hours, so like 3 a.m. No, it's 4 a.m. So like 4 a.m. ish is when we're gonna find out what the hell they're gonna be doing or what they did. All I know is free gems when there's a fuck it. Oh, when there's a fuck up? Oh, yeah, true. Oh, like the Final Fantasy 11 collab? Holy shit, he gets it! He gets it! I don't get it either! You get that I don't get the collab! Why do we have Final Fantasy MMO for the collab? What? It makes no sense! I'm flinging papers. Hold on. It just doesn't make sense to me. Watch it get extended. Honestly, if it gets extended, I'm going to bed. So many bugs, so many gems per bug compensation. Yeah, the so many gems per bug is 200 gems. That's like 1/10 of a 10 summon, or technically an 11th summon, I guess. Technically, since we want to buy the 11 packs with 2k gems, even though 2k gems actually equates to 10 summons. It's just if you get the 11k or the 11 remains pack, you're getting 1 extra phone, but they don't word it like that, so it looks like 2K is 11 summons, when in actuality 2K is 10 summons, so you just get the extra bone for the buying the one pack. But it's totally fine. I think everyone understands it, and if you don't understand it, then you're just a fool who needs to understand it quicker. I played Final Fantasy XI on a private server. 40k free gems. Previous message. Yeah, we're not going to get 40k gems. We're not going to get 40k gems. Not unless the rare possibility of us getting a Warhammer 40k fucking collab. Yes, rare Warhammer 40k reference. Artificial insert. But there's just no way. Excess PTSD from the Yuzu incident. Ooh, yes. I mean, okay. I want everyone to understand that there were little changes and choices made that led up to my freak out for the Yuzu class change. But the Yuzu class change was the straw that broke the camel's back. And I was just like, dude, I'm tired of this fuck-ass company making fuck-ass decisions. I still love the game, but god fucking damn, I don't agree with, like, half the decisions the company makes. I forget that when I break up my messages, it's like a hard counter to you. Fuck you. Shut the fuck up, Makoto. But yeah, no, I personally don't understand why we're getting a Final Fantasy XI collab. Like, literally, out of all the IPs you could have chosen, you chose specifically the MMO Final Fantasy. Like, I'm not trying to diss Final Fantasy XI. I'm not saying it's a bad game, but it just, in my opinion, it makes no fucking sense for Wizardry. 40k gems from launch, since there were so many bugs, we got so many Apollo gem conversations. There you go, all in one message. Fuck you, Makoto. Fuck you. I never seen that, the crash out. Should I go back in time to see it? Honestly, if you go back and you watch my VODs, you will see a couple of crash outs. The most recent one was the Stone Needle crash out. My sister and I are planning on making them highlights or their own videos, so like people can just watch the crash out to see how funny or how amusing it is to the viewer. Ooh, I forgot. Lost Sword is getting another update. It's gonna be huge. Apology compensation. Additionally, if the update takes place after July 10th, due to the unavoidable maintenance delay, the sales period for some in-game packages and the end date for the event dungeons may be displayed as July 9th. Simple display issue caused by the change in the maintenance schedule and purpose. Me, when talking aloud, is my main weakness. Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. We've had a lot of times. I am in the picture. Oh, are you? Wait, no, you're not. For a second, when you said that, I thought you were saying that everyone can see the fucking Discord page that I opened up because I was talking to my sister. Someone in Genocide chat got, like, 60k because they got hardlocked in a dungeon. They're the reason why hooks exist? No way. That's crazy. I didn't know that. Not the headhunter rabbits. Don't mind me. They killed my poor Lana with low fortitude. Oh, jeez. But what if I never take a Harken hook? Am I just fucked forever in a dungeon? There is an unstuck feature that you could use instead. It's just easier to use the Hook of Harken. That's why everyone usually holds at least one Hook of Harken on their MC, because if their MC if a character dies holding the Hook of Harken, you can't use it. So that's why they just have the MC hold it, because if the MC dies, you have to respawn anyways. And then just in case something happens, like you get stuck in a dungeon, you just use a Hook of Harken and you get the fuck out, you know? The real Tapjoy was with us long ago. Oh my god. Yeah, actually, I don't know if they took out Tapjoy. You know what? Maybe they're taking out Tapjoy this update too. I actually don't know. I didn't check Tapjoy at all before the update, so I genuinely don't know if they took it out earlier or if they're taking out this update. For US, I think EU still has Tapjoy, but I genuinely... I'm not sure about that either. I didn't even know that. Yeah, whenever a character dies in your party, like they're actually dead, like you can't res them with your right hand of reversal, or you haven't gone to the church yet. Like if they're just dead, you can't take off their equipment from what I'm aware of, and you can't use any items they have in their inventory. I usually try to fuck it, we ball. I usually do that too, but there was one... I think it was on stream. There was one situation where I should have used a Hook of Harken, but I just didn't have any, I think. And at that point, I was just like, alright, I'm going to hold at least one Hook of Harken on my MC. I usually hold 2 now, just in case, because I don't want to have to refill every time I use it, right? So I just carry 2 around, but whatever. You'd have accept death, or fight your way through, or forced recovery, which is on a 24-hour cooldown. True. Yeah, the forced... Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of forced recovery. Anyways, oh, this person is... Excuse me, I know I auto-translated this to English, but I didn't actually read it until just now. But they're talking about Elise and Barbara. I like it to be Elise or Barbara on purpose. If the outfit has Ainu patterns, patterns or something, it's unavoidable temptation to wail. Totally personal taste. Personally, I'd be fine with Elise or Barbara, but I just don't see it. I don't know. It wouldn't make sense to me, in my opinion. I can definitely see more Renee or Yuzu. You were full critical poison, I think. Oh, that would make sense. Yeah. That would make sense as to why I don't, or why I needed a Hook of Harken there. First time doing Dwarf Cave and killing the dragon I hooked out. Wasn't running back through the dungeon. Fuck that. I don't blame you, Hypnotech. That shit's fucking brutal. Can't you just transfer to MC from the dead guy? From my understanding, you couldn't. Maybe you can now, but at the time, you just couldn't for some reason. I don't know why. I personally thought it was... Because I remember thinking it was really fucking stupid that you couldn't. But maybe you can now. I don't know. I don't know about now, but I know previously you couldn't. So many Barbara enjoyers. I mean, Barbara's a good character, don't get me wrong. Like, she also has the resource decrease whenever you're using a night skill. So, like, night skills cost less resources, is what I'm trying to say. They cost less resources because of Barbara's passive specifically. Tall mommy who wouldn't enjoy it, also fucking true. Whereas Birkenan is tall cutie, true. Yeah, no, I really hope we get the Blade and Bastard collab back. Because, like, don't get me wrong, I think it was a bit lackluster compared to what they could have done with the reoccurrence of the Blade and Bastard collab. But honestly, if they make it so then it's like a yearly thing, so like once a year it comes out, I'm totally fine with them being a bit lazy about it, because it's like reoccurring content for everyone to kind of like sink their teeth into, whether it's old players, casual players, or new players, you know what I mean? So I'm fine with them being a little lazy about it. Just don't be so lazy to where it's like, oh, what do you think is gonna happen, next year? Oh, well, they're just gonna add the next quality equipment, and then maybe part, depending on how long the game lasts, is gonna be like, oh, the part, 34 is gonna have, one other Blade and Bastard character fucking die, and you gotta resurrect them, and then you gotta kill another version of a dragon. Like, as long as it's not, like, super fucking repetitive like that, I'm fine with them being a little lazy about it. As long as it's reoccurring. I don't like cold coffee. I should go and get it, fucking warm it up with some more coffee, but I'm just not feeling like getting up right now. Any gif I see of Burke, her boobies jiggle crazy. Yeah, because it was a bug with her. I don't know why, but her chest was bugged to shit. Because, like, there's jiggle physics in the game, right? But her chest is so big compared to literally every other character in the game. So I'm thinking that there was a collision issue brought brought to Birkenand specifically because her breasts are so big, like they have their own, like maybe they count as like their own objects in the game's code. So like there could be like a collision issue, which is why they would move so weirdly. But that's just my assumption. But I don't know, I think it's funny. Put Burke and Barbara in the WNBA and they would be misgendered for the numbers they'd be putting up. Oh my god. Yeah, it was a funny old bug from the first collab event run. Yeah. I really I really need to be there. Well, like that's why I said like I would be totally fine with them like having it just like a reoccurring event every year. And like if they just want to like, give us like the next quality equipment and then, maybe a slight change into the I don't know, the story, and then, give us like just an easy way to get resources and items and equipment and shit. Just like how it's been for the past 2 years, like how it was when it first came out and then when it reoccurred. Like if they just want to keep it like that, like very simple, like I'm totally fine with that. Again, as long as it's just a reoccurring thing, because I would hate for them to like, you know, have it occur the first year, then reoccur the second year, and then have them be like, no more Blade and Bastard collab. It's gone. It's like, why? Why? That makes no sense. So, as long as it's like, and it's a Wizardry property too, so I find it highly unlikely that they would just stop doing the collab when it's like, it's literally a Wizardry property. It's Wizardry, Blade and Bastard, and then Wizardry Variants Daphne. I would assume that a reoccurring collab would be a good strategic marketing move, but what do I know? I'm just a guy who thinks of good things. I don't know. I love looking at my Birkenand. I think everyone does. Burke breasts can't be truly contained. They desire freedom. You might be onto something, Knight. Might have been a waiting issue. Yeah, it could be, Magoto. So, new samurai? Maybe. It's not a new character, it's an alternate. From what we're aware of, because they already, from what I am aware of, they have already confirmed it's an alternate of a character. So, I mean, it could be, I forget who it was, but I know somebody jokingly mentioned Gillian because he has a samurai class change. And I was like, that could be possible, although I think it's most likely Renee. People are caught up with the curly braid to the right side of the character's face, as you can see here. And I'm like, that doesn't really mean anything. Like, I can totally see it being Renee or Yuzu, but I don't think the hairstyle could be a giveaway. If it is Yuzu, though, I think it would be very funny because the way they have the hat, because they cut off the top of the hat. And you would think with a beast folk, they would have a circle there for the ears, right? But we also don't see a tail. So, I mean, that's why I'm saying, like, it could be either Yuzu or Renee. Freedom, you say we should give her pasties. Oh, now he's speaking like a fucking like a genius. What the fuck? Tea in the microwave should be a felony offense. Man, I wish for a man or a woman with the hands. With the hands. What? Once a year, Blade X Bastard? Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Like, I think a reoccurring Blade and Bastard collab every year would be nice. You reheat tea by pouring more boiling water in. Yeah, true. Watch a future collab be Proving Grounds of the Mad Overlord. Honestly, that would be cool. I think that would be nice. Although, in my opinion, I truly don't think, like, when it comes to Wizardry IP collabs, I think those should be reoccurring every year, in my opinion. Like, if they were to add that, like, if they were to add the Proving Grounds, because that's the first game, right? That should be reoccurring every year. Like, theoretically, the Blade and Bastard collab. And I say theoretically because we've only seen the Blade and Bastard collab come out twice, and I usually like, in my head, I would be more certain about it coming back if it came out 3 times, right? Because one point, you're thinking, okay, it's limited time. Second point, it's like, okay, it's looking like it's making a graph that it's going to be coming out every year from what it looks like. But we're still not certain because they could turn around and say, hey, rerun was a one-time thing, right? But if they come out with it a third time, I would be more inclined to say, well, it's most likely going to come back next year. Because it already came out for the past 3 years, right? So, in my opinion, I think we should wait for the third one, and then we can be like, okay, well, it's most likely a yearly thing. You know, to avoid all of the confusion, the devs could just say, hey, every year Blade and Bastard collab is coming out. That would be great! You know? Then nobody would, have the feeling of fucking FOMO anymore. I hate the feeling of FOMO. Dude, I fucking hate FOMO. I hate it so much. I think it's so stupid. But genuinely, I feel like this Final Fantasy XI collab, I feel like it might be a one-time thing. I don't know. But because of that, I'm not gonna pull on it. I think, like, even if the characters are nice looking, like, unless we're getting some crazy, like, Birkenan type fucking, like, lewdish kind of design, unless we're getting that for a female character from the Final Fantasy XI collab, I just don't think I'm gonna pull, like, at all. Like, truly, because I think FOMO's stupid. I'm tired of feeling FOMO. I'm tired of feeling FOMO for the limited time characters. I'm tired of feeling FOMO for the Blade and Bastard characters. I'm tired of feeling FOMO for other games as well. It's dragging me down, and I hate the feeling that I'm gonna miss out on something really cool and exciting and fun, or maybe it's just unique, and it's because it's all locked behind some artificially crafted FOMO, and it pisses me off. It annoys me, it pisses me off, it makes me irritable, and I just don't see myself wanting to pull for the character because of those reasons. Now, if the devs just turn around, they're like, hey, we understand you don't like FOMO, but we can't have the collabs last forever, which is totally understandable. But these collabs that we're going to be making is going to come out once, every year, or like every other year, like maybe the Wizardry IP specific collabs are every year, but like the alternate, like, IPs that Wizardry doesn't own, like Final Fantasy, yeah, they're going to come out like every other year, Then I'd be like, okay, well, since we're going to get them every other year, if you like the character, pull for him. Go for it, right? Because then, like, there is some form of FOMO, but at the same time, you're not stuck to that one small window. And it just, like, oh my god, dude. It just, like, I don't even know where to, like, continue with that, because it's just, like, the thought of FOMO just really, really fucking pisses me off. And again, and I understand why they do it. I understand they want to make money. It's an easy get money, quick money scheme, because you collab with a property people like, you have a fairly decent fan base that are willing to spend money, so obviously you FOMO them in to a property, to another property they like, and then have them spend the fuck out of trying to get the characters that look cool that are part of the fucking collab and whatever else. Like, I get it. I understand why they're doing it, but that doesn't mean that I am going to just fucking eat up the FOMO slop and just be like, oh yeah, I understand. No, I'm not. I'm sorry. I'm not doing that. It's so fucking annoying. What is FOMO? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Thank you, lad. For, or, I think your name is lad. I'm sorry. I think your name is lad the whole time, but that could be an uppercase I. But yeah, fear of missing out. Yeah. They introduced characters with dual class with this collab. LOL, dual class on base. There's gonna be an M&A with no drawbacks. Wait, what? What is he talking about? Still an odd choice. It's gonna be the Kite Sith, and we're gonna like it. I wish I was there for that fairy. The fairy's alright. But the fairy will be back because it's a Wizardry Variants Daphne IP. So, Ladin? Okay, gotcha. Thank you, Ladin. I don't know why it's lowercase here. No, it's fine. I appreciate you clarifying though. But yeah, I mean the fairy's nice, don't get me wrong, the fairy's not bad, but it's just like, when it comes to farming her gear, it's kind of a bitch, because she's the only fairy that's out right now, so it's kind of a pain in the ass. Just a hypothetical. Oh, the dual class? I see. Honestly, I was just gonna tell you, like, I don't give a fuck what they're introducing with these characters, but they need to fuck off if they think that I'm gonna feel fear, or I'm gonna feel FOMO for Final Fantasy characters. Fairy Knight / Fighter, when? Honestly, I think that would be a nice combo, but people don't think so because fairies have a very low HP pool, but I don't know. The high luck, I think, would be a nice gimmick for the knight class. Imagine if it's something crazy like that after the Blade and Bastard collab units treatment. Honestly, I would be pretty upset. I would be. Like, they would treat the Final Fantasy collab characters better than they treat their own IP characters. That's kind of shitty. Kind of shitty, in my opinion. But, no. I mean, like, and I'm not trying to, like, throw shade at Final Fantasy. I just don't think that Final Fantasy fits the vibes of Wizardry. And I know there's gonna be some fucking old head who's gonna be like, oh, well, old Wizardry had fucking guns and sci-fi shit. I'm like, yeah, great. Variants Daphne does not have that, though. I'm sorry. I don't give a flying fuck what the old Wizardry had or didn't have. Does it fit the theme of the game? No. Then, in my opinion, it shouldn't be in there. That's just how I feel. You know, if they later on, for some reason, want to start adding fucking aliens and fucking spaceships and shit later on, but they do it in a unique and clever way to where it doesn't completely, throw my immersion of the world out the fucking window, then yeah, I can totally see some more modernized, I can totally accept some modernized, ideas, or some more sci-fi like ideas for Wizardry. But as of right now, for Variants Daphne specifically, there is nothing pointing at sci-fi shit. And Final Fantasy is sci-fi. They got cars, they got guns, they got ways that magic interacts with more modern like ideas. And I'm not saying any of that is bad. I'm saying that what I am saying is that Wizardry doesn't have anything like that. And to just thrust upon those ideals or ideas or whatever into the game because of a collab, in my opinion, just sounds really fucking dumb. And that's why I don't like the fucking collab. No, I'm not a Final Fantasy expert. Don't get me wrong. I only know Final Fantasy in passing because some of my friends are huge fans of the properties. I'm sure that there's like a couple of games that could have fit better for Wizardry that were way more medieval-esque, you know, back in the day, maybe early on in the IP. I'm sure there's some kind of game like that, or some games like that from Final Fantasy. But the issue is that they didn't use those games. They used the MMO, which has the guns, which has the different mounts, the fucking the cars and all that other shit. Like, it has a lot of modernized ideas that I feel like could break the immersion of the game. Isn't 11 the medieval one? From what I'm aware of, the 11 is the fucking is the MMO. "11 is the medieval one. 14 is the newer one. Okay. Then maybe I was thinking of a different Final Fantasy MMO. What the was it 14 then? Okay, so I was thinking of 14. Okay. That's fucking confusing. Why do they have two different MMOs? Is 11 even active anymore? What the fuck? July 15th? There's two, 11 and 14. What's the best character of Madoka was doing on the screen? I don't know what the hell you're talking about, Red, but I know for sure 14 has magic tech. Yeah, that's the one, that's what I was referring to. So I was talking about 14. 11 is not. They are private servers, that's why it's so odd. What the fuck? Yeah, that is odd. Why are they doing an MMO that's no longer having official servers? What the fuck? Like, don't get me wrong, I feel more comfortable with it being medieval-esque now, but now I'm just fucking confused as to why it's a dead MMO. And I don't mean dead as in, like, it failed, but dead as in, like, it's, like, literally no official servers are supported. I'm just confused now. We're using her as a comparison for the curl that people think are seeing the character teaser silhouette? Oh. You know me, ball knower? Okay, dude. Final Fantasy XI is a weird pick for the collaboration. Actually, it still gets content. Does it still get content? Why does an MMO that has private servers still get content? I'm just even more confused now. I'm confused at that decision. I'm confused as the Final Fantasy XI being the collab target. Like, as I'm looking more into it, now I'm even more confused. I mean, again, I feel more comfortable now that it's more medieval-like. Don't get me wrong, that's... I can't really even be mad about the theming, because, again, it's medieval. Or medieval-esque, I should say. But I'm just confused as to why that game now. Like, why this game? Like, it would make more sense to be 14, because that's the newer MMO. That's the one that I'm hearing all the talk about. Old people game, old people nostalgia collab? I mean, maybe. I don't know, I keep seeing different stuff about it. Yes, 11 is just an odd choice. Hmm. Well, apparently, from various sources that I have had, it's looking like the characters we might have for the Final Fantasy collab is going to be a, if I remember correctly, it's going to be like a spear using samurai and then some kind of dancer, and both of the characters will be female. Now, I haven't played Final Fantasy 11. I don't know if those are like specific NPC descriptions that are popular. I genuinely don't know. But from what I can remember that was told to me, that was the description that I was given. So if that rings any bells for you Final Fantasy players, I mean, the rest of the theorizing is up to you. I can't tell you anything else. I don't know. Also, probably collabed with it since Final Fantasy is a big name, but Final Fantasy 11 isn't as big as the other games, so it was easier to purchase a collab. Man, I'm so smart. Well, I don't think it has anything to do with purchasing. I mean, maybe it does. I don't know. I don't think you purchase anything for a collab, do you? That doesn't really make sense. But not only that, but like why a dead MMO? Why not just like a fucking, I don't know, literally any other property of the Final Fantasy franchise, literally anything else. Like, it would make more sense for the newest Final Fantasy, like with Cloud and Sephiroth and shit. Like, that would make more sense since it's like the newest edition, right? Is like the revamp of Final Fantasy VII. And then there's the mainline game before the remake of Final Fantasy VII that they could have done, or they could have done the newest MMO. Now, don't get me wrong. I am fine they didn't do that because, again, it doesn't match the theme. But I'm saying it would make more sense for those to be the collab games because those are the newest or the, I don't want to say well known, but they're the more worked on projects of that IP, if that makes sense. So like that's why I think it would make more sense to have those, since it would lead people who are playing Wizardry to kind of want to try those newer games out. Because like collaborations are meant to kind of like, you know, get the fans of both IPs to kind of like dabble into like each IP, if that makes sense. But it's just like this just doesn't make sense. Like, is Final Fantasy? Do you have to pay for Final Fantasy 11? Like, are they trying to artificially make sales for Final Fantasy 11, or is it even available? I genuinely have no idea. I imagine it has to be, right, since there are private servers of it. But is it free? Is it? No, it's not free. Final Fantasy 11 is $30. So maybe they're trying to artificially increase the prices by grabbing people from the Wizardry IP to go buy Final Fantasy 11? I'm assuming, maybe. You know, maybe that's just me talking out of my ass, but it makes sense to me. It's how collabs work. They need a license for it. Once it's gone, banner's gone. Well, I understand the need for a license, but the way you worded it to me, it sounded like they bought the fucking game, is why I was confused. I'm not saying buying a license is foreign to me. I was saying the way you worded it, it sounded like they bought the game. They have a limited time license, and Final Fantasy 11 can use Wiz for content as well. 14 would cost a lot more, excuse me. And Final Fantasy 11 Remake would cost a shit ton, as it's the biggest one in the series. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. I said purchase a collab. I don't know what to fucking tell you, Magoto, okay? I'm telling you how it registered in my brain. We know I'm fucking autistic, okay? But still, it just, I don't know. 11 doesn't necessarily make a whole lot of sense still. especially since you have like so many other IPs you could have chosen from, in my opinion. I don't know. I feel like there could have been a different IP that could have fit better, but I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see how they do the collab, right? Goblin Slayer could have been a good pick. This is true. You pay for it? Yeah, I didn't know you paid for 11, so. But yeah, Goblin Slayer could have been a good pick. I'm personally not a huge fan of Goblin Slayer, but I can definitely see that fitting in Wizardry quite well. Personally, I would have liked to see Frieren in here. I think Frieren would have also been a good pick. There are a couple other ones. People throw out Berserk, but I don't know. I'm a little on the fence about Berserk. I don't know if Berserk would work. Like, the theme of Berserk, like, the world, I can definitely agree with, but I don't know. Something about Berserk doesn't appeal to me in terms of, like, collaborating with Wizardry, if that makes sense. Same with Final Fantasy, I guess. I don't know. I'm not a huge Final Fantasy person. I really like Berserk, but I don't know. I don't feel like it fits. I don't know. Final Fantasy Tactics War of the Lions? Final Fantasy Tactics? Why does it sound familiar? This looks familiar. Why does this look familiar? Oh, wait. Yeah, no, this was actually a Final Fantasy game I was actually mildly interested in. Ow, that was very loud. It reminds me of Disgaea, or Disgaea, however you pronounce it, with the way the battles are kind of laid out. So long as they get the actual VA for Frieren, this is true. Excuse me, kind of like how some Final Fantasy mobile games did collabs with Nier. This is also true, but also, I mean, Nier aren't both Nier and Final Fantasy Square Enix titles? Because I don't think Wizardry is a Square Enix title. So like that's why I think it would make more sense for Nier to collab with Final Fantasy and vice versa. Because it's literally just like taking the fans from each franchise and you're recycling the same fans, right? Disgaea Wizardry Daphne collab. Um, I think that would be really goofy. I don't know. Honestly, I'm on the fence about that too because I like Disgaea, but I don't know if it really fit. I guess it really depends on how they. I guess it really depends on how they like take the collab, like how they do it. I guess. Goblin Slayer books is darker than the anime. Is it? I might have to check out the books because I liked the Goblin Slayer like first episode of the anime because of how dark and gritty it was, but then it just turned into like I understand that the book was inspired by the author and his D&D campaign, but the anime specifically, because I only watched the anime with my brother, right? Like the anime was so fucking disappointing because it had like this really dark, gritty, like really like fucked up like story to it. I'm like, wow, this is really fucked. And then it essentially just turned into like another fucking just another fantasy anime, and I'm just like, so I'm not gonna watch it, like, because like I thought it was gonna be unique in the sense that it's like really really fucking dark and fucked up and shit, like Berserk, because like that's why I like Berserk, because it's a really dark medieval fantasy like story, and so I was ready for Goblin Slayer to be like that, and then it's like after like the first episode, it's like just another fantasy anime, and I'm like, okay, well I'm dropping it then. Because like I can literally watch the same fucking anime with different characters. Like I stayed here for the dark fucked up theme and now it's gone. You know? Tactics is a big IP. In Final Fantasy cost too much again. Gotcha. Claymore? Yes, Claymore. I'm not... So, my older brother used to watch Claymore when I was younger, so I'm not super familiar with it, but I understand what it is, and honestly, the art style, I'm tempted to get into it. Like, personally, like, I would watch a couple episodes in passing, but I'm tempted to, like, actually, like, just sit down and watch it, and that's also if my ADHD brain will allow me to do that. But yes, a Claymore collab would be pretty cool, admittedly. Oh, Disgaea? I thought it was Disgaea, but I fucking said Disgaea, and somebody said Disgaea is the way you pronounce it. Oh my gosh, I'm calling this IP gay, and I didn't even realize it. God damn it. They already collabed... Wait, what? They already collabed in Final Fantasy XIV? Wait, what did I totally missed that part. Did you see the Blade and Bastard anime teaser? I did. I sent it in the media sharing channel in the Discord. I thought it was pretty cool. It genuinely looks really nice. Like the art style. The art style doesn't fit. Well, immediately disagreements. The animation's smooth, the art style, I'll have to double check the art style. I will admit there are definitely some shots in the trailer that looked a little funky. Like there's one where Yarmus looks very fat in one scene. I don't know why that is. I'm just looking at him like, why does it look like he put on a few pounds before this shot? But I don't know. I'll have to look back into the trailer to see. Soul Nomad? I'm not familiar with that one. JK, I don't know shit about it. I don't know shit about that either. This is the first time I'm hearing about Soul Nomad. What about a collab with Mortal Shell? Mortal Shell. Let me look it up real quick just so I understand what the hell we're talking about. Mortal Shell. Oh. Oh, this game. How would it fit? I mean, like, theme-wise, it fits. But I don't... I do know what this game is. It looks interesting. I saw some gameplay of it. But I don't know if it itself would fit in a collab very well. This is not like the second game. I played the open beta demo of Mortal Shell 2 and loved it a lot, so I thought it would be a great idea to try the first one. It's bad. Parry Sim. I really wanted to like Mortal Shell. How many comparisons I read stating that this isn't like the second game at all. Oh yeah, I forgot the second game is coming out. Yeah. Even though these banners right here, but still. I mean, I don't know. Like, aesthetic-wise, it looks like it fit, but I don't know too much about Mortal Shell to really say for certain whether it would fit Wizardry. Visually, it looks like it could. Okay, let's turn on the volume here. And I understand this is the first game. The second game sounds like it's a lot better. The thing is, though, it seemed like this was a more, I don't know, I keep wanting to use the word dramatized, but I don't think that's a right descriptor for it. But it's like a more dramatic Dark Souls game, if that makes sense. Or more animated. I don't know, it's like more out there. I don't know how to describe it very well, but it definitely seems like it's more animated, quote unquote. I don't know. Again, I can't really find the right descriptor for it, but I'm sure somebody understands what I'm saying. Free until August 23rd. Damn, I missed my window. New transforming weapon. I mean, yeah, visually it looks like it could fit. Yaramus. True. Yaramus tank build. Oh, I see Yaru Mass. I see. What the fuck? What the fuck? Sorry, my sister's messaging me. Like, what the fuck? The only real MILF in the game is Yekatrina, according to her lore. 4 kids? Sheesh. Oh no. Oh, that's right, I forgot. I forgot! Yekatrina, or Yekaterina, however you want to pronounce her name. Yeah, she's... Man, her lore is weird. I was not expecting her lore to be as deep as it was, to be honest with you. But yeah, I don't know. Actually, can we... Hold on, let's look up the... Ooh, actually. I would like to check out the trailer for Bladed Bastard, but I also don't want to get, like, fucking demonetized because I'm playing it. You know, like, I'm playing the trailer. How can I do that? MILF? Where? Yekatrina, man. She's a MILF. According to her lore. You know what? If... I don't know. Can I... Hold on. Oh, I should probably type in Wizardry, right? Or maybe not demonetized, but DMCA'd. The one with the Skelly Man? Yeah. Yeah, the Earth Mage. Is there a way that I can, like... voice boost? We'll do that. Or actually, no. I was kind of hoping to find a way that I could, like, increase, like... Yeah, you know what? I'll just look for the scene that I'm talking about. Right here. Like, he looks kind of like a chonker. No, don't play it. Don't play it. But, like, he looks like a chonker. Goodbye to this channel, it's over. No. I'm not actually playing it. I'm not actually playing it. I'm more just trying to show what I'm talking about. I got a few copies of Alt Yekatrina. I'm not sure what to do with them. You'll be alright. I don't know if I will or not. With Alt Yekatrina, honestly, I don't even... Oh my god, I don't even remember... Linebacker build? It's just... He's just funky looking, I don't know. What's her inheritable? Oh, yeah, I mean, honestly, just... If you got the right IV or, like, the right stat growths or whatever, just fuse them. Her inheritable's, like... Chance to stun based on magic power, damage dealt, and stun chance are increased when attacking undead opponents. Like, it's just, like... It's a mildly better, Erlich, last I remembered. So it's like... You could do her inheritable, but it's... Wait for an 80 Fortitude Yeka or a 10 bonus point Speed, IQ, or Piety IV, then build the best Yeka ever? I mean, yeah, you could do that. I already merged a decent copy onto my base. I see 80 Fortitude is good IV. No, so 80 Fortitude... So we talked about this earlier on in the stream. 80 Fortitude gives you additional stat growths with everything else. And then IVs are separate from low Fortitudes. Like, they're two separate things. Like, IVs, like, you can see... This is Yeka's stat table. Like, if this was an IQ IV, she would have 15 IQ instead of 14. But her Fortitude value has nothing to do with her IQ value, or her IV value. Or her IV. I guess IV value doesn't make sense because it's individual value. That makes no sense. But yeah, I mean, like, and discipline? What's her discipline? HP, MP? HP doesn't mean fucking shit. Like, MP is nice, don't get me wrong. But, like, honestly, I think base Yucca is better. Because it gives her skill and spellbind tolerance. Because HP, like, what they're trying to go for is, like, a bulky mage build, but mages have, like... they used to have the smallest amount of HP, but now it's healers. Or, I mean, I'll have to double check thieves and ninjas, but I could have sworn mages had the lowest IQ. Or, fucking hell, that's not true at all. I'm pretty certain mages had the lowest HP value out of everyone before healers were introduced. Clearly you meant to say individual variance value? Oh, yes, of course. If standard Yucca and ever-distant Summershade Yucca are merged, inheritable skills are shared by both by both styles, which is true. But changing styles will swap any style-specific uninheritable passive and discipline skills. True. Fairy Healer definitely has the lowest HP. Oh, well, yeah. True. Well, because, like, it's a healer and a fairy. Like, those are two negatives for the fucking health. So, yeah, absolutely. But going back to the Blade and Bastard trailer, I mean, I can see why some people don't like the art style. I don't think it's too bad. I think it's fine. Like, it looks close to, the manga. Hold on. I don't remember how to spell Yarmus. Jesus. Not Variants Daphne. If I can spell bastard, that would be great. Where can I... Hello? I would go on a dubious website that shows manga for free, but I don't want to blow my website's cover. So I'm trying to find a panel here somewhere. That's the cover of a manga. I'm just trying to show, like, Yarmus, like, anime to the manga panel. Which, I mean, honestly... That's not too far off. I would say that this is fairly accurate for the manga, because this is the cover, I want to say, of the first book. Like, if you were to compare, like, this art style to, like, the anime, I mean, I would say it's fairly similar. Now, it's definitely not one-to-one, but I think it's serviceable, you know? I mean, in terms of the animation quality, I can't really say anything about it right now, because we can't see it, but, I think the animation was smooth enough. I don't know. Samurai backwards? Yeah. Just my autism showing, that's all. Sometimes two negatives don't make a positive? Yeah, no, unfortunately not. Fly swatter anemone? True. Holy thighs. The chocolate... Wait, what? Who? Who are we saying holy thighs to? I don't know. I don't see any crazy thigh character. I see X is into the oil tapping ASMR. Oh, are you referring to the ASMR thing? Oh my god! Wow. Yeah. Actually, I don't watch that, believe it or not. I, unfortunately, because it is popular amongst the ASMR community, it is pushed more often than, like, actual ASMR. But, you know, what are you gonna fucking do? That's funny. Bro got his shit leaked. I do think it's funny, but no, I don't actually watch that. I think it's fucking weird, but it's whatever. I do watch anime. Yeah, of course I watch anime. No, I watch ASMR, but not that ASMR. Um, oh, that Yorichi video as well. Yorichi video. Oh, this one? This is just a thumbnail to get clicks. It's supposed to be, if you read the thing, it's a atmospheric liquid D&B playlist. It's like a specific kind of it's not really electric. I don't even know how I could describe it. It's like it's like breakcore, I think they call it. It's like breakcore music. I want to listen to Yucca talk to me. Yeah, that's your Yucca talk to ASMR, yeah. Liquid? Yeah, so Liquid is supposed to be like I think it's like the merging of percussion and the other style of instruments like merged together in a smooth fashion. But here, atmospheric liquid DMB. Here, let me look it up, because like I looked it up earlier because I was also confused as to what the title was. It was, wait, DMB liquid. We'll just liquid music, right? Meaning. Subgenre of electronic music. Okay, so it is electronic. It contains the rapid 160 to 180 BPM tempo of traditional DMB, but swaps aggressive, dark bass lines for smooth, soulful, and atmospheric sounds influenced by jazz, R&B, and ambient music. So the liquid part is supposed to be a more smooth and soulful variant or subgenre of that electronic music, I guess. How about some acid jazz? What is acid jazz? I've never acid jazz? Acid jazz or club jazz is a dance-oriented music genre that blends elements of funk, soul, hip-hop, and electronic dance music. Originating in the UK club scene during the 1980s, it merges vintage jazz samples with contemporary groove-based beats and live instrumentation. I don't think I've ever heard of anything like that before. We out here learning more things than just wizardry here. Variants like Wizardry Daphne. True. It's just too true. I've never heard of acid jazz before. This is definitely new to me. Is there like here acid jazz royalty free, maybe? Royalty free music. Just so that I can like get a so I can listen on stream without getting like ass blasted by DMCA or whatever. Because I would like to listen to what it is, but I also don't want... Here, you know what? I'll listen very briefly. I'll turn the desktop volume off. So... Only reason I know of it is because of Persona 5. Oh, it's like Persona 5? Okay. No copyright, song, MP3, free downloads. I don't want free downloads, I just want to listen. Can I listen on here? That's very loud for me. Holy moly. Okay. I see. Okay. I get it. I get it now. It makes sense. I get it. It's all coming together. I didn't know if that was really like actually copyright song or no copyright songs, because uh there's some things where it's like, oh, this is copyright free, and then something happens. It's like it wasn't actually copyright free, so I just wanted to listen to it with the volume off on stream just in case. But I get it now. Yeah, it does sound an awful lot like Persona 5 music. I can definitely see why. Do not look in the server. Oh my god. What are they doing? What are they doing now? What are they doing now? It's over. The three stages of being caughtism. Wow, that's crazy. No, but all jokes aside, I don't watch that stuff, but you know what? I don't even know. I don't even have anything else to say. I just don't watch it, but it is funny to think about. I am now curious. If you want to take a look, it's in the Discord. Permanent Discord invite link is in the description of the VOD, or of the stream and the VOD, and there is also a permanent invite link in my YouTube bio. So, new emojis. We got new ones. Oh no, is it of me? Stop. Did you really add more fucking emojis of my face? Or are you saying you're planning on adding more? Because I don't see any new ones here. I am a very expressive individual. Holy shit. Oh my god. Landon is here. Hello. Please make sure, if you are joining the Discord, you read the Discord rules and you understand them. Not yet? Okay. Alright, I'm actually going to warm my coffee back up with more coffee. I will be right back. I'm also going to go take a piss. So, how much time we got left? It is 1:46 a.m. EST, and it was 3 a.m. EST, right? Or 3 or 4, right? Excuse me. It was 17 JST to EST is 4 a.m. Right? That's what it's saying. It's saying it's 3. What? Brother. Is it 4 or 3? Piss. True. Oh my god. Okay, I'll be right back. I will be right back, guys. Have fun with Charles the Chair. Unfortunately, people get his name mixed up with as Charles for some reason, but his name is Charles. Say hello to Charles. I will be right back. Alrighty, I am back. Oh, Juju's leaving? Gotta go to bed. I'll keep the stream up as always. Good night, be safe. Hey, I appreciate it, Juju. You have a good night, man. Sleep tight. Charles for it is Charles. Alright? Not Charles. It's Charles. I'm not even gonna worry about finishing the rest of that though, because fuck you, CC. It's like the saying, the Blue Archive by Hanako. If you believe your swimsuit are panties, then they are panties. What? What did I miss? What? Flute piss water? Oh my god. Flute piss water is genuinely insane. We're unsupervised. Yeah, wow, okay. Charles? It's not Charles! It's Charles! Peak Entertainment has once again arrived. Noted not to put on the safe... What? Wait, why not? Oh, right, the Nika character, yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Depends on how lewd the outfit is, I guess. How long have I been streaming for? Hold on. Okay. I mean, almost 6 hours, that's fine. It's whatever. I just don't want to reach the, I think it was the 12-hour limit, right? Because I think the YouTube stops recording your VODs after 12 hours, right? I just don't want to hit that threshold. Because I did on the stream where I completed Abyss 1, and now I don't have the final ending for Helmut for the free-to-play video, unfortunately. So, I'm gonna have to skip that part and go straight into, like, the second run of Abyss 1. So, whoever watched the stream while it was live is the only ones who've, like, who was there for when I beat it. Unfortunately, no one else can see me finish it the first time around. She's in a slingshot. I tried to grab my beard when you said hold on, but I forgot I recently shaved. Oh my goodness. It's fine. He would rip out a fat goon, pass out, and forget that you broke the rules. That is not how that works. What the fuck what is wrong with you, Magoto? I'm gonna say you cheated, W? How could I cheat? I mean, I guess you could say that I mean, if we want to entertain the idea of you saying I cheated, you could probably say, like, I used a legendary, but I don't have, like, any legendaries leveled up at all. Except for, like, I think Deborah is level 6 from dispatches? Which reminds me, I do actually have to, just make a whole stream dedicated to completing the exams that I already completed for the legendaries, so then I can use them for dispatches. Because, like, that, instead of, like, actually using legendaries, I'm gonna have one of each legendary, and they're gonna be, like, a trophy character, so we're going to go through for those of you who are interested, oh my god, I'm repeating myself. Focus. But yeah, so we're going to complete the game as planned, as normal. Like, we're going to continue the challenge, no legendary, no legendary inherits, no gacha weapons, or other mumbo jumbo. But when we complete an exam, I am allowed to use the legendaries in the exams I have already completed, so then we can increase their level cap and use them for future dispatches. And I told everyone that I was only going to use them in the exams on stream. So then, like, literally no one can say that I used them off stream and, you know, I've done shit with them. Like, you will only see me ever use them for the exams to increase their level cap, so then, like, on stream, so then we can use them for dispatches, for, like, later game dispatches. Because that's all they're used for. They're just trophy characters that I can display, like, oh, I was lucky enough to get this character, but I can't use him, so he's here. And then, you know, they're dispatch slaves. If you can't tell, you boy, I am a flute enthusiast. Hey, you know what, man? We have enthusiasts of many different characters. Alright? I can't judge. I can't, nor will I. You leveled up a legendary, then fed them into another legendary to hide your criminal deeds. That would be fairly clever if I cared enough to do that, which I don't. Plus, we've been actively, like, getting rid of legendaries. Actually, I need to get rid of that other Alice that we got on stream earlier today. We need to get rid of her and get the game tag, Jesus Christ, the guild tags from her. Because those guild tags are going to be really fucking nice for leveling up Amelia. Because I'm thinking we're going to level up Amelia to 60, take advantage of the fact that she's a thief for a little bit, and then class change her to a fighter, because I think she'll probably be a decent chest-opening fighter unit. Especially since her discipline's focused on opening chests, so I figure why the fuck not, right? Trophy wife Deborah makes sense to me. Exactly. See, he gets it. He gets it. Should I show Ladon the infamous flute drawing? Sure. I don't even remember what it was. Real Amelia's cool as fuck. Goated pick. I mean, she's a fire type beast folk. Like, she's got the makings of a great fighter, just like Chloe. It's just, she starts off as a thief, and I have to go out of my way to get a handbook to change her into a fighter class, which sucks, but I mean, we have a fighter class change event going on right now, so theoretically, I could get her handbook right now, but at the same time, I'm not super desperate to try to class change her to a fighter. Like, especially since I have other characters I should be focusing on for, excuse me, in terms of XP. Like Bugin, we need to level up Bugin. Bugin's like level 52. And Camille's level, I mean, she's not going to get a class change, obviously, but she's somebody that I needed to focus on for XP. And she's level 57, if I'm remembering correctly. Either 57 or 58 is what we left off on before maintenance started. I sent it in general. Oh, God. Okay. Oh. Yeah, that's, I forgot how cursed that was. We come full circle? Oh, jeez. Well, good to know that he still enjoys it. He found the silver lining in the art, so you know what? It works. Okay, at the earliest we have... Okay, hold on. It's a 5-hour maintenance, right? I'm not gonna fucking go with what some fucking clanker saying what the time will be. We're just gonna take fucking 11 p.m. and we're gonna add 5 fucking hours to it, right? So it's 4 a.m. Not 3. Unbelievable. Trying to tell me it's 3 a.m. We got 2 more hours left. I gooned worse, my friends. Hey, man. You know what? If you want to admit it, stand proud about it, that's all you, man. That's all you. Good for you. You're braver than most. All right. Holy crap. 2 more hours. Jesus. And here, I was thinking, you know what? If it's 3 a.m., I could wait it out and we can go over what the hell is going on. But, God, man, fucking 2 hours instead of 1? Jesus Christ. What is this? Pinned? It is. Well, let's take a look at fucking the Wizardry series real quick, right? The Wizardry series. Jesus, fucking X. channel, whatever. This fucking cat. This this cat looks so fucking goofy to me. Jojo stand proud, stays playing or starts playing. True. Crab claw corn. What? Brother, what? The fuck are you talking about? Crab claw corn. What the fuck is that guy talking about? Kate Sith? Yeah, I've never seen this character. Outside of, like, this. For people who haven't played, it's Kate Sith from Wings of the Goddess expansion. She's an avatar created by the goddess Altana to correct the timeline during the Crystal War. Yeah, true. Whatever that means. I pray to God, please let this be Shantoto. The only mainline Final Fantasy I haven't played. Oof. I wonder who they'll make playable. I only know of Shantoto and Prishy from Dissidia. I feel like I'm reading a foreign language with some of the shit. Final Fantasy XI collab outside of another Final Fantasy game in 2026. I stopped playing right before you opened the last Abyss because a year's worth of gems I had been saving got wasted. I went for a legendary Purple Bones, didn't get a single copy, so spent my last bit of gems to try to get his weapon and got a white 1-star. I'm assuming they're talking about Yarmus? You do realize you could have redeemed the weapon at the shop, right? With the pulls you did? Yeah, true. I'd imagine they're talking about Yarmus, right? Because that's the only collab unit that's a male that was released. Unless they're talking about a different banner entirely. I genuinely don't know. That he goons to worse. Wait, it's a she? Kaguro finally has competition? Oh my fucking god. Brother fell for the FOMO items? Yeah, I guess so. Jesus. First outside collab and already starting with the big targets. Very cool. I guess I have to actually start playing Final Fantasy now. What'd I say? Very excited to see who we get from Final Fantasy XI. Never played and heard of it before, but I think I'll be looking forward on what inherited skills from this collab might be beneficial to my party or so. And then again, I'm only looking forward for another Blade and Bastard collab again, or other IPs. Same boat. Same boat. I'm not a huge Final Fantasy guy, so this means nothing to me personally. The items that were mid as fuck. Yeah, for the yeah, true. I got a crazy ass staff for Alice. I mean, the staff is alright, but it's like the only significant thing about it is that it increases your defenses, which isn't really anything for mages. The only crazy gacha staff that I can think of that's like worth getting, even though it's not really crazy, it's just worth getting, is Shelly's staff, because I think it reduces the MP cost of mage spells. But even then, it's like, just don't use as many spells. Or use a MP regeneration potion. Kate Sith would have me guess Lilesti, but it's looking like a cute Prishy to me. What? I thought I thought Kate Sith was a character. What, are you telling me it transforms into a different character? What the fuck are we talking about here? Could still be her, though, as a younger form or something. I'd be shocked if Shantoto had that silhouette. Are they talking about Lulu? Like what? What are we talking about here? I need to get myself a halfway acceptable Beast Hunt katana. Personally, if you have the mental fortitude, I would say to go for a Kagurazuki, because that's probably the best katana you can get. Oh, it increases Marin critical or whatever. Oh, I mean, that's not terrible if you want to use Marin, but yeah. Mage spells are already very cheap. Yeah, well, that's what I mean. It's like, whatever. Using mages in this economy couldn't be me. Excuse me. I mean, they have their uses. They're not completely useless. It's just like, if you want DPS, why would you use a mage? You know what I mean? Well, I see Kate Sith in the picture, so I wonder and hope if Felicity will be there too. Only reason I would go for it is I wanted to make a Giga Investment mage like social with his Shelly. I mean, yeah. I'm still running a 3-star Refined Saber. I mean, that's fine. 3-star Refined Saber. I mean, that's kind of... I think a lot of people are running that, unless they're like... They lucked out on the Yoto. The Chilling Yoto, or they lucked out on some other katana weapon. Admittedly, I lucked out on the Beast Hunt katana, but I don't have enough extra Beast Hunt katanas to get it to plus 20. It's only plus 15 right now, and my Refined Saber is still better than the Beast Hunt because the Refined Saber is plus 20. The Beast Hunt is not. Once the Beast Hunt is plus 20, it's going to be better than Refined Saber, definitely, but, you know. It wasn't that crazy. I have to pray to RNG goddess for good stats. Oh, I see. It will be plenty for A3 and even A4 for a while if you roll div on either of the two lines. True. True. True, true, true. What is this person saying down here? Boo should have been Terra from... It's either 4 or 6. I can't remember. I think it's 6. The best Final Fantasy, in my opinion. One of the best collabs you could have made, thank you. You have discovered my wallet's weak point. I will get the collab units, all of them. I don't even know who it is. All I know is that I'll get them all. Okay. Well, good for you, man. That's kind of crazy in my opinion, but alright. What is this? Official line stickers? Line? The fuck is line? Is a freeware app operated by a LY Corporation that offers instant messaging. Okay, I am familiar with that, actually. I'm surprised people use that, though. It's like a popular Japanese thing? Is that it? It's widely used internationally, especially in Japan, Taiwan, and Thailand. Okay. It is famous for large collection of virtual stickers. Okay, well, yeah. Okay. Never mind. I know what line is. Never mind. I take it back. Oh, let's not. Let's not do that. Welcome to the dungeon. I low-key kind of want to steal that for a background pic for some of my videos. I'm going to do that, actually. And everyone can watch me do it. Muhuhaha, I'm so evil. The evil act has been done. You've just watched theft. You guys don't understand, but I would definitely download and steal a car. For those of you who know, you know. My Saber is stuck at plus 15, and my Snow Yoto is 3-star white. Holy yikes. Well, thankfully for you, Yoto isn't that big of a deal. Yoto is meh. Only time you ever really want to use a Yoto is if you want to use the Yaramis Dalto Madalto gimmick, or you have a cracked out So no Yoto. If neither of those fit your bill, then nobody gives a fuck about Yoto. If it's Final Fantasy XI collab, it's very likely Prestige as the Gacha unit. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that is. I keep seeing that fucking name, but I don't know what the fuck that is. 11 Prestige? Okay. Yeah, I know nothing about this character, but at least I know what she looks like. So that's cool. That's something, I guess, right? She looks like a mage? Or some kind of magic user, I'd assume. Is one of the main characters. Is an elven living. I assume that's how you pronounce it, as elven. It's her former home. Okay, what class is she though? Type non play. Okay. Are there no actual classes? 5-star red Yoto. Yeah, she's a child. Is she? She's so flat. That's so hot. She's a child. Okay. What the fuck is happening here? What the fuck? I just want to... I don't know what is being discussed right now. I just want to know what we think the fucking class is going to be. She's not a mage. She punches with magic. What the fuck are we doing? Okay, so... It sounds like she's in line for, What the fuck was that? The psionic class, or what the fuck was that mixed martial art mage class that Wizardry had? It's like psionic, right? What in the name of Demogorgon's Demon Dong? I don't know. Monk? I mean, I don't... Okay, I mean, the thing is, we just don't have any monk or monk-like classes in Wizardry yet, so she would definitely be like a pseudo-monk, like how Yarmus was a pseudo-samurai before samurai class was introduced, right? And then he got a samurai class change. The hell? Oh, this. It's Alice's staff. I see what you mean. Yeah. I see what you're talking about with the staff now. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, if it's this chick, I mean, do we have anyone else then? Because, like, if it is this character, then what I was told was wrong, because I was told that it was supposed to be like a samurai with a spear and a dancer. Samurai with spear. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck I'm looking for, to be completely honest with you. There's a female character, so female samurai with spear. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know the names of the characters, so I genuinely have no fucking idea. They all look so chopped. This is true. Dragoon? Man, I don't know. Oh, here! Her. Hold on. This chick. I've seen her name pop up. Her. People are saying it could be her. Oh, deadass, a samurai with a spear? I mean, like, that's what people are saying. People are saying it's like this chick. But I don't know... I mean, she could be, like, an alternate samurai of some kind. Like, she might not play exactly like how samurais play in Wizardry, because most of the I mean, all the collab characters so far have had their own like class. So, I mean, this might be our samurai with a spear, but I don't know. Naginata? Samurai in 11 was a tank? I mean, I don't know the whole specifications of it, but I just know that there were some people saying that it's going to be a samurai with a spear. It's going to be the female with samurai with a spear. And then there's going to be a female dancer. And then when I said that in one of the YouTube posts that I posted, somebody was saying, oh, the female samurai with the spear sounds like her, Iroha, or however you pronounce her name. I only know based off how it was spelt that it was this girl that they were talking about, but I don't know who the dancer could be. Like, genuinely, I have no fucking idea. Female, I don't know, belly dancer, right? Belly dancer, NPC. I don't know what any of this means. I don't know. Maybe it's just a normal dancer. Maybe it's her. I'm not gonna lie, these two look very similar. I've seen this name thrown around. I don't know, maybe her. But anyways, yeah, those are like the two characters I'm aware of. Checked right there. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen this name thrown around. I'm telling you because I played 11, so if it's Aroa, it's likely she'd just be a knight. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how the characters would play or anything like that. I'm just going based off of what I was told. Excuse me, from my various sources. However, she has been pursuing the mysterious being known as Kate Seth. See, that would make sense as to her being one of the Gacha characters. Because we already have Kate Sith, right? And if she's looking for Kate Sith, maybe the collab dungeon or whatever has something to do with her looking for Kate Sith. So, I mean, I could definitely see the... Oh, it's also an elven mix of Humi... I'm assuming it's just supposed to be an alternate way of saying human and elf, right? Human elven heritage. But anyways, it sounds like it would make sense that Kate Sith is in already. That's confirmed, obviously, with the collab art. And then she's looking for a being known as Kate Sith, which would make sense to tie her in to the collab, because Kate Sith and her has some kind of connection via her looking for Kate Sith. So I can definitely see her being one of the Gacha characters. And then Iroha, or however you pronounce her name, I have no fucking idea. That's just what I was told. But yeah, very, very fun stuff. Man. I don't know. I don't think we're gonna get the collab today, though. I think they said it was August, right? We're getting the collab. So it's still July. Jeez Louise. To raise my Shiu or not to raise her? In my opinion, I think you should raise Shiu. But depending on what kind of Shiu you're raising, really depends on how... Like, how you play her depends on what kind of Shiu you have. Whether you have the alternate version or the base. I'm gonna be honest, guys. I'm out of talking points. I got nothing else. We're kind of just chilling right now, still waiting for the maintenance to finish. Add a talking point. Unless somebody wants me to get started on a rant of some kind. I don't even know what I'd rant about right now, to be honest with you. I'll probably stay on for the next couple of minutes if we can't find anything to talk about, and then I'll probably start stream back up once maintenance comes back. Play some Mecha Chameleon. That's a game that you need friends with. I don't have friends here. All of my friends are sleeping or don't have Mecha Chameleon. I also don't have Mecha Chameleon. I'm broke. I'm a brokey. I'm a broke college student. What do you expect? Me having money? Like, come on. Why is Lana... Wait, why Lana is a Simon Bun and must be protected? Do pub lobbies? OGG. Could rant about the BS that Sony is trying to pull. Oh, we want to talk about Sony, ending physical copies. I don't know, play Nikkei or Goonsword. I would, but I told you before, I don't want to get demonetized. Honestly, so Lost Sword did say that they're going to be coming out with a PC launcher. I'm hoping they have some kind of streamer mode, because I would 1000% stream the game if they do. Money in this economy? Yeah, I know, right? But if we want to talk about the hard copy of like Sony getting rid of hard copies, we totally can, but I feel like that subject was beaten to death already, hasn't it? Because it's not like talking about it will really fix anything, but if there are some people who aren't familiar, we could definitely do a quick dive on it. But I don't know, I feel like there's just been a lot of YouTubers who've already kind of covered it. Some of them being like Charlie, Asmongold, I think Tectone did it. I don't know. There are probably also a couple other ones, but I don't really watch too many. What other ones talked about it? Actually, I can't say for certain, actually. I know there's another one that Asmongold watches that was talking about the Sony, what was it, the hard copies, and he was effectively saying that it wasn't the fact that hard copies are getting rid of, it's the fact that you don't really have consumer rights with or you don't have, what's the exact argument? I don't want to like paraphrase it and make it seem like a very shitty argument, because it really wasn't a shitty argument. It was like you don't have as many consumer rights as you should for the things that you buy, right? So, I mean, we totally could do, like, a quick deep dive, or a quick deep dive, yeah, like, that makes sense. But we could do, like, a quick dive about it. But I don't know. Again, I just feel like that situation has been kind of beaten to death. What's happening? Business... Why is Emiru trending? What the fuck? A judge has recommended that Ms. Kev's defamation claim against Emiru move forward. He uploaded a 45-minute video denying her allegations in full. Oh, I see. This is so ridiculous. I don't know anything about this. I'm gonna be totally upfront. I guess Ms. Kev was a bad boyfriend. Oh, here's a TLDR. Oh, perfect. Ms. was a dick to Emiru, her cat, etc. She finally had enough and left him. He turned into a giant pussy to get her back. Macho boys always do. They touched, she regretted it, then said some shit. Asmon is in love with her, encouraged it. Ms. Ego embarrassed, so he sued over it. Now I'm even more confused. Oh, I don't know anything about that. What the fuck? Mizkif on Demon Time? I guess. I don't know anything about that situation, bro. I don't know, and that TLDR just makes me even more confused. LMAO? I don't know. New Summer Cinderella and the other girl that I don't want to try to attempt to pronounce because I already forgot how to pronounce it. Will get you in trouble. Their outfits too hot for YouTube. Japan Nikkei YouTube got warned. Really? So they also had to like go out of their way to like censor the characters, right? Is what it sounds like. Basically, all streamers are shit. Nothing's changed. I mean, yeah. I say as I'm actively streaming, drinking my cold coffee. True. But yeah, I don't know anything about that Emeru Mizkif situation. I just know that, like, the only things that I know, like, excluding the TLDR, is that Mizkif was an asshole and Emeru was tired of it, so she left him. Like, that's all I knew outside of the very little bit we just went over. Like, that's all I knew. And even now, now Mizkif is trending. I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, I don't know anything about this situation. But Asmongold being in love with Emeru or whatever, that's kind of silly. I've never heard that before. I don't know. I mean, again, the whole PlayStation 4... because admittedly, I have no talking points. I'm going to loop back around the PS4 situation. I can kind of understand where people are coming from with wanting more consumer protections, like how the hard copy, like them stopping hard copy production, like how that's not that big of a deal. What is a big deal is consumer protections. I agree, but I also am personally a fan of hard copies. I like hard copies. I like being able to tangibly hold my games. You know, like the games that I pay for. Now, I understand that I can't do that for Steam, which is why I'm not throwing a big hissy fit about it. But when it comes to, like, consoles that I pay for, like my Switch or the 3DS that I have, like, the actual consoles that I pay for and that I actually own, I would also like to buy hard copies of those games and own them. And I know you can't do that with Steam, which is why for the games that I'm developing personally, I'm going to give people the option to buy the game off of Twitch, or not Twitch, fucking itch.io. I'm planning on releasing the game there, my games there, and then also releasing them on Steam. Now, Steam has a fee that you need to pay for in order to actually list your game on their platform. So the itch release is also going to come earlier than the Steam release, but I am a big advocate for when you pay for something, you own it. And that's kind of why I want to also make an itch copy, like to sell it on itch, because when you buy like a file, like a game on itch, it just gives you all the files and everything. And I think the people who are also interested in like owning the things that they pay for, buying it on itch will probably be more appealing. So that's kind of why I was planning on releasing my stuff on itch, even if Steam didn't have that release fee. But the reason why I mentioned that is because it's just one of those things where people think that you have less consumer rights when you download something like a digital copy versus a tangible physical copy, which in my head, it's kind of what I thought too, because like whenever when I was a kid and I would, you know, buy things and my family would always talk to me, like my parents, they would always be like, oh, well, you want to make sure you're buying something you can physically hold in your hand, because if you can't, then it's worth less, it's not worth as much, and they can always take it away from you, which is what I was always told when I was a kid, and I always kind of grew up believing that. But just because that is or isn't true, that I'm not really trying to debate that right now, but whether that is or isn't true, it shouldn't be like that. Like, in general, when you pay for something, you should own it. Period. No ifs, ands, or buts. There shouldn't be like unless like in the agreement or whatever the hell they have that says, hey, if you pay for this, you're not actually owning it. Like, they actually have to tell you, like, hey, this is how it works. Like, if they don't do that and they're just like, hey, buy this you pay for it and you get it, it's yours. They shouldn't have the ability to just take it back, you know? Gotta get the new shoe smell sniff. That's foul. That's foul. Yeah, they had to put stickers up, and any YouTuber doing character reviews on any of those 2 units got to hide the victory screen if they were on it. Oh, you're still talking about the Nikkei thing? I gotcha. About an hour and a half left for maintenance? True. I mean, if I keep talking about the hard copies and my thoughts on it, I think we should be alright. Unless we want to dive deeper into the Emiru and Mizkif thing for whatever reason. Just start a whole React stream while we wait. I want to smell the disc cartridge. Oh, I see. That's why he said that. It's better when snorting cocaine. Oh my god. I own all the ecchi games in itch. Malcolm, I did not think you would admit that if that was true, but hey, you know what? Like some others in the chat, you are braver than most. I don't even know where I was going with that, but I don't know. Bottom line is, I can definitely understand, excuse me, the consumer rights being a bigger issue than PlayStation stopping production of hard copy games. And I know there's a lot of arguments of like, oh, well, you know, if they printed more hard copy games, they would sell more hard copies. It's the fact that there's a limited supply. And then there's others, it's like, yeah, there was a limited supply because they already saw greater metrics in selling digital copies, so they started producing less hard copies, and because of that, it started, snowballing into making less and less and less and less hard copies and making more and more and more digital copies, and it all started because people were downloading more, they were buying physical, and, I understand all the different arguments every now and then, or every here and there, and I totally get it, and at the end of the day, I do kind of agree that it is kind of a consumer protection issue, that's probably, the root of it, is, we need better consumer protections. But personally, I prefer having physical copies whenever I have the option. But that's just me, personally. I like having physical copies of my games. Especially since I'm also a person who has storage issues. I've always had storage issues. It doesn't matter what device I'm using, it will always forever have storage issues. The second I start using it to a regular degree, I'm using it regularly, right? I will always have storage issues. I don't know why. It's always been that way, no matter what device I have. PS2, Xbox 360, my phone, my 3DS, my Switch, my computer. It's just every device I have, it will always maybe not immediately, but it will always have a storage issue. And it doesn't matter how many things I delete to get another one, to get a different thing, or however I kind of try to finagle it to make the most out of my memory. For whatever reason, I will always end up losing my storage. So having hard copies of games helps prevent that that accumulation of storage to be, overfilled. It prevents it from going as fast as it could with digital only games, right? So that's why I prefer having hard copies. I've always had storage issues, and I always like having the actual games with me. And people have said before that just because you own the hard copy of a game doesn't necessarily mean it's always going to work on the system. I always found that argument really hard to kind of, I guess, fathom. I don't know. It doesn't necessarily make too much sense to me, because in my head, if the console was made to run a specific game, right? Or a game type, I personally don't see how they could alter it to not have that game run, because I would have assumed it would be something for the hardware that helps run that game, not really the software or the firmware. But I mean, they could always just, fucking break your device, right? Nintendo can do that with the Nintendo Switch. So, I mean, there's that argument, but overall, I don't know. Overall, I can definitely understand and probably agree that it is definitely a consumer protections issue over necessarily a hard copy issue, if that makes sense. Remember to like the stream, you goofs. Hey, I appreciate it, Knight. What is my go-to talk about? Black Souls or that other one? Leona RPG or something? Malcolm, I need answers. Always trying to figure out what Malcolm has for fucking from itch.io. Oh my goodness. But yeah, I mean, like, that's my overall thoughts, is like, I definitely think it's a consumer, because, like, so the thing is it, the reason why I think it's a consumer rights issue is because companies have kind of always taken advantage of digital copies, right? Like, they've always kind of taken advantage of the fact that you don't actually own the hard copy of the game or whatever it is that you have, because you could also make the argument about movies, because PlayStation has, from my understanding, taken away a lot of people's movies that they digitally bought from the PlayStation Store for no reason. I don't know the reason, if there is one, right? Which I personally think is fucked up, but they also kind of do the same thing with video games. Like, they stop the licensing for it, or there's some reason why they stop selling it on the like the digital store, but you can still buy the hard copy version of the game, right? Like, I think Jump Force is a decent example, because, like, they don't sell Jump Force digitally anymore, but you can, like, buy the hard copy and it still plays on your system. Or if you do already own it and you uninstalled it, you can reinstall it for free, from my understanding. But overall, they don't sell Jump Force anymore from the store, right? Or from the digital store. But you can buy the hard copy, which is fine. Like, it's you know, um, I guess what I'm trying to say is they're starting to lean more into, we control whatever it is that you have, because you don't actually own it. And from my understanding with Sony, specifically Sony, I don't know about the other ones, but specifically Sony, apparently, they even have some kind of user license agreement that a portion of it says that whatever you buy, you don't actually own. From my understanding, this is all from what I've heard, what I've seen. I don't know necessarily if it's 1000% true, but from my understanding, they said in their official website, they actually have it shown, saying that, whatever you buy, whatever you pay for, you don't actually own it, which is why they're able to take stuff away. And that's kind of where the consumer rights issue is more prominent and more, I think, a better argument than the hard copy thing, because if you have a hard copy of the game, they can just say, oh, well, you still can't play it. It's like, well, why not? I have the hard copy. It's like, yeah, well, we don't want you to play it. We don't think it's good. Or we don't think it's good that you can play it. So we're going to take away your ability to play it digitally. Or we're going to take it away by adjusting something in the firmware or some kind of check to prevent you from playing it. And we're starting to see that now, because now there are some games where when you buy the physical disc, it's more of a check to see if you actually own it, so then you can download the game anyways and then play it. And then later on, you need to have that disc in the system to tell the server, hey, you own the game, you have the disc, so now you can play the game. Like, it's really crazy, and I know I'm kind of going a little bit of everywhere, so it's a little hard to kind of follow where exactly I'm going with it, but to break it all down, there's just so many different factors for this issue that it boils down to, you're not owning anything digitally, you're starting to not own anything physically, whether you actually have the physical copy or not. And they can always take it away from you, whether you have the physical or you have it digitally. It doesn't matter anymore. Whatever it is, if it's Sony related, doesn't matter if you paid for it or not, doesn't matter if you have the hard copy or not, they can take away your right to use it. And at that point, it's like, well, why does it matter if they're selling physical copies anymore or not? At that point, it's a consumer issue. It's something that you know, whether you, no matter how you get it, you can't use it because they won't let you. You know, and that's prominent with the discs that they're using, the software that you're buying, the videos that you're buying, and it's just it's all a mess. It's all a mess. Okay, I won't update it then. That, and that's another thing. People are saying that, okay, well then I just won't update the system, or I just won't connect to the internet. I mean, yeah, you could, but that, just like the night example that I did way back in like the earlier parts of the stream, right? Where we're like, oh yeah, well there's an issue with knights, but we can just patch it by giving you the paladin class. Knights are still fucked over, but who gives a fuck? You have paladin class now, right? It's a patch. It just patches up the problem. It doesn't fix the problem. That's the issue. It's like, yeah, you could do that, but we still have the issue of those laws, those you know, agreements, license, those whatevers are still in effect. They still affect, they might not affect you personally, but it still affects the overall consumer economy, or the overall, like, just like people, the consumers, right? So like, yeah, you could use the paladin class and forget about the knight class, but what the fuck are the people who can't use the paladin class do? Oh, well, they can also disconnect. Well, what if they don't want to disconnect? What if they want to use the internet? What if they want to watch Netflix while being able to, you know, purchase and own their own games? Right? What if they want to use the web browser that's baked into the console and, you know, still own the games that they pay for? And this isn't just a games issue. This is starting to go to other things as well. And I understand the sentiment of, you know, trying to make loopholes to just ignore the issue or have a temporary patch on it because it's not that big of a deal. But it's just like, maybe it's not a big deal for you personally, but if it's it's a consumer rights thing, because at the end of the day, it's going to affect you later on, if not now. That's kind of the overall issue, right? So whatever doesn't affect you now is most likely going to affect you later if something's not done about it. And I think that's the real issue here, is like, people aren't necessarily looking at the overall bigger picture. They're just looking at what is, you know, in front of them. They're not looking past that. They're looking at how to fix the issue now, regardless of whether it's a problem or not later. And that's kind of what I think those people who are saying it's a consumer rights issue is trying to get through to other people, which, I mean, I'm like, honestly, I totally agree with them. And I'm somebody who thinks that having a hard copy is superior than having a digital copy. Personally, I like having hard copies. I think it's stupid that they're ending the production of hard copies. I love having hard copies. I can show you all of the Nintendo Switch games, all the DS games that I have that are hard copies, because I love having the hard copies. Like, and it's not even just like, I think having hard copies are superior to digital copies because you can hold it. I just prefer having hard copies. So, personally, I would prefer to have more hard copy games. But just having a hard copy isn't the thing anymore. You know, it's not the issue. So hopefully somewhere down the line we can figure out some kind of consumer protection law or some kind of, you know, whatever to make our consumer rights less malleable, I guess. Because, like, right now they can just say, oh yeah, user license agreement, you don't own that anymore. Like they do with the Switch. The Nintendo Switch 2, you don't own. Like genuinely, you don't fucking own it. It doesn't matter whether you update it, whether you have modified it, whether you bought it from secondhand from someone else. Doesn't matter. No one owns it except for Nintendo because of the license agreement. And I think that's where the Nintendo Switch really shines for people who are or hyper focused of the gaming sphere. Because that's why I refused to upgrade. I did not want a Nintendo Switch 2. Because you genuinely, off the fucking press, you don't own it. Like, literally, you buy the subscription to use the system. They can break the system, they can modify the system in any way, shape, or form, and do whatever the hell they want to your system because you do not own it. So it's not even just games anymore. It's not just movies anymore. It's whole ass consoles now. And also, I want to say, Asmongold actually made an example of cars and the heated seats in them. It's like a subscription thing now. I'm not gonna go look for his video or try to make the same example as him, but what I'm trying to get at is it's more than just video games now. It's like other things. And it's just starting to take people up until now to realize that it might not just be a hard copy issue. Don't stare at the finger that points lest you miss the moon the finger points to, or some shit. Sure, man. I don't even know what the heck you're trying to say with that, but sure. They brick it. I will do everything in my power to crack it. I mean, yeah, but some people, they might not have that power. They might not have that determination, man. But that's kind of what I'm trying to point out is like, not everyone is determined or knowledgeable enough to do things that more knowledgeable and more determined people are willing to do with their devices to, you know, because like you don't own the Nintendo Switch 2, right? Let's just stick to that example. So you can modify it in some way if Nintendo detects it, you know, whether you accidentally connect to the internet or you never connect to the internet or so something happens to where they can figure out that you modified it in some way. They, like you said, they can brick it. Absolutely. But they can also do more than just brick it. They can modify it however they want. They can change your settings. They can change how you interact with the system as a whole because you don't own the system. And, you know, for somebody like you, I'm sure that doesn't really fucking matter, right? But for somebody who isn't very knowledgeable, who isn't very determined to kind of try to loop around that kind of action, what are they going to do? You know, like they just want a system to play. And then maybe, you know, somewhere down the line, because I know there's going to be somebody who's like, oh, well, you know, if they just want to play a game, then they shouldn't worry about it. Well, yeah, but at the same time, what if later on down the line, they do want to start modifying their device? Because it's their device. They paid for it. You would assume that they should be able to do whatever the hell they want with it, right? Just like how you can do whatever the hell you want with the 3DS, because they're no longer supporting it and you own the console. You know? And, you know, same with the PSP, the PS Vita. Technically, in a sense, the Nintendo Switch and OLED Nintendo Switch, because you own those because the user license agreement only applies to the Nintendo Switch and up. Because last I checked, I could be wrong, but last I checked, they don't give you that user license agreement for the Nintendo Switch 1 or the OLED Nintendo Switch 1. So it's like, I could go ahead and like modify those in some way, right? Because they're my devices. They can't brick my device unless it's like breaking the user license agreement in a reasonable way by like pirating something or cheating in an online game, which I don't think very many people want to do unless it's like, I don't know, like a 3DS maybe or a PSP. I know there's a lot of people that pirate games with that, but at that point the support for it is not. That's a whole nother conversation. I don't think it's that big of a deal since the device is not supported, but I also don't promote pirating for obvious reasons. But don't miss the bigger picture or some shit. Yeah, effect like that's really what the breakdown is. It's really like you're thinking in a very abstract like what is affecting you right now. Which isn't you're not doesn't make you stupid. It doesn't make you narrow sighted. Like it doesn't like what I'm trying to say is you're not stupid for thinking that way. Because a lot of people think that way. That's just how the human brain is hardwired. It's what's affecting you now and how do you fix it. Obvious. That's how everyone thinks, right? That's just human nature. But it's this kind of topic is kind of one of those things where you have to look more than just, what's in front of you. You have to look farther. And that's kind of the thing that most people don't want to have to do because, like, what do you mean I have, like, I don't connect to the internet. Done. Who cares? Who gives a shit? Well, yeah, but, like, what if you went to go buy, let's say you have a PS5, right? Let's say you want to go out and get a PS6, PS7. Well, now you don't own the console. Because instead of going out and trying to fix the issue with the consumer rights, you just decided to ignore it, and you're like, who gives a fuck? You know what I mean? Which, again, it's not, it's, I totally understand why that's the case, but that's kind of where you have to, push yourself to look further. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. Alas, I can be pretty chill, but on the flip side, I can be petty and spiteful cunt. I mean, that's fair. I mean, I'm sure to a degree that's how everyone is, That's what I mean by the finger pointing at the moon, I think. Oh, you don't even know. I'm not that stupid. Well, I mean, I'm not saying anyone's stupid. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is I totally understand why people are thinking, are reacting to what's right in front of them and not really thinking about what's going to happen in the future. Like, what I'm saying is I totally understand why that's the case. That's how people are hardwired. We see what's in front of us. There's an issue. How do we fix it? Well, the first thing is, oh, well, it seems like an online issue, so let's just go offline. Right? Like, it's logical. Makes sense. I totally get it. But that only affects the now. That doesn't do anything in the future. And that's where the argument of it's a consumer rights issue comes in, because if we don't do anything and we just ignore it by just disconnecting from the internet for that device specifically and not do anything about, how the license agreement is or how it works or any of that, mumbo jumbo, then if anything, we'll probably start getting cucked on devices like we've already started. Like the Nintendo Switch 2 example. And I don't know about the PS5, but it sure as hell sounds like I don't own a PS5, even if I do pay for one. And that's kind of the issue here. And I try to, bring this up to my friends too, and they don't really listen to me very well. Or they choose not to really listen to me, because it's just like, because they have the same thought process as everyone else. It's like, okay, well, if that's the issue, then I'll just disconnect, Or, oh, it's not going to be that bad. You know what I mean? Like, it's like stuff like that. And, like, I'm just over here, I'm like, doesn't feel right. It just doesn't feel right. And, like, that's why I got a PC. So I went from, when it comes to what kind of devices and consoles I've had, I actually went through all the devices and consoles I have actually used. Like, there were some outliers, like, in terms of, like, the chronological order of how things went. Like, I used a Game Boy and a PS1 non-chronologically from how I've progressed in, what I used for tech. Well, technically the PS1 was going backwards, but, like, I went from PS1 to PS2 to Xbox 360 to Nintendo Switch, and then jumped to a computer. And I didn't get a Xbox One. I didn't get any of the newest Xboxes or the newest PlayStations because I kind of already knew where they were heading because of what I've heard from other people and how things work. And I try telling my friends, like, hey, you're not gonna start owning the actual games. Like, you're gonna start having to download the games even after you buy the hard copy. And they told me that's ridiculous. I don't know what I'm talking about. Sure enough, now you're downloading the game even with the hard copy, because sometimes, even most times now, actually, the game isn't even on the disc. It's just a check mark to say that you actually did buy the hard copy. It's not even the game itself. And honestly, it did happen on the Switch for one example specifically that I am familiar with, that I personally have experienced, which was the Spyro trilogy. I got the original Spyro trilogy remake on my Switch, and the entire game wasn't on the cartridge, which doesn't sound like that big of a deal. I just download the rest of the game, and then it's actually functional. Um, but after hindsight and looking at everything else that's happening, uh, I do think it is kind of an issue, because that should have clicked in my brain, but it didn't really until just recently, admittedly. That you aren't, like, even the Switch is starting to, at least from my experience, it's starting to do that as well, where, like, you don't actually own the game, you're just owning a check mark. Now, whether that's true or not for the Nintendo Switch 2, I don't know. I don't own a Nintendo Switch 2. I'm just assuming from my experience personally, but it definitely seems like that they were going that route. And I just chose not to get a Nintendo Switch 2, admittedly. I'm kind of retarded though, 90 IQ on a good day, room temperature, the rest. Oh my gosh. I cannot fathom buying a console in this day and age. 360 was the last generation for me. Hey, I totally understand. I totally get it. Well, that's kind of the issue though. It's like, well, let's say we want to buy a console. Maybe we want our kids to have a fun time with a console, that kind of reminds us of how we were with our consoles, you know? You just get a device, you play on it, you have fun, you play your games, and, the companies can't take the games away from you. They can't tell you, hey, you can't play the game because you didn't pay your subscription fee, or all this other nonsense, right? Like, at this point, if I were to have kids right now, I'm not, but if I were, I'd probably start them off with the Xbox 360 or like a PS2, because I know that I own the console. I can modify the console. I can repair the console. I can't, like, I'm certain you can't really do that anymore with some of the newer gens. Again, I don't own them, so maybe you can. But I know for a fact that I can with the older gens, because I pay for them. I give the money to the person who owned it previously. I fix it up if I need to fix it up, and I modify it if I feel like I need to modify it. And then, here, kids, here's a brand new console refurbished from your own pa. Have fun, But you can't really do that anymore with the new gens, and that's kind of an issue. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm a firm belief that if buying isn't owning, then piracy isn't stealing, and many people have that kind of mentality. And you will never, ever hear me vilify anyone for having that mentality, because I totally get it. If anything, I'm a firm believer that if you make your content easily accessible, and it's easier to pay for the content or device or whatever than it is to steal it, you're going to have more people paying for your products and content and stuff than you are people stealing them. And most people don't want to have to go through the struggles of piracy. Most people don't care or some people don't care, excuse me, because those people that don't care probably have done the piracy thing before already, which, I mean, you're not really going to win them over if they know how to do everything and they don't find it tedious. But for the common consumer, for somebody who just wants to pay for something that works and that doesn't get taken away, you're going to start pushing them to piracy if you keep up the in my opinion, terrible business practices. And we're already seeing that a lot, you know? And I'm not going to say how they're doing that. Personally, I don't know, but even if I did, I wouldn't say it. Yeah, that's also why a lot of people have difficulty with delayed gratification. You want the result / problem solved now. Yeah, that's fair. That is also fair. I can totally see where that's... Because you're probably correlating that with the unplugging the internet and not dealing with it, right? I believe is what you're correlating that with. I could be wrong. But yeah, I can totally see where you're coming from with that. But yeah, overall, that's kind of why I think it's more of a consumer issue, 100%. Now, personally, I wish it wasn't. I wish we had some decent consumer protection laws to where it really is just a problem of hard copies. But at the same time, it also wouldn't make sense if it was a problem of hard copies if we had good consumer protection laws, you know? So it's like, even if that was an issue, that wouldn't necessarily make sense if we have decent consumer laws, you know? So that's why I definitely am in the argument, or I'm definitely on the side of the argument that there is a bigger picture here, and it's because of more consumer protection laws. But I also personally would prefer hard copies if I can grab them. Like, I used to have hard copies on computers. Like, the computer games that I used to play when I was a kid, we had discs for. And we'd have disc readers in our towers, in our laptops. But they just don't even install those anymore. Like, we don't have, like, any hard copy computer video games, really, like, at all. Um, I don't think I have it anymore, but I used to own a disc of Spore. And for those of you who are familiar, Spore is a civilization simulator game where you get to create your own creatures, and then you get to, you know, have them go through um, different stages in civilizations and stuff. Like, there's the creature stage, the tribal stage, the civilization stage, and the space stage. I actually have it on Steam too, but I used to actually own a disc for it. And I actually tried using the disc at one point. Yeah, I don't think I have the disc anymore, but I did. I did. It sucks that I can't find it anymore because I would love to show it. I think it's very interesting. But we don't have anything that could read discs anymore. We can't, because we used to be able to watch movies, like hard copy movies, hard copy games on our computers, and it was all like really, really cool in my opinion. But now, they've shifted to more digital downloads and reading and all that other stuff. And that's kind of where Steam kind of started ruling the whole digital gaming landscape because they have fantastic consumer support, right? Customer support, on top of having easily accessible games and other content. I don't think they do movies. I never tried looking for movies on Steam. I think that would be a little silly if they did. But I don't think they do. I think that would be a little silly if they did. But in terms of video games, anyways, they are the best platform to purchase and download games. But even on Steam, it's like, you don't own the game. If your Steam account gets banned or gets locked in some way, shape, or form, you have no access to any of the games that you own. And now, I'm not saying that's necessarily a L for Steam. That's kind of just how things are starting to go. Really, it's really just how the digital landscape is leaning towards. And it sucks, because I feel like once you buy something, you should own it. You shouldn't have to have it taken away, or have the option to have it get taken away. I don't feel like that's justified in any way, shape, or form. But at the same time, Steam, from my understanding, does tell you that whatever games that you own, or that you buy, excuse me, you don't actually own. You just license to use them and all that other mumbo jumbo legal bullcrap that, you know, we see from other consoles and stuff. And again, I don't want to vilify Steam. It's just the way that digital downloads and how content purchasing in general is starting to lean towards. Spore, yeah. So we do have a couple of Spore fans. Yeah, I genuinely had a disc, a hard copy disc of Spore. And actually, it was very, thinking about it now, compared to consoles, it was very weird because you would get the game and then you would download the game from the disc, right? But then there was you needed like some kind of code to import, and I can't remember if I needed it for like a Spore account or something. I don't remember exactly what the code was for specifically, but I remember I needed it to actually play the game. Um, if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. I'm sure somebody will correct me. But from my understanding, because I was also a kid at this time, so I can't. Maybe I'm wrong, but from my understanding, from what I can remember, I needed the code that was in the hard copy, like the case, because they would give you a paper with a code on it. You would need that code to play the game, and not just the disc, right? But no, genuinely, I had a blast with that game. But way back when the dinosaurs roamed the fucking earth, we would have hard copies of games on the computer. Hell, I remember in this very same room, when I was a kid, I used to play a Cheerio game, and it was like on the big monitors, like I'm talking like the box TV shaped monitors. I would play it on that with an old like 1990s like tower computer. I'm not even kidding. And we would play a Cheerio game, and that was on disc. And I don't know if we have that either. It's probably buried deep somewhere in the storage room across the hall from me. If it's there, again, I don't know if it is. But like, that's just another example of like how like the direction that PC gaming kind of took. It's taking the same way that console is going right now. It's going digital. And that's fine. Like, it's not a bad thing, but at the same time, that's where consumer laws would help protect people from having their games get taken away from them even after they paid for and download the game. I remember the original Baldur's Gate games and Neverwinter Nights 2. The game was so good. What, Spore? Yeah, I love Spore. But Baldur's Gate and Neverwinter, personally, I haven't played those games. I have not played the original Baldur's Gate or Neverwinter Nights 2, but I'm sure it was one of the classics, I'm sure. But yeah, it's, again, reiterating, I truly believe that it is a consumer rights issue, even though I personally prefer hard copy games. I love hard copy games. I love my hard copy games. I love being able to play with them in between my fingers. I like being able to eject and put back in the cartridge. I like being able to just hold on to it and be like, yeah, this is my game, And also the fact that the game doesn't take storage to run is fucking beautiful. I love that. Because like I said before, I have a storage issue all the time. But yeah, I don't know. You for real are pulling a 5-hour yap. Impressive. I'm trying, man. I am trying. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not trying to be like, I'm not trying to stretch it out and just repeat myself constantly, even though I do repeat myself. Don't get me wrong. I know I do. It's an issue, and I'm trying to fix that. But also, I know that there's nothing going on right now. And we're still currently waiting for maintenance, and of course, the devs want to take fucking their sweet ass time to give us an 8 gigabyte update that will most likely only give us the Thieves Trial and then an alt character. I highly doubt we're gonna get anything else. Maybe a UI change, maybe. I don't know. I honestly don't have a whole lot of faith for this update. I hate to say it because I love this game, but I don't have a whole lot of faith for this company in terms of like what they're willing to do. Not saying that they're a bad company, but I just don't think they're like, for an 8 gigabyte update, I don't think they're willing to add like something super crazy, awesome, cool that would be really helpful for the players. I just don't see it. Are you going to do the trials on stream now? If the trials are available immediately after the maintenance, I will give them a shot. However, I'll probably have to do it on my main account because I don't think I have the amount of people that I need. Like, I think because I have MC Thief, right? And then I have Amelia, but I don't think I have anybody else who's a thief. I could use Milana, but the Milana I have is level 1, and I invested all my bonus points into IQ because, unironically, I was thinking of making her my mage, but I don't know. We'll have to see. I'll definitely check it out. I'll definitely check it out. But in terms of like actually completing it and shit, and going through the steps, I think I would have to actually just go through my main account and do it, and then see what they have in store. I wonder what BS Misty has been up to as of late. We could probably check it out, but I genuinely have no idea. I haven't... Well, voice crack. I genuinely have no idea. I haven't gotten any updates from her, or anybody has told me anything about her, or what she's doing. Okay, I received some interesting information. I don't know if you would be able to clear it. They might scale up difficulty a lot higher to match silver tier /A4. Wait, Wait, okay, so... If they release the Thief's Trials, you're saying that most likely you're going to need to be around A4 in order to clear it. Oh my god. I think it's funny because thieves are kind of doo-doo, and I think that's very prevalent if you have watched the free-to-play series so far. Amelia, one of the better generalist thieves, kind of sucks. And I get that Milana could be better in terms of trap disarm, but in terms of combat effectiveness, in my opinion, compared to Amelia, she would suck ass, right? So the thief that is like, the thief class that kind of needs help, that could have gotten a pretty decent amount of help from the ring, you're telling me that it's going to be mainly A4 focused in terms of like content clearing? When everything else is like A3? I hope this isn't true. But it sounds so stupid that I can believe it. It's probably 8 gigabytes because we are re-downloading parts of the game that got changed majorly, got baited by the big number. That could be true, Malcolm. I can definitely see that being the case. Because, like that's why I said before, for some people, like returning players, or some players who are having storage issues for phones, or maybe even for the computer version, you might want to uninstall after successfully linking your account, or, holding on to your password and ID after getting all that. You could delete the game and then reinstall it after the maintenance, and the game might be less bloated, because it could just be that there's extra temp files or something, or maybe there's files that they had before that they're no longer using, but the update process only adds files, it doesn't really get rid of them. It adds and replaces files, doesn't get rid of extra bullshit files. So the game could be more bloated now compared to if you just uninstalled and get a new copy. So, I mean, that totally could be it. It could just be, like, re-downloading files that were edited or something like that. That could totally add to the increase in how big the file is. I genuinely don't know. I would like to imagine that they're going to be adding something really fucking awesome, and it's going to get the whole community all up in arms. Like, maybe maybe a new permanent banner. That would be fantastic. I would love a new permanent banner, but I genuinely don't know. Last I seen, Misty crashed out at the arena. Really? She made a video about it? Interesting. Any news? Nothing yet. She's still running Mage Party? Yeah. I mean, it's Misty. What did you expect? Christ on a stick. A Thief trial is the real trial. Excuse me, the fighter one now is piss easy. I mean, true, but I think a Thief's trial would already be pretty difficult with the state that Thieves are in right now. Because in my opinion, Thieves are kind of just shittier ninjas. In terms of combat effectiveness, you know? In terms of chest opening, Thieves are, like, the only ones that can really open chests effectively. And I don't mean they're the only ones that can open chests, period. I mean effectively. Alright. I'm saying the new ring might be silver tier, and if that's the case, difficulty will be higher naturally. As for the information, we might just know who it is for sure now, of course, though through vigorous inspecting. Told you, Dagger Hugh meta. Oh my fucking god, there's no way. Through vigorous inspecting. Is it an elf character whose name starts with an R? Because I got a very nice DM from Shiro. Maybe. Okay, so interesting. I don't know though. I don't know either, man. That's why I'm asking. Oh, brother. This really is the update of all time, isn't it? Vigorous? Yeah. Oh yeah, vigorous testing and inspecting and all that fun stuff. Well, I would not be surprised if it was the funny elf with the name who starts with an R. I would not be surprised. But since people talked about it, let's check out how Misty's doing. I finally collected snowberries from the secret area. Doing Adam's legendary Now? You're doing that now? Now. Yeah, a day ago. Wow. Magoto on the case. True. Yeah, I am surprised that she just started doing the Adam personal request now. Wow. Restarting the Admiral's Path of Fourth Abyss. Understandable. Alt Alice. Okay. Of course, she only lists the mages and mage class change characters. And yet she had... Wait, why does she have a healer on the thumbnail when she listed all just the mages? What? Because she uses Balana as a mage, so that still qualifies. Fake mage fan? Yeah, true. I mean, like, what the fuck? She should have had that done already. Why you guys on Misty's channel? Because people were asking about what Misty's up to, so I figured I'd just look at what she's uploaded recently, because I genuinely have no idea. I never did it too, because I hate the guy. Well, see, you hate him. You know, you don't like mages either, but Misty's, like, all over mages. So, Superior Gamer, who Misty? If that's what you think, that's what you think, man. I'm not gonna try to change your fucking mind. All I'm saying is she uses a mono mage team. I don't think I need to really like try to convince you otherwise, but you know, Wayne Misty Dick. Oh my god. You boy isn't particularly a Misty fan as well. When we're on the Misty channel, we're in for a wild ride. Oh man. I mean, I don't know. It's already so close to maintenance being over. I don't really want to have to like. I don't really want to watch any of her shit, really. I don't know. I think it's funny to like just. She's like. It's like watching an animal at a zoo. You know, like trying to see like what it does, because like it's interesting, right? It intrigues you. You know, you're just gonna be like some instances where like the animal does something, and you're like, why the fuck are you doing that, dude? You're fucking stupid for doing that. But like you don't necessarily look away because it's still like mildly interesting. So like you tell it like, hey, don't be a fucking idiot. What you just did was a stupid thing. Then you keep watching, and you're like, huh, I can see why it did that, but it's still kind of stupid for doing that. You know what I mean? It's kind of like one of those things. Mono Thief team would be interesting. Look, if it runs anything like a mono mage team, I think you're better off just not using a mono team. The only time I see a mono mage team go crazy is Magoto's no gear or gearless run. I call it the hobo run, but he calls it gearless run. Okay, it might be more than just a gripe. It's not a gripe. It's morbid fascination. I mean, her videos is kind of confusing. Well, I don't know if she really makes any... I mean, from what I've heard, she makes guide content, but from all of the videos that I've watched so far of her, it's not really guide-related, in my opinion, but, you know, whatever. It's like watching a car crash? Yeah, that's another way to look at it. Yeah, I can agree with that. It's kind of like watching a car crash. In slow motion, though. Cause, like, it's not immediate. It's like you know what's gonna happen, but you, like, just have to struggle through the process of, like, you know, of, like, watching it in the middle of it. It's like, the cars are, like, slowly kind of, like, coming together, and you're like, okay, I understand it's a car crash, but, like, when are we gonna see the pieces and shrapnel kind of fly off of the car crash, you know what I mean? It's like, we know what's going to happen. We can see the process, but the process isn't, like, hurrying enough to get the final, like, conclusion of what we know is going to happen. Mono Priest team might be interesting because so it has Priest... Okay, Priests have Priest Weapon Mastery, right? Which isn't something super significant, but if we're going all Mono Priest, we could do, like, frontline physical offensive priests and then magical support and offensive priests, right? Because you can inherit some mage inherits, like, some actual damaging spells and some like Battlegraph, because I want to say Asha's secret inherit is Battlegraph, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So, like, there are some ways you can make a mono priest team work. It's just mono priest, you already have the support kind of covered because of the way the priest class works, but there's also some passives that it already has that you can kind of finagle, especially since they have a wider range of equipment type than mages do. So you can do, like, light armor, two-handed mace, so you have the strength base plus passive for the front line, and then you can, like, inherit Way of the Warrior and all that other stuff, Way of the Knight, and there's just, like, a bunch of other things that you could do to kind of manipulate it, and priests have fairly... I would say they have fairly well-rounded stats, right? Depending on, like, what race, what gender they are, you know, considering those. like, overall, I can kind of see somebody finagling it and finding some way to make a mono priest team work. It's just classes like thieves and mages don't have as much flexibility as priests do, which is kind of why it's hard to imagine either of those necessarily working. Um, Especially since priests have, compared to other classes, not including healers, they have a fairly decent SP and MP pool, which is kind of where the race and the sex of the character is kind of an underlying factor of where you would probably want them to be in terms of either magic based or physical attack based. But overall, I can definitely see someone finding a way to make a mono priest team work because of the flexibility the class has. She's hoping for the mage update. The mage update was forever ago, man. It was the mage trials. Look, if we have magic power rework and mages now deal really good damage with AoE, I think we're going to be seeing a lot more people running mages, including myself. I might, depending on how drastic the calculation is, I might go back to Mage Alice. But that's a really big if, because like I don't think that's going to happen. They've neglected mages this far, but in my opinion, if they were going to do anything about it, an 8 GB update sounds like it would be then, you know? But we'll see. Honestly, I'll take whatever guide I can get. Yeah, let's fix that. Let's not have you go into Misty's guides then. Let's not. If anybody has any guide ideas, please just let me know. I'll try my best to make a guide on it, because I don't want people to be going on Misty's guide specifically. Not because I don't like Misty, but because she's known for giving misinformation. And she doesn't know a whole lot about the game despite her playing for so long. Like, she just found out about the she just found out like the basics of the ninja class when Yuzu got a rerun. And I think I went over it on one of my streams previously, which is a big yikes. Because the ninja class has been out for a very long time, compared to when even Yuzu was announced. So you would think that she would at least know the basics, but she didn't. So it's a big oof. How do you tag in stream? Like the chat? From what I'm aware of, you just do the @ sign, and then you just start typing in the person's name. What if they add 8 gigs of dating minigame after fishing seems appropriate? I mean, like, it'll probably make a lot of people happy, to be honest with you. I personally wouldn't really care, but I could definitely see a lot of people really being into it, especially if it's, like, for some of the characters they think, or that they would imagine as, like, their waifus and stuff, right? AI summary. X is currently explaining his disdain for the content creator Misty, comparing the viewing experience to watching a wild animal in an enclosure at a zoo. I know I'm late for that, but I can't really necessarily say that's too far off. I don't think that's, in my opinion, that's not 100% accurate, but I think it's close enough to where I don't really need to correct it. Also, anyone else find it odd that Mage Alice learns both fire and water spells? I don't think it's too confusing. So, when it comes to mages, they usually have their main spell type, which is, reflects the element that they are, while also having a sub element type. And I've noticed that it's usually dependent on what type you are. So Dino, he naturally learns wind, but he also learns earth type skills on the side, right? Well, Marianne, when you turn into a mage, Same thing happens with her. She primarily learns wind, but has some side earth type skills or earth type spells. With Alice, it's primarily water with a side of fire. With Flute, it's primarily water with a side of fire. So it really depends on, from my experience, it really depends on what element the character is that really dictates what they primarily use while also what they use on the side. Full healer digging Matak meta. It's funny because Gagging and I were actually talking about using the meme Camille build that I was talking about, and he was saying how digging Matak might be the wave with the meme build that I want to do with her. I will continue to run Flute till I die. Hey, that's up to you, man. If that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do. I'm hoping for just the hands focus class myself. I'm no mage, but I will use spells if I needed. Yeah, that's fine. That's fair. Can't wait for the 3-hit defense penetration status exploiting confusion inflicting dagger. That would be insane, and with a side of chronostasis, you know? The seal? Ooh, Somnio? Oh, dude, Somnio's great. Yeah, no, if you watch guides from Somnio, you'll be fine. Somnio doesn't really do misconceptions or, what do I say, misinformation. He doesn't really do misinformation. And if he has something that he's confused about, he usually, asks one of the, somebody else who might be more familiar with the subject he's tackling. Kind of like what I do. Like, that's why I always ask around in my server, and even I sometimes DM Gagging, like, hey, does this one thing work? Because, like, Gagging has a lot, he's like a well of knowledge when it comes to this game, because he is one of the community's whales, and because he whales out, he has a wealth of knowledge of, like, what you can and can't do, how to build this, how to not build this. Like, he knows a lot because he's willing to spend money. And I never try to chastise people who spend money. I know there are people who do, where it's like, oh, you're a whale, why are you whaling for a game, what's wrong with you? Personally, in my opinion, if they're whaling, but they're willing to share information that people wouldn't normally get until way later, happy to have you. And even if you whale and you're just a casual player and you just feel like swiping, I mean, like, it's your game, it's your profile. Spend money how you want to spend it. I'm not your parents. I don't give a fuck, I think it's a little ridiculous that people try to chastise people who do whale, though. I think it's a little ridiculous. But yeah, no, Somnio usually double checks everything if he's uncertain about something, but overall he's very good about, making sure that the information is accurate. The 2-hit Ninjata. Oh my gosh, this guy. I don't know the basic of Ninja. I mean, that's fair. Not everyone does, but when you're making guides is usually an issue. Like, if you don't know, like, not knowing everything about a class is totally fine, but you should, if you're a guide maker and you're going to make a guide on a class or a character or whatever, you should at least know the basics of the class or character, right? I think everyone should be in agreement on that, and if you're uncertain about certain mechanics or whatever else, you should talk to somebody who you think might know more. Not necessarily me, even though I do make guide content, and I do double-check my not necessarily sources, but I double-check my information, make sure it's correct, but I'm saying, like, she should have the same integrity is what I'm trying to get at. I'm learning some basics after 2 years of playing. That happens. That happens, and that's not an issue. If you are finding stuff out for the first time and you've been playing for a while, that's not an issue at all. I'm glad that I'm helping you understand more about the game. The only issue I have is when you try to make guide content for the game, but you don't really know what you're talking about, and you're trying to play that ignorance off as a fact. That's when I have an issue, and that's when misinformation comes out, and that's when, newer players start getting misled, and that's also when it's kind of like, oh, well, I followed this one content creator that gave me misinformation, and I thought it was real because I didn't know where else to look, and now, my account's bricked, or my account's not as good as it could be because of that. And that's kind of what I have an issue with, because I want new players, I want what's best for the newer players. Because at the end of the day, the newer players are kind of what breathes new life into the community, into the game. So if you're going to be disingenuous and give them this information, they're most likely going to just want to drop the game because the account's scuffed and just go somewhere else. Well, I personally don't want that because I love helping new players. I love helping people who, are getting back into the game. Maybe they stopped for a couple months, which is totally fine, and they want to find some way to get back into the game, and they feel like if they just watch someone like a quick couple of minutes like explaining new things they missed out on that could help them, get back into the game, that's perfectly fine, and I love helping people or players who are like that or in that situation. But it's just the misinformation that I have an issue with. That's really all it is. I won't do AI dating. Somebody clip that. We got femboys, we got Thai ASMR, and now this. I know this stream has been quite a stream, right? So their side is the element they are weak to. I would say resistant to. Because wind is resistant to earth. But wind elements are using earth spells, right? And then water elements, they're using water element and they're, resistant to fire, but they learn fire elements. So I would say it's more accurate to suggest they learn what they're resistant to, which I never really thought about until just now, admittedly. And I do think it does come out with some unique typing variants, like, again, Dino, because of his typing and what he learns, he covers both Abyss 1 and Abyss 2 with his elemental spells, because he has primarily Wind, which is super effective against Abyss 1, and then he also learns Earth spells on the side, which are super effective against Abyss 2. So, yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't think it's that big of a deal. I think it comes out with some unique type coverage, and I think it's pretty neat. The mages I really built up were Adam and Shelly, and that's fine. Adam was the best mage until Shelly came out. Not including Alice, obviously. I'm more saying people who come out as mages right out of the box, because Alice is a very, very tough contender for mage as well. I mean, yeah, you don't have any other options. I was thinking of doing the same for myself with one of my accounts, but that was a while ago when Healer came out and I would need a 5-star red. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I know that you're probably, with this conversation, you're still talking about the Matak with the healers. From what Gagging said, you don't necessarily need a crazy good Matak. You can have a 1-star white, but you need crazy gear. He's talking like crazy insane gear. So, yeah, that's understandable. I think that's a fair criticism. There is the Wizardry Community Guide and Discord, after all. Yeah, absolutely. And I'm not saying that my Discord is my Discord or my video guides are the only reliable source of information. I'm not saying that at all. In fact, I actually have been, since I've discovered the wiki, I've been constantly promoting it, because it actually is run by the people who are the mods for the Wizardry Variants Daphne Discord, like the big one. It's not official because none of the actual developers or whatever are in charge of that Discord, but they are, from my understanding, they do have a connection with the developers or the people distributing Variants Daphne in some way, shape, or form. I'm not 100% certain the affiliation that they have with it, with like the devs or whatever, but I do know that the actual, like, the big Discord isn't considered official because no one from the dev team or the publishers or whatever are actually in charge of that Discord. So it's not official, but it is like the main one, right? That's why we call it, usually in my Discord, we call it the main Discord, like the main Wizardry Discord, or the main Variants Daphne Discord, I should say, because it's not official, but it's also like the main one. That's the one that everyone knows, right? Like, I still don't know if having dual wield increases the probabilities of insta-kill, if having low fortitude affect it, and so on. I see. It looks like Magoto clarified it for you, though. More hits, more chances of insta-kill on normal attacks. True. Low fortitude allows statuses to land more on your party members. True. It doesn't affect anything to do with the enemy. True. Low fort means smaller circles on the revive. True. Ninjas can dual wield. JK, it says at level 25, don't it? Yep, true. Water is weak to earth. Yes, exactly. Which is why I was saying that its typings that they're resistant to is usually the secondary element that they learn, not what they're weak to. Because water is resistant to fire, which is why they learn fire. That's a good way to put it, Knight. So they're using the element they're topping. Oh yes, that is a good way of putting it, Knight. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, overall, there's like when I first started playing the game, there was like almost no source of information, which is why I started making guide content for the game. And then once there started becoming like a bigger community and they started coming together and doing their own thing, I'm just like, this is fucking awesome. This is what I've wanted this whole time, because Wizardry is very, I don't really want to use the term underground, but in a sense it is, because mainly in the West, right? Because admittedly, my first exposure to Wizardry was Variants Daphne. I'm gonna be totally honest with you, it absolutely was. But that's why I started going back and learning more from people who are familiar with the IP, and started learning more from them, and the differences between Variants Daphne and other titles of Wizardry and all so on and so forth. So, but what I'm trying to get at is, because when I first started, there wasn't a big community of, for anyone to like find help for, I'm like, well, the game doesn't really explain itself very well, and I don't want newer players or players who are easily confused, right? Or players who don't fully understand what is being interpreted or being explained to them through the game itself, right? Because when the game first came out, it was very vague, is what I'm trying to get at. Like, I'm not trying to insult anyone. Like genuinely, the game was very vague about most of the mechanics and stuff still. So that's why I started to try to make guide content to kind of clarify everything that goes on, to have the people, to give the people the knowledge to actually play the game and have fun. That's why I started this guide content, because I wanted the communities to grow. I didn't want this game to fail. I had a lot of fun with this game, and I wanted what's best for the game, and I figured that a growing community that knows how to play the game would help the community grow. So that's why I started the guide content. And that's also why I am not a huge fan of what Misty does, which is spread misinformation. Now, she doesn't really make guide content per se. Not anymore, at least. I haven't seen any of her earlier content. But from my understanding, she would tell newer players things that just aren't true, like over Reddit and stuff. Which is why I'm not huge. I'm not really in favor of Misty. Now, whether she's a good person or not, I have no idea. Wow, voice crack. I have no idea. Genuinely, I'm not trying to insult her character anyway, but from what I've heard and from what I've seen, she does spread some misinformation, and I'm just not a fan of that. So that's kind of why I'm not too fond of her. And then, to a degree, her gameplay, in my opinion, is fairly entertaining, and for the reasoning that I said earlier, which is like, you kind of understand where it's gonna go. So you kind of understand how the journey's gonna go, but you really just want to see the destination. And the journey of how you reach the destination is kind of like the little cherry on top of everything else, if that makes sense. Same, I never played a dungeon crawler before, Wizardry Daphne, and I was hooked immediately. Yeah, I mean, admittedly, I've played dungeon crawlers before, right? But I was never, like, super huge in them. I was never into the classic, turn-based, like, how Wizardry Variants Daphne is, right? I was never huge into those dungeon crawler-like games. I have played games that had dungeon crawling, whether it be like not the core gameplay loop, but they did have it as an option in some games, or it was dungeon crawling, but it wasn't turn-based like Diablo or Path of Exile, because those are dungeon crawlers. They're just not turn-based, and they're not in the classic RPG style that was introduced to us 45 years ago or so. But like I've always played some kind of variant of dungeon crawling, but Wizardry Variants Daphne was really the first one to kind of hook me in to how classic dungeon crawlers are. And admittedly, I have played Dragon Quest before Wizardry, although in my opinion, I don't. At least Dragon Quest 11, right? Because I've played Dragon Quest 11. I think it was either 11 or 12, the most recent one, right? With the Sword of Light and everything else. Dragon Quest was originally a dungeon crawler, from my understanding, but it doesn't feel like one from the newest one that came out. But no, I've had a lot of fun with Dragon Quest, so that could be like another dungeon crawler you could technically say I've played before Wizardry, but again, Wizardry was the first like hardcore classic dungeon crawling RPG that I've really like experienced and kind of fond over, admittedly. Maintenance extended? Oh wow, you're right, Landon? No way. I think I've played Dungeon Crawlers. Wizardry VA, though, is the one I've been most into, though. Yeah, that's fair. Saw on Twitter the Renee feet animation isn't going so great, huh? Makoto and his fucking Renee feet, dude. Alright, well, let's take a look. Let's refresh the page. Oof! Yes, they extended it to 1 more hour. Maintenance times are subject to change without notice. We thank you for your understanding. We sincerely apologize for any inconvenience this may cause and appreciate your patience. Yep, extended an hour. Yep. Oh, man, that's unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. I mean, feet are pretty peak. Look at Lulu and her toesies. Okay. Aladdin, look. I think I need you to just simmer down just a little bit, all right? I think we're starting to lose the plot here. Free multi-win? Dude, I wit like 8 GB update. Now we gotta wait 6 hours for maintenance to finish. Like I think a multi is the right thing to do. They should give us enough gems for a free multi. Like, god damn it. Oh my, I DM'd Shiro once, and he just blew up our DMs. Wow. I'm just reading what he messaged me about the rigorous inspection that that the community has done. Very interesting. I don't really want to say anything, because I don't know if I'll get in trouble on stream, so I'm just going to wait for the reveal. But from what it looks like, the Inherit at least seems pretty interesting. I don't want to give too much away. Because again, I don't want to get in trouble. I also don't want to expose anything, but from what it seems like, it's very interesting. We leaking? Just a little bit. I'm not gonna say too much, but you know. The way I finally saw it. Sound like mid. The Inherit sounds interesting, but the character themselves, in my opinion, seems mid from what I've seen. But I don't want to say too much because I haven't seen it myself, I've only been told. And I also don't want to get in trouble. So I'm not going to say too much. Just testing, of course, he would never derails, no. Oh my god. But yeah, that's my understanding. Oof. We got a surge in viewers because they did not see the update, guys. I have bad news, bears. We have to wait 1 more hour, ladies and gentlemen. I am so sorry for everyone queuing in, waiting to see the new update. I'm so sorry we have to wait 1 more hour. So if you want to sit around and talk for a little bit, wait for the hour, we'd love to have you. If not, I understand and hope to see you in the next hour. I know that's kind of why we got the surge in viewers, because it's like 7 minutes from the alleged finish, but we have to wait 1 more hour. I disciplined Adam to level 3 because you said he's better than Yucca in the beginning. Please take responsibility, JK, but imagine the number of Adam I can inherit. Yeah, so Adam, he is better than Yucca, but at this point in time, after Shelly was introduced, Shelly became the better mage. But in this current state in the game, before the maintenance, because I don't know what the maintenance is going to do for mages, if anything, right now, mages just aren't really worth anything at the moment. They can, put people to sleep. They can use Battlegraph, but at that point, you might as well just have a priest that can change into a mage, get those, and then change back into a priest, or change your mage into a priest, because right now, priests are just way better than mages at the moment. The main thing that I can see them doing to make mages a lot better is increasing how much magical damage can be used for spells, but if they don't do that for mages, yeah, the priests are just better off. No spoilers, I'm not spoiling anything, don't you worry. I just gave you my very vague opinion on the character that is going to be, allegedly, going to be added. But yeah. Wasn't Renee always been mid outside of giving her skill to all warriors? I mean, being a ninja elf is already a bit bad. Yeah, that's true. You're definitely not wrong. But the thing is, whenever you inherit a skill onto someone else, it loses efficiency. Effectively, it has like a drop in damage and stuff. So you mainly want to keep the inherent onto the main character if that character is good. The problem is that Ninja Renee was never really crazy to begin with. She had a really, really good skill, like inherent, but it just was never... It was never really brought to its fullest potential unless you inherited it into a warrior. Then we got Thief Renee, right? Because I'm going all the way back when Renee was first introduced up until now. Technically is what I'm doing. So that was back when Renee was first introduced. Then we got Thief Renee, which was a good addition because she was able to change into a thief and take advantage of the bow's passive Strength Base Plus, because it's a two-handed weapon. So she was able to do way more damage with Moment of Finality because of Thief. But because of Ninjato's recent buff, via getting a passive skill for them by doing a Abyss 3 mission, effectively, Ninjato, with that passive specifically, can deal close to two-handed weapon damage. And because of the surety and the way the calculations work with the passive, sure hits deal a lot more damage than, sure hits with the thief class. Like, for what I mean is, like, comparing Renee, Thief, and Ninja, the Ninja class is going to do a lot more damage, especially when she sure hits with Moment of Finality holding a Ninjato, than she would as a Thief with a bow. So that's kind of where Renee is right now. In terms of why you would kind of want to keep her on your team and have her use Moment of Finality and stuff. In a general sense, putting Moment of Finality on your warriors is a good idea. I'm not going to say it's not. I put on Moment of Finality on my Lana, on my Abanyas, my MC. I put it on Shiyu as well before the Odachi came out. Once the Odachi came out, I was like, okay, well, Moment of Finality doesn't mean anything on Shiyu anymore. But I digress. Putting it on warriors is pretty good, especially since it doesn't really get affected by ranged modifiers. The way that Moment of Finality kind of is calculated in terms of damage and how it interacts with enemies is a little funky compared to most other skills and spells, because it's in that weird in-between where it's the way it interacts with the enemy, like, it's technically a spell, but the way it deals damage, it takes as a skill. So its damage is based off of your attack stat, but it interacts with the enemies like a skill in the sense that it has a range modifier, or a positive range modifier. And it also has a negative surety calculation. And what I mean by that, for those of you who are interested, what I mean by that is for the ranged addition modifier, all spells have kind of a ranged addition modifier that, essentially prevents the spell from really being affected by range modifiers at all. Moment of Finality has this, but to a lesser degree. So it is effective like a spell, but not as effective as a spell. But it also calculates damage through your attack stat, which is self-explanatory. More attack equals more damage. And then a negative surety modifier, well, it's exactly how it sounds. You need more surety than normal in order to get a sure hit with Moment of Finality. Now, that's how it works with spells, too. The thing is, Moment of Finality is a little different. Moment of Finality has a negative surety modifier of 75, meaning you need to have a sure stat of 76 to start seeing surety hits from Moment of Finality. Spells have a negative surety modifier of 100, meaning if you want to start sure hitting with your spells as a mage, you want to have 101 surety, and then you'll start hitting surety attacks with spells, from my understanding. Now, whether they recalculate the surety for spells, whether they increase the negatives, like maybe it's negative 200 now, or I genuinely have no idea, but from my understanding, spells do come off with a negative 100 modifier, meaning if you get your mage, for whatever reason, to have surety of 101, theoretically you should be seeing sure hits with your spells. Is it worth it? In my opinion, absolutely not. Unless you have Itzalic, which Itzalic is a little different. Same with Birkenan's Inherit. It's like True Words of Fire or whatever. Those two spells specifically have a 0 surety modifier, just like a normal skill does. So you have 50 surety. The spells, those two spells specifically have a 50% chance to sure hit. I don't know why those are the way they are, but they are. It's really weird, but I'm not going to complain. So, very interesting, though. But yeah, Moment of Finality is, the way it works is definitely very odd. And it's also interesting because it is very similar to, or I should say, the skills I'm about to list are very similar to Moment of Finality, and those being um, either, I think it's called Blood Siphon, the healer skills, Blood Siphon, and I believe the Paralysis Needle. I don't remember essentially what it is, but Blood Siphon is essentially the same as Moment of Finality in the sense that it has kind of an increased modifier, or an increased range modifier, um, but its damage is also dependent on both your magic power and your divine power. But it still is effective like a skill in the sense that it can still miss. And it takes SP and it's categorized as a skill, so it doesn't really get hit with that passive that healers have, where it's like spells deal less damage, but healing is increased. They have that kind of like spell or that passive by default, right? But because it's a skill, it's categorized as a skill, you don't get that debuff. Is same with the needle. The needle has a positive increase in like accuracy and range modifier. Again, both of these skills aren't to the degree of spells or even probably moment of finality, honestly. And the needle, it it's affected by attack from what I'm aware of, so it's even less effective in terms of damage. And both Blood Siphon and the Needle are affected by accuracy, so the higher accuracy you have, the higher chance it is to hit. It's just comparing those skills to other skills that fighters have, like Heavy Attack, for example. The healer skills have a higher range modifier, so they're more likely to hit from, for example, the healer in the back row. It's more likely to hit with Blood Siphon than a fighter is going to hit from the back row with Heavy Attack. Assuming you're using a Greatsword, which I don't see why, but I'm using that more like comparison between the two skills, right? So it's some of these skills are very interesting in the way they interact, and you wouldn't really know about any of this stuff unless you go through rigorous testing and talk to the community of fucking eggheads that really go deep diving into how exactly the internals of some of this stuff work. And that's why I don't blame people who don't know, but that's also why if you're really, really into this stuff, you should ask questions, 100%. And I understand I went on kind of a mini rant here, so I gotta scroll up a little bit to see what people are saying. A lot of Magoto. I'm seeing a lot of Magoto. More Apologem, Shelly is just insane. Make Shelly Priest easy. This is true, Hypnotic. I do agree. Shelly Priest is pretty nice. Personally, I still prefer her as a mage. But yes, hopefully we get more Apologems. Hopefully, because of this extension. So for Alice, after doing class change, then it's back to Priest. She looks so cute with her witch hat, though. I mean, it's totally up to you. I think it's better to have her as a Priest because she has increased divine power for healing, and she also has more gear flexibility because Priests can use both cloth and light armor, while mages are stuck only using cloth. So you have more build flexibility as a priest, and you probably benefit more as a priest for Alice than you are with a mage. But whether you want to change her back to a priest or keep her as a mage is totally up to you. It's your team. I'm not going to say boo-hoo. Just make her a thief and profit. I'm assuming you were talking about Renee with that comment. I can't say for certain because I was in mid-rant, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm just messing with X. That was very early in the game, but I got a very good Shelly, so I think I'm good. Hey, well, that's good. But yeah, no, I know you were teasing, but I still do kind of want to explain where I was coming from at that point in the game, because there are definitely some newer players that we have now in the community who probably don't really know what you're talking about, you know what I mean? Because earlier on, Adam was a fantastic mage, but now we have Shelly, which is an even better mage than Adam, and now mages aren't really that great, which is why I think building for a priest is better than a mage currently. I gotta sleep now. I gotta get ready for work in 6 hours. Ciao. Hey, you have a good night. I appreciate you sticking around for the stream, man. Greatly appreciate that. I hope you have a good night. I know you're probably already sleeping already, but I figured I'd say good night anyways. I wonder what the surety rate of true words of fire and Zolik are. Oh, well, in my rant, I explained that already. Life siphon. Yes, not blood siphon. Thank you. Life siphon and anesthetic needle. True. Needle even gets +5 surety. Oh, does it? I don't even know it has +5 surety. That's new to me. I guess I just didn't really pay attention. Just use Mage Dagger Alice. Yeah, you could. Definitely. But I personally wouldn't recommend it. Oh, I didn't realize the armor limits of Mage. Thank you. Yeah, not a problem, man. I mean, again, it's kind of like just the thing that you don't really know unless you go out of your way to kind of test. But yeah, priests have more gear flexibility, so they have a easier time healing your team, and they also have a better gear flexibility than mages do, which is why a lot of people are telling, you know, some of the newer players, like, hey, if you change your Alice to a mage or, you know, whatever else, you might want to change them back because it's easier to build a priest than it is a mage, especially when mages don't really hold the AoE dominance that they used to have very early on in the game. I wouldn't recommend it either. Yeah. I mean, like, look, desperate times call for desperate measures, but let's not get too desperate now with Mage Dagger, alright? If anything, the IQ conversion should be a nice little bonus when you're still using Steel Gear. Let's not make it, like, a priority thing. Not unless you're going, like, super insano meme build and trying to reinforce your Mage Dagger to be, like, silver tier, alright? Let's just simmer down just a little bit. Sorry, I'm messaging Shiro. We're still kind of talking about what we might be seeing in the next 50 minutes. Cyclops Dagger would do the job better anyways. This is true. Cyclops Dagger is kind of nutty. Although it is also a bitch and a half to farm. So let's unless you want to go out of your way to farm for a really good dagger, you probably best just either use mage how they were meant to be used by using spells, or just change them to a priest. I wouldn't really recommend using Cyclops Dagger on mage. But if you do want to use the dagger, then Cyclops Dagger is definitely the way to go. Absolutely. Just like how if you want to use ninjas, you can use the beclouded kunai and ninjatos. Those are the best kunai and ninjatos that you can get, are the beclouded kind, because they have an increase in surety, and I believe they have an increase in action speed, if I'm not mistaken. But I can't say for certain, because I don't personally use those pieces of gear. Although I can tell you, I really want a Kagurazuki for my Shiyu, because, dude, Kagurazuki is so good. So, for those of you who are not fully aware of Kagurazuki is a katana that samurais can use. In my opinion, it is the best katana to have because of the offensive stats that it gives you. It has the highest attack and magic attack out of all of the katanas, excluding... Or no, actually, I think it is the highest, in terms of raw stats, it is the highest base offensive stats for attack and magic attack, as well as having a passive that increases your evasion. Now, it does come at a cost of decreased defense and resistance, but if you have a decently built team with, you know, coverage and a healer for a boss that, you know, you would want to not have negative resistance against, honestly, the defensive negatives are minuscule at the worst, really. And in return, you get a crazy, crazy katana that gives you the best offensive stats out of all the katanas in the game, including an increase in the surety stat. So if you want the best katana in the game, I highly recommend getting the Kagurazuki. Now, there are some people who say that the Kiku Ichimonji is one of the best, if not the best, in the game as well. Now, the Kiku, for those of you who are not aware, is Shiyu, base Shiyu's gacha weapon, and it is an ebon steel katana, which doesn't really sound crazy until you look at its passive. So Kagurazuki has an evasive increasing passive, which doesn't sound crazy unless you go for an evasive build, which you can totally go for Alt Shiyu, which I can totally go into a little less, but I would like to go a little into Kiku. Kiku is the Kiku Ikimonji, is the ebon steel katana that is the only katana that has a passive that increases the damage of sure hits. Effectively, this is a built-in Way of the Thief. For those of you who are not aware of Way of the Thief is a passive that a character can have that increases the damage that sure hits inflict, right? So, sure hits, they're effectively this game's version of criticals. So you got the sure hit, which does a lot of damage, and then you have Way of the Thief, which increases the damage even more. Well, there's not a samurai yet that has the Way of the Thief passive, so how are you going to be able to get that kind of damage increase? Well, that's where the Kiku Ichimonji comes in. You get that katana, and you get the passive that increases the damage dealt by surety, damaging, well, surety damage in general, excuse me. I was going to say surety damaging moves, but like every physical move can sure hit, so what the fuck am I talking about, right? So you can get that katana, increase the amount of surety damage that you deal, but there are some people who are like, well, that's ebon steel, it's not silver quality. Well, why would I prefer that over the Kagurazuki? Kagurazuki is the highest damaging katana in the game. It's silver tier. It's the best you can get. Yes, but because of reinforcement, which for those of you who are not aware, reinforcement allows you to take the weapon from one quality to the next. So it can take steel all the way to silver, ebon steel all the way to silver. It can take even bronze quality all the way to silver. Because of reinforcement, you can make Kiku from ebon steel to silver. Now, by base stats, it's still not going to be as strong as Kagurazuki, but that's where the trade-off comes in. If you have a well-built Kiku, reinforced to silver tier, and because of that passive, that increases surety damage, it can, admittedly, out DPS a Kagurazuki, which is crazy on paper. However, that is if you have a good Kiku, which is where the huge if comes in. For those of you who don't have a good Kiku, you might as well just stay trying to farm the Kagurazuki, which is another problem, because Kagurazuki is kind of a bitch, well, more than a bitch and a half to farm, because you need to specifically farm for ninjas that are in Abyss 4, specifically. And admittedly, if you haven't farmed for Kiku before you beat A4, you are kind of shit out of luck, because enemies have rapid respawn before you beat A4 the first time, but they don't. They lose that feature after you beat A4. Now, why is this the case? I genuinely don't know. But even if you curse wheel back, they don't have it. It's literally a one-time thing, and if you don't know about it sooner, then you shit out of luck. Which sucks, because I would have loved to farm for a Kagurazuki, excuse me, had I known, but I did not. So, for those of you who don't know, now you know, and hopefully you can farm for it, if you're willing to do that. I wouldn't recommend it either. Cyclops Dagger would do the job better. Anyways, that's old. Makoto says, evasion and accuracy, no action speed. Kiku gives action speed as well. This is true. Kiku Ichimonji does increase your action speed. In my opinion, it's not by a whole lot. I think, from my understanding, max level, Kiku gives you about 5 additional action speed, I believe. But I don't know. I don't think the action speed, for some people, it's a selling point. For me personally, have a decked out like set of boots. I don't really think the 5 action speed is too huge, but the passive on it that increases surety damage, that is pretty fucking big, admittedly. So I would love to have a good Kiku, but not even I have that. Gagging went out of his way to get it, and right now he's living large with his Shiyu, while I'm over here with a plus 15, well-rolled, admittedly, Beast Hunt Katana. You know? You wanted to farm the katana for 7 months already? Well, okay, so if I were to farm before I beat A4, it would have been a lot faster, comparatively speaking. It would still take forever, don't get me wrong, but it will take less of forever compared to now, since I've beaten A4 already. You know, it's still forever, but it's less than the forever that I have to do now, if that makes sense. 5 base, 9 max. Oh, 9 action speed, not 5? Gotcha. In my opinion, it's still not that big of a deal, but seeing how Samurai don't have that great of an action speed, or, well, speed growth in general, because that's just how the class works. I can understand why some people like Gagging, who is, like, super into action speed right now, would want it, but for somebody who's not trying to get to 300 action speed, I don't think it's that big of a deal, in my opinion. But, the passive is pretty substantial. Now, I don't know the exact calculations on how, like, whether it outcompetes Way of the Thief. In my opinion, if you had the opportunity, why would you not just run both Kiku, Surety Increase passive, as well as Way of the Thief? But if we were to do the testing for Way of the Thief versus Kiku, I don't know which one has a better modifier. I'm sure testing has done to compare the two already. I genuinely don't know it off the top of my head. But if you can do both, why would you not? You know? So, you would have gotten it by now? Oh, you're saying if I started, like, the moment A4 came out to now? I mean, yeah, probably. Maybe. I don't know. Then again, I'm also not super lucky, so low-key I might be fucked low-key. Regardless. You care about it if you want 300 action speed shield? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, extended? Yes, it has been extended, unfortunately. What about the Blade and Bastard Refined Saber? Ooh, I am glad you asked. Ooh, so, about the sabers. Sabers are so silly because of the way that they designed them for whatever reason. So, what I'm about to explain to you works for all sabers. It counts for the normal saber and the refined saber. In terms of base stats, they're weaker than their actual, like, normal katana counterparts, with the exception of their passive. So, if you are familiar with the sabers have less attack and less magic attack, which is fine, because actually, their one-handed passive, which every samurai will have, because you can only have a weapon, you can't have any kind of offhand weapon, at least at the time of this VOD, if you're watching this in the past, or as of right now, if you're watching the stream, they can only have the weapon, right? So, because of Saber's one-handed passive, they actually have the same amount of attack as their respective katana. So sabers are ebon steel, so they have the same amount of attack as katanas. And refined sabers are silver, and they have the same amount of attack as their silver counterparts, their silver normal katana counterparts. Although, this is where it starts getting interesting. The passive doesn't just increase the attack, it also increases the accuracy. So, the sabers, there's a trade-off for using sabers over katanas. Sabers are going to give you increased accuracy at the cost of magic attack. Now, this sounds kind of shitty, admittedly, especially if you're not worried about accuracy. However, it is nice to know that your attack stat is going to remain the same because of the passive, and the only thing you're trading off is some magic attack for an increase in accuracy. Obviously, you are going to want to prefer a katana if you want to deal more damage, but if for whatever reason your samurai can't hit for shit, then you got an alternative, which is the saber. Neither one is necessarily better than the other, in my opinion. Obviously, more people are going to prefer the katana than the saber because they want more damage, but in my opinion, it's kind of just how your samurai is built, which one you would prefer. Now, in terms of which one is better to use is mainly situational. Now, if you are on Ebon Steel tier and you can't get a good exquisite katana, but you have a good a good normal saber, just stick with the saber until you get to A4. Absolutely fine. You're missing a little bit of a magic damage. Kind of sucks, but at least you got a boost in accuracy and you got a better alternative, which is the reason why it's better is because, well, you're not going to get any good exquisite katanas, which is the reason why you would get the saber, or you would use the saber, right? And it's the same with the refined saber as well. If you can't get a good silver katana, refined saber is totally fine. But, you know, the moment you do get that really good katana, it's most likely time to say goodbye to that saber because, let's face it, more people are going to want to go for more attack than more accuracy. Especially if you were to go for a Kagurazuki, which, I mean, in my opinion, is a no-brainer. You would want to go for that over almost anything else. Or a Beast Hunt Katana, which, in my opinion, is probably the second best katana. If we are to... or third best, excuse me, because I keep forgetting about Kiku. Kiku and Kagurazuki are kind of neck and neck, in my opinion. But wherever one goes, you know, whether it's top or bottom, whichever one, Beast Hunt Katana is around, I think its safe spot is third best katana. You know, just under those two that are competing neck and neck. But yeah, no, the refined sabers, if you have a good refined saber, don't worry about getting another katana anytime soon. Unless you're in A4 and you're using the refined saber, and you think you want to increase the amount of damage you deal for your samurai, then absolutely, go for another katana. The sabers, in my opinion, are a substitute if you can't find anything better. But then again, that's also like all gear, I guess you could say. Although there are some pieces of gear that will be very hard to replace, like chainmail. Chainmail is a huge, crazy, awesome chest piece that has innate surety on it, and its innate surety increases as you level it up through certain milestones, and that's why it's very hard to really want to prefer anything else over chainmail if you are given the option to wear chainmail. Now, obviously, there are some classes that can't use light or heavy armor like mages or rangers. They are stuck with cloth. Same with healers. They're also stuck with cloth. So they can't really use chainmail, but for those of you that can, like samurais and fighters, surety's going to be crazy good to have. And, well, chainmail kind of takes that and just elevates how much you can get, right? Because let's say you have a 4-star chainmail, has, you know, that innate base surety, and then it has a surety blessing on it. Well, you can alter another blessing to have even more surety. So now you have base surety, and then you have 2 surety blessings on it just from altering it. You're swimming in surety just with that piece alone. So that's why it's kind of hard to really prefer anything else over chainmail, and that's kind of where we're kind of at with specific gear that you want to keep. Now, it's kind of the same with hunting boots. Hunting boots are also pretty crazy. They have innate action speed, they have really good evasion, they have, from my understanding, they have innate accuracy as well, and they also have innate surety, which is one of the only boots that increases your surety on base stats. Now, the ninja set, like the covert gear and the silver tier of the ninja boots, I can't really remember what they're called. I think they're called shrouded, but I digress. They increase your surety as well. But the thing is that hunting boots, everyone can use hunting boots because they're light. Then again, the shrouded boots you can do the same thing with, but the growth at which the action speed is, as well as the evasion, hunting boots are superior. So, which is why the shrouded boots are kind of an off-brand version of hunting boots, if that makes sense. But that's kind of where we are at in terms of it, like late to end game kind of gear at the moment. You kind of want to prefer whatever is best, and to some slots on your character, there's going to be a preference to a specific gear type, and that's where the chainmail and the hunting boots comes in. And for samurais, it's kind of where Kakurazuki comes in, unless you have a really, really good Kiku, in which case then, well, it's really up to you. Most people prefer the Kiku, but hey, I'm not opposed to a good Kakurazuki connoisseur, alright? If you like Kakurazuki, hey, you got refined taste, you know what I'm saying? What do you think about the higher than silver tier weapons, like the Clouded or the Kakurazuki something katana? Okay, so that's kind of what I lightly touched upon with the Kakurazuki explanation with Kiku. Now, I understand where you're coming from, where it's slightly better than the base silver, which is why you said that, right? Because it has the innate surety on it, and I think they also have innate action speed. I could be wrong, but I think they do. I don't think it's a bad thing. I think the grind is a little too tedious for me personally, but for those people who are willing to rub their nutsack on a cheese grater in order to get those beclouded weapons, that is totally up to them. And you know what? Full support. Show me what you get once you get it, and hopefully it's something cool. And if it's something astounding, hey, I'll be right there cheering you on. That's great. Me personally, I'm not doing that farm. I'm sorry. I'm just not. I would love to. But my brain, no. It won't. It won't. It won't work. When it comes to, like, if you're asking how I feel about it in the balancing sense, I think it's fine. I don't think it's that big of a deal, because, like, as long as you're willing to put in the time and the effort, like, you're inevitably gonna get it. Like, that's how it is for most things in this game, if not everything, excluding, like, some gacha weapons or, like, some alternate characters, really. Or legendary characters, you know, depending on how you see it, if you, like, grind Mausoleum and stuff. But I really think that, I think they definitely help elevate your damage output and elevate your character's effectiveness, but I don't think it's to a degree to where it's, like, too overpowered, or where it'll, like, debalance your game, if that makes sense. You didn't even save Iris? I did not personally know, because I have not done the true ending for A4. I know. Fraud, how dare I not do the true ending for the A4 already? What the hell? How dare I? I'm a guide maker and I haven't done literally everything the game has to offer. I know. But hey, look, some people are busy, alright? Good stat stick, but should eventually get Kagura. Yeah, that's true, Magoto. I agree with that. I think Kagura is probably, in my opinion, I think Kakurazuki is the best katana. And yes, the surety damage increase that Kiku gives you is strong, but it also, the problem I have with Kiku is it's a pay-to-win weapon. Even if you don't really like to admit it, it is. It's one of those things where, like, if you don't swipe to get it during the banner, you're not going to get a good one. You're not going to be able to use it, right? With Kakurazuki, like, it has great base stats. Like, the only thing that Kiku has on the Kakurazuki is the surety damage increasing passive. Like, genuinely. That and admittedly the action speed increase, because I know that's very noticeable. Everyone loves bringing it up. Personally, I don't think it's that big of a deal, but it is kind of a selling point of the Kiku, so unfortunately I do have to mention it. But in my opinion, I think the Kagurazuki as a whole will outperform the Kiku. As a whole, in my opinion. Now, I don't have the numbers with me, so I can't say whether or not my opinion is fact or fiction. I could just tell you how I feel about the weapons, because I don't have it in front of me. But I mean, I don't know. Again, whichever one you want to use, whichever one feels better for you, it's all entirely up to you. It's your profile. I'm not gonna be the fun police. I'm not gonna tell you what you can and can't do. However, I can give you my 2 cents and how I feel about the weapons or not. So whether you take my advice to heart or whether you consider my advice, that's totally up to you. Because Priest has much more access to light armor. Yes, true. Priest does have more access to light armor. I have a 3-star white Kikurazuki and a 2-star green Beast Hunt at the moment. Good stuff. We like to see that. I have a great 4-star purple Beclouded, but I can't stand the farm for even plus 15. Yes, that is an issue. A lot of people have expressed that issue, those issues before, and it's just because of how rare it is to come across those weapons specifically. The Beclouded weapons, the Kagurazuki is also in tandem with that in terms of like how difficult it is to get those weapons. Like, you can get a good Kagurazuki, but good luck unifying it to actually level it up, right? It's a bitch and a half. But like that's how it is for Kagurazuki, the Beclouded Kunai, and Beclouded Ninjato, and it's even how it is with the Cyclops dagger that's also available in A4. I would say it's a lot less so with the chainmail, because chainmail you can get in like, you can get in any junk pile from the church grounds. But it mainly is Kagurazuki, like all the Eastern weapons, as well as some monster exclusive weapons that are a huge time sink to farm, to not just get a good copy of, but to also like get enough to unify and strengthen the one that you currently have and want to use, Huge pain in the butt. Not to mention, hunting boots helps against magical beasts. This is true. Hunting boots do give you a resistance, another layer of damage mitigation from magical beasts, which are very prevalent in the game. So if you find that very useful, then yes. Personally, I don't think it's super crazy, but for people who are trying to really compare the shrouded boots to the hunting boots and really trying to see which one is the best one for them, in my opinion, I think you'll be just fine with the shrouded boots. Again, there's a reason why I consider them the off-brand hunting boots, but if you have the time and, are willing to go and farm for better hunting boots, then you are probably going to benefit way better than you are with the shrouded boots, right? Like the hunting boots, as Knight said, they give you the magical beast resistance, and they also have higher innate action speed from what I'm aware of, and surety, and evasion. So, like, they're overall better. I could be wrong about the action speed. I don't think I am, but it could be. But overall, you're going to have a better performance with hunting boots than you are the shrouded boots. But if you don't want to go through Alabaster and farm the hunting boots, I don't blame you. I've done a little bit of farming for hunting boots myself, and it is pretty fucking obnoxious, admittedly. But if you don't want to go through that, the shrouded boots are more than enough. You're going to be totally fine. But the min-maxers, the people who want to grind to get the best of the best, hunting boots are the way to go. Just be unemployed and farm for 8 hours a day? It's just too true, Malcolm. Why can't everyone do that? What the heck? Absolutely, for certain. I think the action speed is worth mentioning, because hunting boots has 12 action speed base, and people care about it a lot. Of course, it has evasion and surety as well. However, even the people trying to build action speed still value the base action speed on the boots greatly. Well, yeah, when I was talking about the innate action speed, I'm more referring to the Kiku Ichimonji. And the reason why I don't think it's worth mentioning, at least all the time, is because the action speed increase from the Kiku isn't going to be as strong as, like, the hunting boots, like you mentioned, in my opinion, anyways. So, like, the Kiku, yes, it has 9 action speed for a weapon. That's pretty good, because not a lot of weapons give action speed innately. But I don't think it's super crazy to mention when you're talking about how much damage a weapon is going to deal, even though I know some people value that innate action speed. That feels more like a niche. Again, like, if you're looking for a 300 action speed samurai, you're going to be looking at that, but as a casual player who just wants to look for enough, look for a good weapon to deal good damage with a samurai, I don't really think action speed should be really mentioned constantly, but I do understand why people would want that at least mentioned once, right? That's kind of where I was going with the action speed. Not really so much where it is on the boots, because I do agree action speed on boots is great, but I'm more referring to the action speed on the Kiku Ichimonji more than the boots. I just unlocked Oni Island. Is it worth to farm there, or do you have a better spot to farm silver gear? So, you can farm silver gear in the Oni Island. Admittedly, the Oni Island is mainly good to farm if you need a good Odachi. Now, Odachis are samurai exclusive weapons used for samurais AoE using skills, which are like the hamstring attack or the Ichimonji slash, which can be a little confusing now that we've been talking so much about the Kiku Ichimonji. Kiku Ichimonji is the katana weapon, and the Ichimonji slash is the AoE damage dealing skill that only samurais can do when they're holding an Odachi. Now, the Odachi is a fantastic weapon if you want to just casually farm with a samurai because you don't want to move them off your team. Using a well-built Odachi and just spamming their AoE skills definitely does the trick. However, when it comes to actually farming silver gear, if you have access to the church grounds, I would highly recommend farming the church grounds for silver gear, because you have a high chance of getting Fade Junk, but that's not the huge win for church grounds. The huge win is the chainmail. The chainmail is the light armor that I mentioned earlier on in the stream, talking about it having its innate surety in it. It is a fantastic chess piece, and from my understanding, it is only found in church grounds. And for those of you who are not familiar with church grounds is the final map of the Abyss 4. So if you haven't gotten there yet, I would say it's probably safe to just wait to farm, unless you are trying to farm the Kakurazuki or the Beclouded Kunai or Beclouded Ninjato, in which case, go ahead and farm to your heart's content before you beat A4, because the moment you beat A4, those constantly spawning enemies, from my understanding, stop constantly spawning. And it's very upsetting, especially when you get a good seed that spawns a lot of ninjas that could give you a very decent chance of getting the beclouded stuff that you're looking for. Oni Island for Odachi? Exactly. So, for the Odachi specifically, you're going to be finding 2 main Odachis. It's going to be I don't remember the name of it, but it has a passive that increases your damage dealt to demi-humans. Which, for those of you who are not aware, demi-humans are mainly consistent of goblins and hobgoblins, which are very prevalent in the game, so it can be useful for those. However, it does have a little less attack than a normal Masterwork Odachi. A Masterwork Odachi does have... it's the basic silver Odachi. Now, that's usually par for the course for things with specific passives, like Beast Hunt Katana. It's going to have slightly less, just not a huge bit, but slightly less damage than normal Masterwork Katana, but because of the magical beast slaying passive on it, it will outperform a Masterwork Katana when fighting magical beasts, which are very prevalent. For the Odachi that increases the damage you deal to demi-humans, I don't think it's really necessarily worth the damage decrease, and the reason why is because, well, again, it's mainly consistent of goblins and hobgoblins, and we usually take care of those just fine. Now, I believe it also affects Onis, if I'm not mistaken, but why would you use an AoE weapon on a fight that only has one boss? You know what I mean? At least from my understanding. I can't necessarily remember the boss fight, but you want to deal a lot of damage to Onis, right? Well, you're probably better off using a katana with Bamboo Splitter than you are trying to hit him with Decisive Torso Strike with an demi-human Odachi. So I think it's better to just suck up the lack of a passive skill, or a passive beast, or passive a race slaying passive. If I can word that correctly, that would be fantastic. I think it's worth sucking up the lack of a race slaying passive for the, minuscule amount of damage with a Masterwork Odachi. Now, there is one more Odachi type that I have not mentioned so far in this small little Odachi rant. Yes, this is small for my rants, admittedly. That is the secret boss, the Yoto Odachi. Now, that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. I thought Yotos are their own thing, right? I'm sure there's somebody in the chat that's lurking right now, or is like, well, what's the difference between a Yoto and an Odachi and a katana? This is all a little confusing, which I totally understand. I've been with you, I've been there, done that, and I will love to explain that to you. So, Yotos are a subclass of katanas and Odachis. What makes Yoto so special is they effectively give the wielder a beneficial passive. In return, they give them a negative debuff, or a negative passive, something that will affect them negatively. It's a trade-off. High risk, high reward. The theme of Wizardry. So the Chilling Yoto gives you an increase in chilling potential, but it also chills the wielder. Well, what does the Odachi Yoto do? Well, it's pretty simple, actually, and that's why a lot of people really, really like it, the ones that farm it anyways. And what that does is it increases the damage you deal, it increases the damage stats, like the attack and magic attack, but in return, it decreases your defenses. Now, I don't know about you, but we've talked earlier on in the stream, we talked about how defense is a fake stat, and if you really hold that belief like I do, the debuff of defenses don't really mean anything. So, if anything, it's like a free damage buff compared to the other Odachis. So, if you have the time and the willpower to farm this, in my opinion, incredibly strong Odachi, you'll be rewarded with a crazy AoE damaging weapon that samurais can wield. And it's pretty strong, admittedly. I would show you the stats, but I don't think I have anything that can show you the stats. But if you know anything about Odachis, the Yoto Odachi just takes the normal Odachi recipe and just elevates it. It's really quite incredible. And you're going to be using Ichimonji Slash and just mowing down all of your enemies, like more so than you would a really well-built Masterwork Odachi. Now, if I were to rate the Yotos, they're both different, right? So we got the Chilling Yoto, which is a katana, and then we have the Yoto Odachi, which is, as it says in the name, an Odachi. Well, which one's better? Like, let's say we want to use a Yoto. We don't really give a fuck what it actually is in terms of a weapon. We just want to use a Yoto. Yoto Odachi is better, in my opinion. And that's because I think the chilling gimmick of the Chilling Yoto, well, is very gimmicky. You want to use Medalto, but what samurai learns Medalto? Yarmus does. But he's an event character, so what other samurai could use Medalto or Dalto? None. So you're stuck with hitting the enemy to get the chilling status effect, which is less effective than if you'd use Dalto or Madalto. It's better than nothing, though, right? Yes, if it didn't also chill the wielder. So now you're kind of stuck in the position like, do I want to make the sacrifice of chilling my samurai for the effect of chilling the enemy? That's really up to you. Personally, I think it's pointless. I don't think it's worth it. I think it's a fool's errand, unless you get a super rare, and is possible, 5-star red chilling Yoto, which is possible. 100%. There's been one, maybe 2 instances from what I've seen of people getting a 5-star red chilling Yoto, which is incredible. 5-star reds, those are like basically unheard of outside of the super boss weapons, which is why the Yoto Odachi is so good, because it can also be a 5-star red, because it is a drop from a super hard boss. And with that, you can have a god roll Odachi, and, I mean, you know, get attack percentile, surety, some other fuck-ass blessing, change the fuck-ass blessing to another surety roll, and you have an insanely good Odachi. So, yeah, chilling Yotos if you have, like, a god roll could be pretty cool to have, but in my opinion, you're probably better off at using a Kagurazuki or even a Kikuichi Munji. For the Odachis, well, you can't get anything better than the Yoto Odachi. That thing boosts your attack just by wielding it. Like, with a decrease in defenses, like, as long as you have something to tank the hits or just cover the damage that the samurai is going to be taking, or would be taking with the Odachi, literally free damage boost. It's actually insane. Kibitsu? Yes, thank you, Knight. Kibitsu is the demi-human damaging Odachi. Thank you. I appreciate it, Knight. The Oni boss fight summons hobgoblin minions on Oni Island? Oh, gotcha. Okay. Well, I mean, even then, I don't think it's that big of a deal to have a demi-human passive on your Odachi, especially since you're kind of running... Because, like, once you're done with the Oni fight, you only have to do it once, technically. So you're still losing that small bit of damage for a passive that you're most likely not going to use outside of the Oni Island. Now, not saying that it's bad to invest in the Odachi at all. I'm not saying that at all. No. What I am saying, though, is if you want to invest in your resources for a specific Odachi, I would say from priority, it would be the Super Boss, Yoto Odachi, the Masterwork Odachi, and then the Kibitsu. Now, if you have a Kibitsu that rolled very, very well, and you haven't gotten a Masterwork Odachi that has rolled quite as well as the Kibitsu, then there's no issue. Use the Kibitsu. Again, it's a minuscule damage, or a minuscule damage loss. But if that's not that big of a deal for you, and it just rolls really, really well, then who cares, right? But for those of you who want to kind of min-max your characters, I would probably advise you use a Masterwork Odachi, as they don't really have the damage loss from the demi-human passive that the Kibitsu has. Yotos? True. Just increase the chance of incoming cross ninja. They sacked the in and out method for respawning. Also, you don't get full refresh you don't get full refresh pre-kill? Oh, really? Oh, okay. So even then they nerfed it. Interesting. I did not realize they nerfed the enemy spawns for pre-Greater Warp 1 kill. Then again, there were a lot of complaints of people not wanting them to constantly respawn, but, you know, shit happens. You could pull up the equipment table to show the stats on Faster Thoughts. Oh, cold coffee. Ugh. I don't know. I don't think it's that big of a deal. I think people get the general gist of everything after my little rant. But if people are interested, you could definitely look up the Faster Thoughts stat table yourself for equipment. I'm not an expert, but Yoto can be a direct translation of cursed sword, more or less. One Piece Zoro has a cursed sword, so it should be a Yoto. Correct me if I'm wrong. From my understanding, that is true. From my understanding, it is translated to cursed sword, which is kind of why they have that trade-off. Odachis are a scam too. 20 action speed for a skill, fuck that. I mean, yeah. Personally, I don't think it's... This is gonna sound outrageous. I don't think it's that big of a deal if you have, like, good enough action speed, alright? Then again, if you have action speed to spare. If you don't, then yes, I agree with you. Odachis, fuck that action speed decrease. But if you do have the action speed to spare, and you do want to use your samurai for AoE purposes, Odachis are the way to go. Do not do what I did and put Moment of Finality on them, because it is just not worth when you have Odachis at your disposal. The only reason why I did that for my Shiyu is because Odachis weren't introduced in the game at that point. Get an Oni Yoto for Gillian Samurai? Oh shit, you said SP. I thought that was a typo. I thought it was supposed to be A speed. I didn't think you meant actual SP. Yeah, that's my bad, Malcolm. I mean, yeah, 20 SP is a lot, too, true, but I don't know. Samurais have a fairly large SP pool, in my opinion. I think they'd be alright. It's overtime for Raging King Oni Yoto Yarames. Oh my god. Raging King Oni Yoto Yarames sounds like something that I never thought I'd come across. So, alright, we have 8 minutes until maintenance is over. Allegedly. I just refreshed the page, excuse me, to double check to see if any kind of maintenance has been extended, and it doesn't look like it has. So, hopefully, if all goes to plan, we should be able to log into the game by 5 a.m., which is in 7 minutes. So, with that being said, I'm going to go take care of my coffee mug, and I will be right back. More Charles the Decrepit office chair time. Have fun. Hello, hello. Sorry, I am back. For those of you who are more listeners than watchers. And I just realized how chilly my room is. So I put on my Unis Honest sweatshirt. Because Unis Honest is peak. It gets delayed again. It's not Charles. It's Charles. It is Charles the chair. It is not Charles the chair. That makes the... No, it's Charles. It's Charles the chair. It will forever be Charles the chair. Anybody who thinks it's Charles the chair needs to know it is Charles. Alright? His name is Charles. Charles the chair. My headphones are dying, so I'm gonna head off the stream, probably watch the rest later. Hey, you have a good night, man. I appreciate you sticking around for as long as you have. Greatly appreciate it. But yes, we will be looking into the new update that should be coming out in the next 5 minutes. Let me double check to see if the game is fully updated. It has, so now we truly are just waiting for the maintenance to finish, and then we will download the new resources, and and somebody in my Discord said EOS in 5 minutes. Oh my gosh. It might be true. No. Oh my god, Shiro said, I saw the kit and I can't defend that shit. Oh no. Allegedly, the alt characters kit is not, well, let's just say it's not Shiro approved. We'll have to see how it actually goes. Chill, Unk, it ain't that deep. Charles would agree. Charles? No, it's Charles! It's fucking Charles! Look. Charles is a chill chair, alright? He would never go out of his way to correct people. That's why I have to defend his honor. Alright? I'm doing it for Charles. It's not Magoto approved as well. Oh no. Apparently it is not approved at all. Okay, Magoto, without spoiling anything. How are we thinking about the inheritable though? Cause Shiro says the inheritable seems pretty decent from my understanding of what he said. Because I asked him, I'm like, so the inheritable is nuts, but the character is mid. And then Shiro said, kinda. I'm trying to be very vague with the terminology I use, because I also don't really want to spoil it. Are we gonna get Thief Ebon Ring or Silver ones? Let's bet. Honestly, I think it's gonna stick to Ebon Steel, like how the other ones are. But I can, like I said before, the decisions they make are kind of fuck ass, real low key. So I could definitely see them making the Thief Ring, only the Thief Ring be silver quality, while everything else is stuck to Ebon Steel. I just want to see the fit. True. Let's see how much aura the character has. We're gonna have to see that on paper. Thing can be cap as fuck. The inheritable on paper seems like it could be good to get to level 3. And with a multi-hit close range weapon. I mean, true. Sure got inside sources. I mean, we all technically have inside sources to a degree, but really... Shiro talks to a lot more people about the insider knowledge than I think anybody else does. Actually, Makoto also does. Makoto and Shiro are really like the people who talk to the insiders. Although they... I'm not going to mention that. I was going to say something, but I'm just not going to actually say that. Kind of reminds me of a certain skill. Yeah, based off the description, it reminds me of a certain skill as well. We'll have to see, though. We have about 1 or 2-ish minutes until maintenance is done. Nope. I don't know anything. Yeah, true. True. Connections, and I don't have any at all. True. Yeah, no, for sure. Alright, it is 5 in the morning now. Let's boot up the game. I'm going to shift the, got a burp coming on. Oh my goodness. Ooh, excuse me. I'm in the dark. True. Alright. Oh my god. Hello? let's see, the game, we should be downloading assets right now, once it actually loads. Store updates up. Oh, it's been up. I already downloaded it. We've only been waiting for the maintenance update. Alright. As you can hear, we are back in business, baby. Holy moly, it is 9 gigabytes. That is not 8 gigabytes. That is 9 whole gigabytes. Holy moly. 9.055 to be exact, I think is how it works. Why did it not just start downloading it? Oh, now it's down to 8.9. What? Hello? Why is it not downloading? Why is it not downloading? Okay, hold on, let me... let me exit the game and try to play it again. Alright, hopefully it doesn't do that again. But we'll have to see. Okay. So why aren't we downloading the resources that you said you found? Oh, because it's telling me to free up space. I'm a fucking buffoon. Holy moly. Wow. Alright. I'm broke, short on storage and cash. This is unfortunate. On many degrees. What else can I delete? Hold on. That's just embarrassing. Oh, come on. Wow, that's great. Alright. Well, it looks like for right now I'm gonna have to delete RPG Maker. That is extremely unfortunate, because that's the engine that I'm using for my game, but it's for the greater good. Oh my god, and it's still not worth. Wow, this is embarrassing. Why? Are we for real? Like, I thought I had enough storage for this. I don't know why this is not working. OMG, it's finally Geralt with a hat. Look up for Thief Ring? Really? Look up for Thief Ring. Interesting. I'm seeing some things on my hard drive that I didn't think I had. Like Overwatch game data. Why is that there? I don't know. It's been like 5 years since I have attempted to play that game. Interesting. Damn. There's that lightheaded feeling again. Jeez Louise. Alright, what other things is clogging up my fucking C drive? Oh my goodness. I wish I had known ahead of time what my storage was looking like, because I would have cleared this out while we were waiting. EA Games? Empty folder? What the fuck? BattleNet? Oh my god, fuck BattleNet, so ass. But I have to keep it for fucking Siege, dude. It's so fucking stupid. Like, I don't even know what else I have on my C drive. Like, I'm looking at my program files and there's, like, nothing. Xbox games? Can I delete that? Holy shit! Oh my, why did, holy shit! That had so many fucking gigabytes. It was eating up my C drive. What the I don't even use that Xbox games. Oh my god. But it's claiming it didn't change anything. But it just said it just deleted. Oh wait, hold on. It's in my recycling bin. Hold on. Holy shit! What? I don't even use Xbox games. Holy shit! Time to delete Yuzu feed pics. Oh my god! I would if feet pics were truly an issue. So I cannot give away of the thief to Yuzu if she is not a natural thief, right? Not if it's a scroll. If it's a book, you can. If it's a scroll, you cannot. Scrolls are for XP specifically. Two in the morning where I'm at. Gotcha. Hold on. I'm gonna see if I can delete some cookies on Opera, because I'm assuming that might be another issue, because I'm sure I have a lot of cookies. Because I don't really clear out my my cookies on my web browser, admittedly, which is not a good thing. Cookies, that's on. So hello? Why is I don't know what I'm fucking doing, low-key. What the fuck? Where's the thing where I get to see the cookies that do fuck up my shit? Or eat up my storage, because I feel like that's the issue. No, maybe? Like, hello? Okay, well, I think I need to dedicate an entire day to just clearing out my entire C drive, because clearly, it is a way bigger issue now than it was ever before. And this is just, this just kind of highlights what I was talking about earlier with, like, the, storage always being a problem. For me, specifically, with these devices. Alright, let's delete these temp files. It's confusing because I have an entire HDD drive, external HDD, and like I have everything downloaded on it, with the exception of Wizardry. So I don't know what is causing all of this bloat on my computer, but I really do have to just like go in and just fucking tear it apart. Yeah, because I'm seeing a lot of non-heavy stuff, like OBS, I have Krita, there's a lot of Alienware and Alienware update shit. And then there's like EA games and Epic Games, but those folders are completely empty, and they're not the hidden ones. I don't know what the issue is. I just want to play the game. I literally just want to play the game. So can we? Oh my god. 11 gigabyte update, goddamn. The Renee Feet modeler must have gone crazy with it. Dude, it's just like... Why is it an 8 gigabyte update? Like, what the fuck? Like, come on, man. It's got, like... I'm gonna be so mad, because I know dude, we're gonna log into the game, nothing crazy is gonna happen, we're just gonna get the thief trial, we're gonna get fucking the alt character, and then, excuse me, like, some fuck-ass bug fixes that only, like, the most unlucky people possible could have gotten. And then, like, that's all it's gonna be, but for whatever reason... It's gonna be 8 fucking gigabytes. I'm telling you, it's probably something super asinine that's not going to have any sort of crazy effect on the game. And we're gonna come in, we're gonna be like, oh dude, almost 9 gigabytes, holy fuck! And then we're looking at what changed, and we're like, oh. So we downloaded like 9 fucking gigabytes for this. I'm telling you, man, it's gonna be so fucking underwhelming, but I want to get this shit done. I want to be able to play the fucking game still. But, like... Like, I'm at a loss here. I don't know what the fuck. We have Epic Games. I'm gonna delete the Epic Games folder, because I don't think I even have the launcher. So... hopefully that ate up... oh, that did eat up a lot of memory, actually. Holy shit. Okay. Goodbye, Epic Games. Don't know why you ate up so much shit. Alright. We have literally just enough to download and run. So, let me delete a couple of these windows on my web browser here. Alright. Now, we download the resources. That's what he meant by 11 gigabytes. I hate this update. This is so stupid. Oh, dude. What am I gonna do? Like, I literally can't find anything else to download, I don't think. Or, I meant not to download, but to uninstall. Like, what the fuck? I thought we were good, but then it's like, yeah, actually you need about 800 more megabytes, and I'm like, brother, I can't even spare one! Man, very interesting, Bro, 12.5k guild point for a fast is a lot. You have to build... oh, you have to buy the gems and banner bones, so it's 6.8k point already. Gone every month. The new pass gives 10k. It's so fucking dumb. It's a fast every other month, roughly, if you have the pass. Yeah, yeah. It is unfortunate. I'm glad that it's an option, but... like, again, like you said, depending on how much you save up and how you plan it out, it might not be worth at the end anyways. Luck up, surety, evasion percentile, and action speed. For the ring? Interesting. They really need to optimize this gig update too... wait, what? Oh, it's too... you're saying it's too much. Yeah. 11 gigabytes for a mobile game is actually crazy. I would be sad if I low-rolled on this. I mean, it definitely seems like a pretty crazy ring. Luck up? In my opinion, the luck up should have been on the Knight's ring. Especially since Knights benefit luck more than Thieves. Dude, what am I gonna do? Maybe I have to delete BattleNet. I think that'll give us just enough. And then I can deal with Siege later. And its whole antics. I feel like my recycling bin file keeps fucking deleting itself. Alright. Do I have enough now? See how destitute I am for fucking space? I might have to actually take my own advice, uninstall the game, and then reinstall it later. I'm gonna be honest, guys. This is crazy. Holy yikes. Alright, anyways, enough stalling. We've waited for way too fucking long. Let's just get downloading already, and I will see what I can do later off stream and see if I can, like, you know, actually clear some shit out to try to get some memory back, some storage. Did you delete cache from your editing software? It will help with storage space. All of my editing stuff is on my hard drive, which is why it was so hard for me to find things, because, like, all of the tools that I use are all in my HDD drive. This game specifically, is downloaded on my C drive. It's the internal SSD. So I have literally nothing stored onto my SSD, which is why it's so confusing why I have no storage on it. So, and like that's also why it was so hard for me to like find something to delete, because there is like almost nothing there. So it's like, why do I have no storage? Granted, I do have 500 gigabytes of storage, which isn't a lot now, but for how little I have, 500 gigabytes should be plenty. So I don't know what is going on with my storage, but it just keeps like dwindling with like every kind of like, with what feels like every day, honestly. So I genuinely don't know. But this is the mission pass revamp that Chaos mentioned earlier on in the stream, which essentially it's just revamping how the mission pass is when you pay for it. Thank you, network connection. That is inaccurate as fuck. So now you get additional guild points, you get additional gems, and instead of clockwork of tome volumes, which is fine, that does nothing for your XP gain, excuse me, on top of the 25,000 gold, which is also nothing. You could probably make more gold just by going through the abyss. Instead of getting those now, you will get 5 Codex of Learning, so in my opinion, the mission pass is definitely worth way more than it has been before. However, as Chaos has said, the Fast Stone is like 12.5k guild points, so you really can only get it every other month, which is unfortunate. So thank you for your cooperation during the maintenance. We are sending everyone the following 300 gems of org, so that's great. As an apology for the maintenance extension, we are also sending everyone the following another additional 100 gems of org, so we get a total of 400 gems of org, which is fantastic. That's like 2 summons, right? Nothing crazy, but it's something. Better than nothing, I guess. Or just make Vitality useful for Knights. Make them scale on it. You know, Knights, the units that are supposed to be tanky. You know, Abyss, it's funny you say that, because I just had a rant about Knights earlier on in the stream. Oh, here's the alternate. It's Renee! Renee's alternate style Blade of Eternal Darkness, Renee Arrives, is here now. Renee, everyone who is familiar already knows this very basic information, but for those of you who don't, her name is Renee, her race is elf, her gender is female, she is a ninja, her type is dark, and her alignment is evil, although, because it's an alternate, she does have a different kit now. She has the threefold mist, a moderate physical attack with high accuracy on up to 3 random enemies, prioritizing the front row. Then she has Death from Above. I believe Threefold Mist is the inheritable. Death from Above. When equipped with a dagger, and upon the user's first action in battle, it increases surety in skill-based physical attacks against close-ranged enemies have a chance of a critical occurring. Now, for those of you who are not entirely sure how criticals and sureties are, and like what the difference between those are in this game specifically, critical hits are an insta-kill, and sure hits are effectively this game's version of critical hits. So, sure hits are your modern-day critical hits, and critical hits are another way to insta-kill an enemy. So, this Death from Above has an increased chance, or excuse me, when equipped with a dagger, on the user's first action specifically, it increases the surety, and based on skill-based physical attacks against close-range enemies have a chance of a critical occurring. So it sounds like even when you do a skill, you have a chance of getting a critical hit, which is pretty nice. Although I don't know any of the, background information as to how often a critical will occur, or if, the critical is also only for the first action in battle. If it's not, then that critical should occur more, whenever, because it sounds like it's only in effect for the increase in surety, but it could also affect the critical occurring when using a skill, so I'm not sure. And then the Blade of Eternal Darkness, Renee arrives, will be available for a limited time in the following newly added remains. They do not go over her discipline. So Death from Above seems like her unique passive, and then Threefold Mist is her inheritable. Which, honestly, the inheritable, I don't think it's crazy. Shiro was saying how the inheritable is good. I don't know. Then again, he could also be trolling, because he was saying... Hold on, let me pull up what he was saying originally. So I'm not, He said... And again, he could be trolling a little bit. He said, "Told you, Dagger Hue meta." He could be just joking a little bit, but, I don't know. It seemed like he was legitimate. In Route 6, South Lake Shore of the deep snow hinterlands of Iceberg, enemies may not appear correctly in certain areas. Oh, interesting. Oh, wait, shoot. How long have I been streaming? Oh, I've only been streaming for 9.5 hours? That's alright. Alright, we're chilling. Sweet. I thought we already hit the the 12-hour thing, and I got a little scared. Silver tier blessing rolls just for the Codex alone. True, Codex of Learning is pretty nice. Attack and action speed for discipline bonus. That's... Can that crit a boss? Some bosses have crit immunity, so you can't really crit fish on them. Not too bad, but not insane, since action speed is a scam as a discipline. That's true. Imagine first turning a boss. That would be very funny, but some bosses, like, the hardcore bosses, like your Seal Demon and shit, can't be critted. Oh, by the way, Renee, discipline is attack and action speed? Yeah. Yeah, Abyss was already talking about that. Very unfortunate, but, I don't know. Like, if we were to talk about her inheritable specifically, her inheritable seems like the only really cool thing, or really, notable thing, I should say. And even then, I'm I don't know, I'm on the fence about it. I don't know how... I don't know, it really depends on how much damage it deals. I think I really have to just see the numbers, because on paper it doesn't look crazy to me. Hydrate. I have soda. Didn't get Renee, fuck my life. Not new character, just new skin. Yeah, pretty much. Well, it's an alternate, so she has a different kit, compared to the normal one. But I don't think her kit is crazy, so... it's not that big of a deal. So this is the rewards, because I'm not really, this is... A thief is a special dungeon, only thieves and wanderers. Yeah, those who reach the Thief of the Maryland Keys, waiting to the deepest part of the dungeon, can receive a proof of full mastery as Thief. Completing the Thief trials up to advanced difficulty rewards up to 600 seals of the Thief. The Thief trials exchange can be accessed in the jeweler. Yeah, all basic information that we already know. But the notable items is the Master Thief's Ring, which its trait, which is its passive, is passive luck up. Continuously increases luck, so just like the fighters is strength, mages is IQ, knights is vitality, so on and so forth. This is luck. This equipment is exclusive for thieves, and it's already enhanced 3 out of 3, which means you don't need any other copies to get it to plus 20. That's how it is for all class specific master rings. And it being exclusive to thieves means literally only thieves can use it. This equipment comes with fixed additional blessings for action speed, evasion percentile, and surety, which is nice. So in my opinion, I think your best bet would be to facet and then alter evasion percentile into surety again, so you can double up on surety. But then again, I'm not entirely sure, because I don't really build thieves too often. That's what I would do personally, because percentiles still aren't super great. Not right now anyways. Not unless you have, like, super crazy growth in a stat or whatever, right? But that's what I would do. I would do facet to get a better stat boost, and then swap evasion percentile for surety. That's what I would do. Blood Edge Scroll. Blood Edge is a pretty good move. You can get it to level 2 with 1 scroll, which is... it's nice, but the sweet spots are level 1, 3, 5, and 7, so level 2 isn't really going to do much for you. Way of the Thief Scroll is nice, but it's only to level up somebody else who has Way of the Thief already unlocked. Because it's a scroll, you can't teach Way of the Thief to a person. That's a book exclusive thing. So, for those of you who are thinking, hey, I can give Way of the Thief by giving this to someone, you can't. Scrolls are XP exclusive. Books give you the inheritable as well as counts towards XP. Which is why people who hoard the books really want to wait until they have a character that they want to invest the books into. So, scrolls are XP only. Books are teach skill or give 100 XP. Books are more flexible that way. Okay, by logging into the event period, you can claim a total of 2 unique remains. Blade of Eternal Darkness, which is the new alternate that we saw for Renee. You can also get 8 mid-grade iron ores, which is the red iron ore, 5 clock tomes of the Finesser. Not too familiar with the books by name, except for the tomes, because those are the shitty ones. Only reason why I know those. So I'm assuming they're either the purple or the red and gold books. Again, I'm not certain though. DMs. Thief trial spoiler. Wow, people are already completing the Thief's trial completely. Why am I not surprised? Are we serious? Oh man. Okay. Fair enough. What is this? The video you sent, Makoto, isn't working. I don't know if that's supposed to be like a funny haha troll, where it's like, haha, you stupid idiot, you tried fucking playing the video. Or if it's just being stupid, but the video won't play. So, I don't know what is up with that. Action speed double surety has the potential to giga low roll actual hell. I don't know what to tell you, man. That's what I would do. Cucked by a scroll, it's just too true. It should work. I mean, maybe it's just because I'm downloading resources, but for whatever reason, the video's not working. For me, anyways. Maybe you don't have memory on your PC, doubt it. I do have the memory. I mean, like, you only... because you don't need storage to play a video on Discord. Storage is what I'm running low on, not memory. Who's gonna do the trial as a Wanderer? Only people who don't invest in thieves should use Wanderer. You should have no reason to use Wanderer in the Thief's trial, unless you're my free-to-play account and you're a bum. let's see. This is the Mission Pass introduction. Okay, so this is like every pass that gives you a new character. Honestly, from what I've read, I don't think Renee is worth, like, alt Renee is worth, unless you like Renee. At least as of right now in my first impressions. Who knows, maybe her inheritable does crazy damage, and maybe you want that because it does crazy damage. I mean, I don't know, maybe that's the case, and then I would probably turn around and be like, oh, well, never mind. But from what I've seen, it's like, just get her because her outfit looks nice. Because admittedly, I do like the look of her outfit. I would show it again, but it's not here. Also, she lost so much aura. The in-game model is interesting. Is it actually? Because I looked at the 2D art and it looked nice. Does the model look chopped? That would be unfortunate. Adjustments to certain bond mate level enhancements? Wait a minute. Have been made so that after forming a fate bond with green jelly, they can be encountered again by using the curse wheel to revert to a specific point in time. That's nice, actually. That's a nice adjustment. Adventurer voices added. Additional voice lines have been added for Lanavale, Gerard, Abanias, Redbeard, Sevilla, Arboras, and certain other adventurers. Interesting. New Harkin's Blessing option added. A do nothing option. Okay, so yeah, they did introduce this update. Item list sorting adjustments. The item list has been improved so that when opened items, excluding weapons, armor, and accessories, are sorted by type. Compendium sort order adjustments. That's whatever. Certain entries added. In-game inquiry for adjusted. Fixed issues. I don't personally, I really don't care about any of this. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I don't care. What I do care about is that 86 being on 100, like, right now. I think the inherent could be interesting on Katana Samurai AoE option without having to Adachi, but probably not. I can see where you're going for with that one, though, Magoto. Good idea. The skill of Renee is maybe cool if there is no 3 random enemies. Does it mean she is going to hit the same enemy 3 times? Pretty good for boss battle. From my understanding, yes. It works kind of like Hugh in the sense that if there's only one character, it'll just hit that. Why is she holding the drumstick like that? What? Amelia? What? We're just gonna ignore that? Why would... Okay, I guess we are. It's fine. Holy moly, what is going on here? YouTube, can you stop messing up, please? Can you see the video now? Let me check real quick. No. No, I can't. I don't know why I can't. Maybe it's just a me issue. I'm not sure, but for some reason I can't. Clipped GG. Oh, I heard she was holding a drumstick like a freak. I don't know what to tell you. But yeah, I mean, the Inheritable seems like it's just another, like a different version of Hugh. Like, Hugh with a dagger. But I don't know. I'm not convinced that it's something super crazy yet. Because I don't even know if it's like a dagger exclusive. It sounds like it's not. Because most legendary inheritables are not weapon specific, right? But we'll see. Finally, the abyss is readying to open. Okay, now open faster. Finally. All right. So let's take a look at the gems we get.
Welcome to the Guild Tavern.
400 gems. Very cool. You love to see it. Alright, now let's take a look at Renee. The drumstick wants to become one with Amelia? It definitely fucking seemed like it. DMs again, actually wild. Oh my god. How did I know the Thieves' Trial was just gonna be straight fucking buttons? It's almost like I called it. That's crazy how, like, everything that I've called so far just became true. I called Thieves' Trials being bum trials, which they are, or from what it looks like. And I called it being Renee Alt, and what did it end up being? Renee Alt. Crazy. And I also called that we were only going to get an alt character, a Thieves' Trials, and then some other bullshit that's not going to be anything huge for the game, despite it being 11 fucking gigabytes. And what happened? Exactly what I fucking called. It is insane! I have just been calling this entire fucking update! 6 hours of waiting for what? A mid-ass alternate and a bum trials! I fucking called it.
Touch me not. Interlopers, be gone!
I will admit,
Survived against me.
Okay.
Trivial.
I mean, the skill looks cool, I guess. Dude, oh, dude, Magoto's so right. I don't know, something about the 3D model looks ass, but like the art, the 2D art looks so cool. I really like the 2D art, but the model, the 3D model looks so... Compared to the 2D art, the 3D model looks chopped. I'm gonna be so real. Which sucks, because I first saw the 2D art, and I'm like, dude, looks pretty fucking cool, but 3D model is kind of meh. That 400 gems is the 11 gigabytes? Yeah, right? Yeah. Oh, I'm so... Thank God. 11... Fucking 6 hours of wait time and 11 gigabytes later, I got 400 gems! I like her hairstyle. It looks nice. But, again, the 2D model... Or the 2D art looks a lot better than the 3D model, in my opinion. This is... It's a dagger. Excuse me. Humanoid Slayer and Adventurer Slayer? Bro, just... Okay, look. All I'm saying is, if you're gonna use a gacha weapon that's a dagger, just use the fucking Raven dagger, okay? Like... The Human Slayer and Adventurer Slayer... Like, that doesn't matter when you get an extra hit from the Raven dagger. Like, this literally looks like... Just not... It just doesn't look worth. I'm gonna be so real, it just doesn't look worth. I hope the cape would be a bit longer. True. Put it away, we don't need to talk about it. Yeah, this is just... Bro... Jesus, we're moving on. We're moving on. What a waste of a fucking gacha weapon. Obscurement continuously makes the wearer less easily targeted by all enemies. Okay. Okay. Why are we didn't want to make this piece of equipment too OP, so to make it a little more enticing, we slapped on 8 resistance. like what the fuck? Okay, whatever, man. While hidden, okay, makes the wearer less likely to be discovered when attacked by enemies. Okay. Well, safe to say that if you were to get 100 points, would you want to go for gacha equipment or a copy? Go for a copy. Wow. The gacha equipment's so ass. The only time you would ever want to actively use that gacha equipment is if you rolled, like, a red 5-star or something. Skip? Yeah. No, truly, like, this really is a skip banner. That's so rough. Unless you want to build Renee. Like, let's say you have a Renee that's well built. You like the look of the alt skin, and you want to elevate your Renee. Go ahead and pull for it. But for somebody who doesn't use Renee often, and doesn't really care too much about Renee, this definitely seems like a skip banner. Now, before you make the final decision to completely skip this banner, we don't know how effective her inheritable is. So I would like to be a little generous and say just hold off and wait for testing when we find out how good the inheritable is, because, again, she just came out, we don't know. Unless there's somebody who pulled the absolute shit out of her already and started testing her immediately the moment she came out. But I don't think that's the case. At least not yet. But yeah, that's why I would say hold off. Maybe she's good for inherent fodder. Can't say for certain. But outside of inherent cope, it definitely seems like a skip banner. I'm gonna be honest. And if you don't feel like coping for her inheritable, then yeah, just skip it. The rate up adventurers, though, the inherits, I want them. Oh, actually, that's a... Yeah, I didn't actively look. Show bonus rate? Oh, shit. Okay, hold on. Elda full power strike, that's nothing. Gaston immortal strike, that's nothing. Gandalfa way of the warrior is nice. Amelia blinding is nothing. Bakesh passive action speed increase up is nice. Vivian passive surety up is also nice. So I'm seeing, in terms of secret inherits specifically, right? Gandalfo, Bakesh, Viviana. I guess you could put Yarmil too. Those four are the most notable. Even though Yarmil is like more of an honorable mention than anything else. But yeah, no, the surety up and the action speed up are both really fucking nice. And Way of the Warrior, I mean, you can't... Unless you maxed out Way of the Warrior, you can't really have enough Way of the Warrior, you know what I mean? Gagging? Well, yeah, but I don't know. I think Gagging's asleep right now is the thing. I returned to the game after a year, missed Anniversary, and now this. Well, luckily for you, Anniversary is coming up in the next couple of months. And Anniversary is around October. So Anniversary for year 2 is coming out pretty soon. He's testing already, I think. Is he actually? Yeah, he already has, but he's doing Thief Trial right now. Now he's awake. Where is Blood? Is he doing this offline? Well, by offline, I mean he's not, like, in a call or anything. He's doing this shit on his own, low-key. Damn. That is kind of crazy, though. How fucking bum as shit the Thief Trials are. I'm actually tempted to do it on my free-to-play, if it wasn't so late / or early. Main chord? I just saw it. I just looked at the main chord. I didn't see him there. Is he just texting about it? Because I don't see him in a call. That's kind of what I was talking about. Alright, well, anyways. Regardless, it sure sucks that I called the entire fucking update. And the reason why I'm saying it sucks is because I would have loved to be proven wrong. 200 additional gems, yay! Not just text, new content discussion, gotcha. So what I would love to know is why this mid-ass update was 11 gigabytes. Big content discussion. I don't fucking see that here. Oh well, I'm not too pressed about it. I just want to know why it was 11 gigabytes. Because this does not seem like an 11 gigabyte update. I mean, I don't. Maybe the voice lines took up all the fucking gigabytes. For Renee's toes, obviously. I mean, I guess so. Like, there's no other explanation I can think of. This is yikes. This is yikes, guys. Oh, hold on. Let me just accept both of these. Do we have any dynamite that can tell us what's those 11 giga is all about? Yeah, that's what I would like to know. I mean, all I can think of is the voice lines eating up all the fucking gigabytes, but... I mean, I don't know. Maybe the fucking... adjustments for the inventory management ate up all the gigabytes too. Like, what even are they... Like, they were talking about inventory management, but... Like, what are we... I mean, everything looks neater now. I mean, it looks like it's not just all one jumbled up pile of hoopla, so that's cool, I guess, but it's like... Like, is that it? Is that 11 gigabytes worth of storage right here? Is just like an entire... Make things look pretty in the fucking UI? Like, what are you doing here? I think it's just mostly voice lines, actually. Yeah, I think so as well. Because they were saying that they added additional voice lines for, some characters. They listed, like, Lana, Redbeard, fucking Gerard. And then they said other adventurers too, or whatever the fuck. Aside from Thief's Trials, that's like the other thing that would take a good chunk. Haven't seen anything else. Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Wait, what the fuck? The rewards listed above will apply to missions started after the following dates and times. So this is kind of like when the update starts. So it looks like dailies and weeklies both update at the same time, which is funny because when they first announced this Mission Pass rework, they said how the daily missions were going to reset a couple of days before the weekly missions, but having them both be updated at the same day makes more sense, so I'm not mad at that at all. Let's see, the pass. This looks like the same stereotypical new character pass. Obviously, free-to-play is going to benefit from this because of the additional, you know, remains and the additional gems and whatnot. If you want to pay for this pass, I mean, honestly, I think these passes are worth it because they're usually like $4, I think, right? $4 or $5. Yeah, I don't know what the hell 600 yen is. Hold on, let me check in Steam. Yeah, it's like $4, maybe $5 USD. So, I know purchase failed because I didn't buy it. But yeah, so I mean, they're usually worth, because you can get a couple of summons from like $4 or $5, and then you got some gems on the side. So if you want to buy that, definitely worth, in my opinion. But yeah, so we got Alt Renee. In my opinion, she's pretty fucking mid. Outside of maybe her inheritable, which might be good. Again, we'll have to see. Actually, does it tell... Hold on. Does it tell you if her inheritable is dagger only? Unique skill, discipline skill, inherit. Threefold mist. A moderate physical attack with high accuracy and up to 3 random enemies, prioritizing the front row. Efficiency increased based on skill level. Efficiency is reduced if learned by someone other than Renee. So the way it's worded... it sounds like it's up to 3 enemies, and it does not hit one enemy multiple times if there's only one. I could be misinterpreting that. I genuinely don't know. I don't know anything about this skill. I'm just going based off what is written. I would imagine it works just like you. So, like, if there's only one character, you hit him 3 times. But the way it's worded, it sounds like you're stuck to only dealing 1 attack on 1 enemy. But again, I don't know. Discipline, on paper it looks good, but everyone who is very into, like, how disciplines work, they all know that attack power is okay and action speed is kind of a scam, like Abyss said earlier. And Death from Above is the passive that gives Renee a chance to have a critical occur when she uses... Oop, almost knocked over my soda. Whenever she uses a skill, she has a chance of having a critical occur. Actions caused by passive skills do not trigger this skill's effect and are not considered a first action. So that means skills like Flutter Dream Flash do not count for this. So if Renee does Flutter Dream Flash, you still have the effect of Death from Above. Which is nice. Which is really nice, because I feel like it would be a huge negative for Flutter Dream Flash to affect that. And that also that's the same with her, if you were to give her Oblivion Slash, that also counts for that as well. So, like, let's say, instead of Flutter Dream Flash, you know, she kills an enemy using Oblivion Slash, which is another passive. And she hasn't hit yet. Well, that doesn't affect Death from Above either. So that's nice. I do actually like that detail. I like that they actually included that as well. However, I'm still not certain if the critical hit occurring is only affected for that first action, or if it's only the surety increase that is affected for that action. Or if it's both. I don't know. But it looks like it could be either only surety that is affected by that, or both can be affected by it, right? So, I'm sure that we would need some more testing, some more rigorous testing. But overall, I genuinely think this is a skip character. I'm very on the fence of Threefold Mist, because I don't know the whole specifications of it, and that's kind of why I'm telling people, like, I think it's a skip, but just hold out, just in case her Inherit might be good, because it could definitely be good. But so far, on paper, from what I've seen, overall, it just sounds like a skip character, even with the Inherit, because it only hits 3 times, right? Like, it doesn't sound like it's affected by the dual-wielding passive. So it doesn't sound like... It sounds like it doesn't go up past 3. So, depending on how much damage it deals, depending on the weapon you have, or whatever, maybe it could be worth. Like, maybe you've used Ninjato instead of Dagger, because it sounds like it's not Dagger exclusive. So, excuse me. So, if you use a Ninjato on Renee, it could be good. And it sounds like you could put it on another character, since it's not stuck to Dagger. So, I mean, maybe if you put it on a different character, it might be good. I'm genuinely not sure. So I would say just hold out, just in case the Inherit is nice. But as of right now, it definitely seems like a skip. 10 SP for 3 enemies dead is good. Yes, but that's also if it does good damage, is what I'm trying to point out. What I'm saying is, I don't know if the damage is good. Because if the damage isn't good, then there's no real point. But you're right. In general, if it were to, like, kill the enemies with each hit for 10 SP, that is pretty good. You're right. I run backline Thief Renee when I bother to run her, so yeah, this is a skip. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I don't know. I really don't see this being super crazy. Like, yeah, it could definitely buff your Renee if you are actively using Renee and she's part of your main team lineup. Like, absolutely, I can see the benefits into summoning for her alternate. But, again, if you're just, like, in passing, you stumble across the banner, but maybe there's a banner that you want to save up for, or there's a banner that you want to summon over it, I really don't think you're missing out on much. And then the Thieves Trials, I have my MC and Amelia for free to play. I don't think I have anybody else that's a thief. So really it'd just be me and my... I could use Viviana, but... I could class change Barbara? But then again, I haven't really... I kind of want to level her up more... I don't know. I don't think I'm going to be doing the Thieves Trials tonight, especially since it's not really night anymore. It's the fucking morning. Because we had to wait all fucking night for the thing to finish. So I don't think I'm going to be trying it out right now. If anything, I'll probably go back to farming for the Greater Seal Demon for the free-to-play. But yeah, unfortunate. I don't know, this really does not feel like an 11 gigabyte update. Like, it really does just seem like they added a new trial. Like, the new trial and the voice lines that they added was the bulk of it, which is unfortunate. So, and the reason why I say it's unfortunate is because with how big of an update it is, because all the other updates would be like 800 megabytes at the most, usually. Sometimes we'd have a really big, like, 2 gigabyte update. But this is the first time we've really had such a hefty update in a while, and it feels so... Admittedly, to me, it's a bit underwhelming. Like, I wasn't expecting much, but... This still feels underwhelming. You know, for 11 gigabytes, I was expecting, like, you know... something that could fundamentally change how we would look at the game in some way, shape, or form. Like, you know, give us a relic exchange, you know, to allow us to exchange the relics we don't want for slag, so we can use that slag to get other relics. Or maybe... Man, I don't even know. I'm too tired to really think of anything that could be, like, astounding or something really, really cool. But it just... I didn't have a whole lot of expectations for the update, and I still feel like I'm just underwhelmed. Which is disappointing. Because, again, 11 gigabytes, you would assume, holy fuck, we're getting something that could, like, change this perception of how we do things. But... we just got Bum Trial, Bum Renee, and... gigabyte devouring voice lines. Don't get me wrong, I'm still gonna play the game. I love this game. But that doesn't mean I like the fucking updates. Anywho, I am probably gonna go to bed. I'm tired. For those of you who stayed up all night with me, I greatly appreciate it. I highly recommend you guys also go to bed. For those of you who just woke up to this stream to find out what's new is going on, I hope you all have a great day. And I hope that you found the update at least entertaining in some way, shape, or form. Whether you appreciate the Renee alt, maybe you don't give a shit what I have to say, and you think this update is fucking awesome, you know, more power to you. But in my opinion, I feel like they could have done more. I can't wait to get some rest, not gonna lie. Dude, I'm gonna go to bed, I'm gonna wake up, I'm gonna take a fucking shower, and then I'm going to try to put my nose to the grindstone for my schoolwork, because I was going to do that when maintenance started, but then the Yapathon started. So, hopefully I can get my shit done today. Excuse me. Man, today's going to be a long day. Anywho, Gotcha later, bro. Hey, have a good night. Skip with where to farm and prepare for A3 boss. Greater Seal Demon, Jesus Christ. The Greater Warped one. I would say the best places for Eastern characters like samurais and ninjas. Excuse me. The Sand Shadow Caves is the best place to grind for them. And then for general adventurers, I would say Separation Cave is the best place to farm. You could farm in specific floors of A3, like the ones that generate those floors that have the noise alarms that spawn enemies. You can farm stuff there, but then you'd have to also deal with the sentries and shit. I would say Sand Shadow Caves for ninjas and samurais, and then Separation Cave for everything else. Pretty easy. Sand Shadow Caves or Separation Cave, you get their request at Magnolia Guildhall. Yeah, exactly. Alright. Thank you very much, everyone, for watching. I greatly appreciate it. If you enjoyed the stream in any way, shape, or form, please leave a like. And any kind of comment later on in the VOD or whatever will definitely be super grateful. I greatly appreciate that, because it also pushes the VOD for the algo. Regardless, I hope to see you all in the next stream, VOD, and or video. And I hope to see you all in... I'm repeating myself. Holy fuck. I'm tired. I'm sorry. Everyone, have a good night. It's been 10 hours. Alright? So for those of you who joined and decided to watch the VOD later, hey, I don't blame you. It's a long stream. I was not planning on having it be this long. But no. Thank you. Not a problem. Not a problem. Please, if you have any more questions, please don't be afraid to leave them in the comment section below. I would love to answer them later when I actually take a nap and can process things properly. Alright, have a good night, everyone. Thank you so much for watching. If you like the content, please don't be afraid to check out my other videos. I make a lot of guide content for this game. And, yeah, like, subscribe, and don't be afraid to check out the Discord. Permanent Discord invite in the description and in my YouTube bio. Alright, have a good night, guys. I will talk to you, see you, whatever. I'll see you later.